Start recording checkbox unchecked. Live streaming, YouTube Studio, Google Chrome, Hive1, Hive1.net facilitator Matt ready, pane, live streaming, YouTube Studio. OBS Studio, Matt ready, Google Chrome, Hive1, Hive. Commission recordings link, FAQs link, contact Matt history. Live streaming, OBS Studio 27.0.1, 60, group. Matt ready, Google Chrome, Matt ready, OBS Studio 27.0.1, 64, sources, visibility checkbox checked, controls the visibility of Hive1.net in the canvas, Chrome.exe, Matt ready, @meditation Matt, /Twitter, Google Chrome, group. Matt ready, Google, live streaming, YouTube, scan, home /Twitter no item, scan off. Scan, accessibility links link, skip to main content link, accessibility help link, accessibility feedback link, Google, YouTube tab item, link. Matt ready, videos tab item, 2 of 5, videos tab item, 2 of 5, selected. Press space to edit. Link, 40, complimentary, YouTube button, alert press ESC to exit full screen, title bar, sources, visibility checkbox, Hive1.net, 2 of 4, Chrome.exe, Hive1 0.001, Global Consensus Platform 0.001, Google Chrome, Chrome.exe, Matt ready, @meditation Matt, /Twitter, Google Chrome, Chrome.exe, Hive1 0.001, Global Consensus Platform 0.001, Google Chrome, group. Chrome.exe, Matt ready, @meditation Matt, /Twitter, Google Chrome. Hive1. Matt, scan, Matt ready. Commission recordings link, FAQs link, contact Matt history, updated March 4, 2022, March 5, 2022. Author Matt. I was born September 17, 1973 in a Washington, D.C. hospital. I was raised in Bethesda, Maryland, a suburb 20 minutes outside of D.C. My extended family during my childhood was based in Massachusetts in the Boston area. I have an older sister, a younger brother, and many delightful aunts, uncles, and cousins. I moved to Port Townsend, Washington, a picturesque small town on a small peninsula on the much larger Olympic Peninsula in 1995. So as of this moment, I've been on the West Coast for almost 24 years, but not merely the West Coast, Port Townsend, which is culturally perhaps one of the most liberal vortex of a community in Washington state, perhaps the entire West Coast. In recent years, I've been reflecting on how Port Townsend has changed me. I've realized that I sought out a place like Port Townsend intentionally when I graduated from the University of Maryland in 1995 with a BA in philosophy and a minor in ideology and U, heading Level 2 link, history, updated March 4, 2022, March 5, 2022. Author link, Matt. Logo 1024, image, I was born September 17, 1973 in a Washington, D.C. hospital. I was raised in Bethesda, Maryland, a suburb 20 minutes outside of D.C. My extended family during my childhood was based in Massachusetts in the Boston area. I have an older sister, a younger brother, and many delightful aunts, uncles, and cousins. I moved to Port Townsend, Washington, a picturesque small town on a small peninsula on the much larger Olympic Peninsula in 1995. So as of this moment, I've been on the West Coast for almost 24 years, but not merely the West Coast, Port Townsend, which is culturally perhaps one of the most liberal vortex of a community in Washington state, perhaps the entire West Coast. In recent years, I've been reflecting on how Port Townsend has changed me. I've realized that I sought out a place like Port Townsend intentionally when I graduated from the University of Maryland in 1995 with a BA in philosophy and a minor in ideology and utopia studies. In fact, I believe I was searching for utopia. If you had known me during college, you would have found me an insufferable philosophical idealist. I was largely dedicated to searching for the truth and the meaning of life. My freshman year I began as a mechanical engineering major, but my first semester Introduction to Philosophy course with Professor Raymond Martin convinced me the study of philosophy was infinitely more meaningful to me, so I switched majors. I've never looked back. When I left college, I let go of any inclination I had to try to change the world, to try and make the world a utopia. I was inspired by life, but I was not interested in shaping anyone's life but my own. I came to Port Townsend to be a philosopher artist and to work whatever jobs could provide a little money to survive. I believed the world was an unjust maelstrom of oppression and suffering, but I felt no need to do anything beyond making my life a beautiful, happy adventure. I also believed that in making your life happy, you do impact the world around you like ripples in a pond, as has been said by others before me. Now, 24 years later, I consider myself an activist. In fact, truth be told, and why not tell the truth, I consider myself a global revolutionary. I still believe our first obligation as human beings is to nurture our own individual path to happiness, but my happiness is now nurtured by striving to help the world take significant steps forward to eliminating oppression, to in fact, reaching to create utopia here on Earth today. In fact, I find myself once again an idealistic dreamer. My ambition to help change the world was ignited by the Arab Spring and the Occupy Wall Street movement, which gave me a taste of the passion many of my fellow humans have for global transformation to eliminate oppression and to make this earth a place where all people can thrive. My journey led me to eventually run for public office, which I did in 2013 when I ran for hospital commissioner. I ran on a platform that locally elected officials need to become a new type of leader and champion for large-scale change, to fight for things like universal healthcare, because our state and federal political infrastructure is deeply corrupted and controlled by the influence of money. Such a platform could only work at that time in a place like Jefferson County, Washington, which it did. I took office January 1, 2014. Now, having served 5 years of my first term, now 7 years and into my second term, I can honestly say, I experienced violent communication, acts of intimidation, and argumentative tactics as an elected official, the likes of which I have not seen for years. In fact, I've realized, the last time in my life I experienced the type of absurdly aggressive behaviors I experienced as a board member were in elementary school and within my family experience growing up. Port Townsend is not a violent place. In fact, I think Port Townsend is probably a vortex of nonviolent communication, compassion, and friendliness. Sure, people argue and disagree here, but it is nothing like the East Coast. In retrospect, my childhood years on the East Coast, outside DC, and vacationing in the Boston area, was an experience that taught me how to argue and fight for what I wanted. I was raised around people who all believed they were the beacons of truth and power, and I learned how to survive amongst their never-ending wars. In retrospect, I left the East Coast to get away from such violence. I joined the Jefferson Healthcare Hospital Board with a serene nonviolent attitude towards pushing for change. I joined ready to ask questions and engage in dialogue. Heading Level 1 2014 on January 1, 2014 I assumed my office. I attended about 4 board meetings until I realized something needed to change to make the endeavor of serving on this board of commissioners a worthwhile use of my time. I felt frustrated by the manner in which the meetings were run and the lack of a detailed record of the meetings' discussions. Even after only a handful of meetings, I could tell that some members of the commission had a habit of misstating what was said or decided at previous board meetings. This senseless inconsistency meant we had to waste time arguing over clear facts and agreements already settled, which I had no interest or time for. I also noticed that although they claimed to follow Robert's Rules of Order, they did not actually follow it correctly. The meetings were run very whimsically and the people in the room did not know how to handle a person who wanted to discuss things they did not want to discuss, so they resorted to tactics like talking over me or trying to cut off my time. After ruminating on this problem for a while, a solution emerged in my mind: the meetings needed to be audio recorded. An audio recording of the meetings would allow me to maximize the use of my time in the board meetings. With a recording I would know what I and anyone else said during the meetings would be documented accurately. With an audio recording, I would be able to show the people who elected me what I was doing in office thanks to their votes. If I didn't accomplish anything while in office, at least I would have a clear record of my efforts and the things done by others in response to those efforts. On March 19, 2014 I took my seat in the Vic Dirksen Auditorium for my 5th Jefferson Healthcare Hospital Commission meeting. I then took out my audio recorder and informed all present I was audio recording the meeting today, in line with the email announcement I had sent them all before the meeting. On January 15, 2021 the conflict arising from that moment was starting to approach getting ready to be almost in the process of possibly having some level of appropriate adjudication. Heading Level 2 Update March 4, 2022 In 2016 a legal opinion was obtained by Jefferson Healthcare Administration that directly addressed the major issues involved in the recording conflict discussed ad nauseum on this site. In 2021 the legal opinion above was given to the full Board of Commissioners of Jefferson Healthcare for the first time. The legal opinion had been shared with at least one commissioner before 2021, but it is unknown how many or exactly when. The full board including Matt Reddy was not informed of this legal opinion existence nor given access to it despite repeated requests between 2016 and 2021 for written legal answers to the issues related to this recording conflict. After reviewing the 2021 legal opinion, the full board discussed the recording issue regarding what to do if a commissioner records a meeting on a personal device, crafted sensible policy based on the written expert legal opinion, and then voted to move on from the matter. It is my personal hope that all parties responsible for withholding the 2016 legal opinion from the full board will exercise better judgment in the future. If the 2016 legal opinion had been promptly shared with the full Board of Commissioner in 2016, all major issues related to this conflict would have been avoided and link every one of these posts on this website, as well as an enormous amount of political philosophical art on my other social media feeds, would never have been created between 2016 and 2021 as part of Matt Reddy's public process of attempting to resolve this issue. Looking back, I suppose this art is the only measure of positive outcomes from this multi-year conflict besides the actual problem resolved and questions answered. In any case, I am personally exhausted by this topic and look forward to discussing other more interesting and meaningful topics related to the health of our community and the welfare of our world in general. Posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes, link, election campaign, link, new front page link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, questions or comments from the community. November 27, 2021 author link, Matt. Unable to play media, group, disabled, link, Hive1.net, Matt Reddy Hospital Commissioner live stream image. Watch later image, share image, rewind 10 seconds, button, unable to play media, group, disabled, posted in link, blog posts link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, local news article February 6, 2021 author link, Matt article 2, image. Posted in link, blog posts, link, fiasco link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, legislative advocacy. January 27, 2021 author link, Matt. I motioned that we add the following text to the Jefferson Healthcare Advocacy Letter. 5. Support the aggressive pursuit of a well-designed single-payer healthcare system such as Medicare for all. The motion failed 3-2, myself and Commissioner Kolf voted yes. Posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, Jefferson County Public Hospital District Commission votes unanimously on amendment about recording issue. January 15, 2021 author link, Matt. On January 14, 2021 the Jefferson County Public Hospital District Commission voted unanimously to add language to the board book, the board policy book, that states if a commissioner independently records an open public meeting of the commission, the Commissioner will promptly give a copy of the recording to the district for public records storage. The Commissioners present seem to all indicate this policy will prevent future public confrontations and conflicts over a Commissioner recording meetings as happened in 2014 and 2016 and which led to several public confrontations in the years following where those incidents were discussed. Many questions are still unanswered about this controversy, but the Commission is considering taking steps to answer at least some of those questions. The two questions that seem to be answered and agreed to by all members of the Commission. Enter list, 1 of 2 Level 1, Heading Level 1, 1. A Commissioner has the right to record any open public meeting of the Commission, whether regular or special session, on-site or off-site, as do all residents of the United States. 2 of 2 Level 1, Heading Level 1, 2. No one can, or should try to, prohibit a recording of anyone in an open public meeting, even if they personally object to the recording. Exit list. Neither of these 2 points were ever in doubt for me personally, but it is good that all the Commissioners have now agreed on these two facts of law and ethics. Everyone also agreed it was appropriate to require by policy that Commissioner give a copy of any personally made recordings to the district for safekeeping. But this was never controversial and has been the de facto standard of practice by me since the very first meeting I recorded in 2014. It is unfortunate and concerning that it has taken 7 years and enormous amounts of energy to get to this point, but at least some progress is being made. Posted in link, blog posts, link, Commission meetings notes, link, Commission recordings link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election November 18, 2020 author link, Matt. Posted in link, blog posts, link, Commission meetings notes, link, Commission recordings, link, election campaign, link, video and audio link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, why? February 28, 2020 author link, Matt unable to play media, group, disabled, link, the mindful activist Cascadia College Talk 1. Image, watch later image, share image, rewind 10 seconds, button, unable to play media, group, disabled, posted in link, blog posts, link, Commission recordings, link, election campaign, link, fiasco link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, local politician Matt Reddy creates new Washington healthcare organization to combat private corporate influence over healthcare. February 27, 2020 author link, Matt. Heading Level 3 The Association of Washington Public Hospital Commissioners, OFC, created to counteract undue influence of private lawyers and corporations including the OFT, Association of Washington Public Hospital Districts, and MRSC, Municipal Research Service Center. Over elected leaders in Washington State Healthcare Industry. Port Townsend, Washington, January 20, 2020, link, newswire.com, elected Public Hospital Commissioner Matt Reddy, link, http://readyforhealthcare.org. Is officially inviting all Washington State Public Hospital Commissioners to join the newly formed Association of Washington Public Hospital Commissioners, link, http://awphc.org. Currently, there is no reliable organization to help elected public hospital commissioners to collaborate or receive independent legal support, Reddy explains. Reddy has been embroiled in a 6-year dispute with fellow commissioners over the basic right of a person to record an open public meeting of hospital commissioners. On 2 occasions, when the hospital was not officially recording the public meeting, Reddy began recording the meetings on a personal device yet was asked to stop. On one of the occasions Reddy was ordered to turn off his recorder, yet Reddy refused. Reddy explains, I believe every word we say in these meetings is important. So I need a complete and accurate record of what we say. I don't believe this job can be done ethically or competently without an accurate record of our public process. Reddy believes something is wrong with public officials and public employees attempting to stop an elected official from recording the activities of the elected body during an open public meeting. I am pretty sure every person in Washington state has the right to record any open public meeting. I don't know why I have had to repeatedly defend this right. The arguments used against me have been a bunch of legalistic mumbo-jumbo. This controversy has been an enormous waste of time and taxpayer money. Frustrated by the 6-year dispute over the recording issue, Reddy decided to reinvigorate and relaunch the concept organization of the Association of Washington Public Hospital Commissioners. Reddy posted on the association's Facebook page, link, https://www.facebook.com/groups/awphc, the following stirring prose. I created the Association of Public Hospital Commissioners several years ago when I first realized the Association of Washington Public Hospital Districts was structured to prevent publicly elected officials from ever having power in the institution. Elected commissioners are banned from serving on the OFT board. Now, after 6 years of struggling with a clear civil rights issue related to the recording of open public meetings, the Jefferson Healthcare recording fiasco, I am crystal clear that a non-corrupt networking institution for public hospital commissioners is needed. Public hospital commissioners are elected by the people. As a public hospital commissioner, I have sought support and guidance from the OFT and the nonprofit institution it funds to provide legal support to municipal corporations, the MRSC, to help resolve the 6-year dispute over recording public meetings. The MRSC and OFT refuse to offer an opinion. The OFT is controlled by hospital CEOs. The MRSC is funded by the OFT. The money controls the work as always. We can do better. Let's build an organization that actually supports the fair functioning of democracy. As one of the first proposed actions of the newly launched association, Reddy proposed the following on his Twitter feed. As one of the founders of the Association of Public Hospital Commissioners, I ask the association to consider the following proposal. We help fund the creation of a network of competent legal researchers and lawyers to support public hospital districts. A network of competent legal researchers and lawyers to support public hospital districts could replace the role the Municipal Research and Service Center, MRSC, plays for public hospital districts. Why is this important? The multi-year conflict between Matt Reddy and the municipal corporation he serves as elected representative for, may indicate an interesting edge in the fundamental struggle between private corporate power and public power in the U.S. healthcare system. Reddy says, if our elected leaders don't have the basic right to document the use of power in open public meetings, then people willing to abuse power will have no reason to fear accountability. The fact that an elected official has been repeatedly pressured by a corporate agency and other commissioners to cease exercising a basic civil right such as recording a public meeting, without a single comment from local news media, local leaders of either party, or any local citizens seems to indicate there is something strange afoot in Jefferson County, Washington. To contact Matt Reddy, please direct message him on Twitter or Instagram, @MeditationMatt. Link, https://www.newswire.com/news/local-politician-matt-reddy-creates-new-washington-healthcare-210795997. Posted in link, blog posts, link, election campaign, link, fiasco link, no comments heading level 2 link, episode 5. February 15, 2020 author link, Matt play/pause, image, Matt Reddy hosts The Mindful Activist Episode 5. Episode 5, Abide and Comply, a climactic moment in the JCRF and Matt Reddy storyline in this version of The Matrix, Earth 42. 00:0015:09 button, 1x button, link, subscribe link, share link, more info. Audio player for Matt Reddy hosts The Mindful Activist, link, visit transistor.fm, podcast hosting and analytics. Image, YouTube has finished loading, link, image, visit transistor.fm, podcast hosting and analytics, posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes, link, commission recordings, link, video and audio link, no comments. Heading level 2 link, does it matter to anyone if laws were broken here and here? Anywhere? Does the legal system have any relevance in Jefferson County or Port Townsend, WA State, or the United States in general? February 15, 2020 author link, Matt EQ1 Pix 7U4 AEJR is, image, posted in link, blog posts link, no comments. Heading level 2 link, new podcast February 13, 2020 author link, Matt play/pause, image, Matt Reddy hosts The Mindful Activist Episode 3. The Jeffco Recording Fiasco Part 3, Good Morning Port Townsend. 00:0015:28 button, 1x button, link, subscribe link, share link, more info. Audio player for Matt Reddy hosts The Mindful Activist, link, visit transistor.fm, podcast hosting and analytics. Image, Transistor Embed Episode 5, Abide and Comply, a climactic moment in the JCRF and Matt Reddy storyline in this version of The Matrix, Earth 42, has finished loading. History, updated March 4, 2022, March 5, 2022. Author Matt I was born September 17, 1973 in a Washington, D.C. hospital. I was raised in Bethesda, Maryland, a suburb 20 minutes outside of D.C. My extended family during my childhood was based in Massachusetts in the Boston area. I have an older sister, a younger brother, and many delightful aunts, uncles, and cousins. I moved to Port Townsend, Washington, a picturesque small town on a small peninsula on the much larger Olympic Peninsula in 1995. So as of this moment, I've been on the West Coast for almost 24 years, but not merely the West Coast, Port Townsend, which is culturally perhaps one of the most liberal vortex of a community in Washington state, perhaps the entire West Coast. In recent years, I've been reflecting on how Port Townsend has changed me. I've realized that I sought out a place like Port Townsend intentionally when I graduated from the University of Maryland in 1995 with a BA in philosophy and a minor in ideology and Play/pause, image, Matt Reddy hosts The Mindful Activist Episode 2 The Jefferson County Recording Fiasco Part 2, starring Matt Reddy and Port Townsend WA, 00:0018:16 button, 1x button, link, subscribe link, share link, more info. Audio player for Matt Reddy hosts The Mindful Activist, link, visit transistor.fm, podcast hosting and analytics. Image, History, updated March 4, 2022, March 5, 2022. Author Matt I was born September 17, 1973 in a Washington, D.C. hospital. I was raised in Bethesda, Maryland, a suburb 20 minutes outside of D.C. My extended family during my childhood was based in Massachusetts in the Boston area. I have an older sister, a younger brother, and many delightful aunts, uncles, and cousins. I moved to Port Townsend, Washington, a picturesque small town on a small peninsula on the much larger Olympic Peninsula in 1995. So as of this moment, I've been on the West Coast for almost 24 years, but not merely the West Coast, Port Townsend, which is culturally perhaps one of the most liberal vortex of a community in Washington state, perhaps the entire West Coast. In recent years, I've been reflecting on how Port Townsend has changed me. I've realized that I sought out a place like Port Townsend intentionally when I graduated from the University of Maryland in 1995 with a BA in philosophy and a minor in ideology and Play/pause, image, Matt Reddy hosts The Mindful Activist Episode 1 The Jefferson County Recording Fiasco Part 1, starring me, 00:0034:12 button, 1x button, link, subscribe link, share link, more info. Audio player for Matt Reddy hosts The Mindful Activist, link, visit transistor.fm, podcast hosting and analytics. Image, link, image, visit transistor.fm, podcast hosting and analytics, posted in link, blog posts, link, commission recordings, link, fiasco, link, video and audio link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, latest meeting February 11, 2020. Author link, Matt unable to play media, group, disabled. Link, The Jefferson County Recording Fiasco, Episode 1, spoiler alert. Image, watch later. Image, share image, rewind 10 seconds, button, unable to play media, group, disabled, posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes, link, commission recordings, link, video and audio link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, Jefferson Healthcare Board votes 3-1 refusing to promise to not harass a commissioner who records a meeting. January 21, 2020. Author link, Matt at the December 18, 2019 Jefferson Healthcare Public Hospital District Commission meeting, Commissioner Reddy made a motion that the Commission adopt the policy that if a commissioner decides to record a meeting on their own device, a It will be announced and no further discussion of it will be had since they're exercising their basic right. The motion was rejected 3-1. The hospital attorney present at the 12/18 meeting said this in regards to the motion. The threshold question is whether or not a board member can record over the objection of other board members and I don't know the answer to that, so I would have to research that before our next meeting. I need some time to look into that. After the motion failed by a vote of 3-1, Board Chair Commissioner Rienstra said, "Chair is opposed, so it's 3, motion fails." I might mention, Matt, if you want to pursue this and come up with something that would protect the district, then maybe work with the hospital attorney, that, in a matter that we know that the district would be protected and you could record it then. I suggest you do that and bring it back in January when we actually vote for the book, and at that time, we could still make that motion and, In response, Commissioner Reddy said, "I made the motion I thought protected the district the best. I don't know. I mean, I'm open to whatever suggestions, but that was intended to protect us from doing something inappropriate when someone is exercising a basic right. You want to be careful how you handle that." Posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes, link, commission recordings, link, fiasco link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, 2014 email exchange sums up 6-year dispute in Jefferson Healthcare recording fiasco. January 21, 2020 author link, Matt. Heading Level 1 March 26, 2014 email from Matt Reddy to Marie Dressler, Board Chair, and Mike Glenn, CEO. Original message from Reddy, Matthew sent, Wednesday, March 26, 2014, 9:21 a.m. to Glenn, Mike, Dressler, Marie. Subject, audio recording public meetings. Dear Mike, I would like for us to work together to avoid any further public confrontations or drawn-out conflicts over the issue of audio recordings of commission public meetings. To best do my job as a hospital commissioner, I require a complete record of our public meetings. I require this complete record to be in my possession the moment our public meetings conclude, so that I might immediately review any portion of the meeting events and begin considering next steps. I also need to be able to easily share the complete records of our public meetings with any interested members of the public, so that I might ascertain their opinions, ideas, feedback, suggestions, and advice on any aspects of hospital district governance that they are interested in. I am willing to consider not recording the meetings myself, if I have an equally reliable solution that will guarantee I walk out of every public meeting of the Hospital Commission with a complete record of the meeting's events. I would like to work with you to find such a solution that is convenient for everyone involved. I believe the simplest solution is that I record the meetings on my personal recording device and immediately provide a copy of the file to administration after the meeting. I could simply walk over to the Commission office, plug in my USB cable, and upload the file to a directory on the file server. The file is already dated by the software. The Hospital Information Technology Department keeps backups of all files on the file server. If anyone ever requests one of the audio files from a meeting, then someone could simply copy the file to a thumb drive for the person. The cost of storing hundreds of hours of audio files is negligible. Also, the labor involved with copying a file onto a thumb drive is negligible. Such a process is not complex or costly, which is probably one of the reasons why so many other public governing bodies record audio or video of their public meetings. As you noted, any handwritten notes a hospital commissioner makes during a public meeting is subject to public records standards. Audio recordings are simply a form of note-taking. We may need to refine it, but the policy regarding commissioner note-taking you described is already in place, and as long as I make my recordings available in a timely manner, we appear to be keeping with the policy we already have. I hope this is sufficient to resolve this matter. I believe we would all prefer to be spending our time working to improve our efforts at addressing the healthcare needs of our community. I need an audio recording of our public meetings to do that work. We have another public meeting on April 16, 2014. I would like to record this meeting. Please let me know if my recording the meeting will result in yourself and/or the board chair delaying the meeting progress on the agenda, recessing the meeting, or adjourning the meeting as happened at the March 19, 2014 meeting. I believe all these actions in response to me recording the meeting are unnecessary and unseemly disruptions to board business. Yet, if I know these actions are going to be your response, I will make extra efforts to find interested members of the public who want to record the meetings and can attend the April 16, 2014 meeting. Please understand that many of the people I would ask are working poor and unable to attend though interested, which is another reason I record these meetings. I would like to resolve this matter and move on to our work. Part of my ability to do this work involves making a recording of our meetings as I believe I am allowed to do now. Can you please let me know by 3 p.m. next Wednesday, April 2, 2014 if we can agree to this? Respectfully, Matthew Reddy. PS for your records, I have attached a copy of an opinion by the Washington State Attorney General's Office recording the recording of open meetings of county government. Excerpt from Attorney General's opinion. This document is available online here. http://www.atg.wa.gov/ago-opinions/opinion.aspx, section =archive and ID =9332 #USL47Q1DVK5 Public Meetings, Open Public Meetings Act, Counties, Recording Official Proceedings, Authority of County to restrict video and / or sound recording of county meetings. Enter list, 1 of 4 Level 1. Heading Level 1, 1. A county does not have authority to ban video or sound recording of a meeting required to be open to the public by the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30. The county could regulate recording only to the extent necessary to preserve order at the meeting and facilitate public attendance. 2 of 4 Level 1, Heading Level 1, 2. A county has authority to ban video or sound recording of any lawful executive session of a public meeting. 3 of 4 Level 1, Heading Level 1, 3. If a meeting is not an open public meeting as defined in RCW 42.30, but is required to be an open meeting by some other statute, the extent of the county's authority to restrict recording of such a meeting would depend on the language and the intent of the controlling statute. 4 of 4 Level 1, Heading Level 1, 4. If a county officer conducts a private meeting as may be defined in law, the county has authority to restrict or prohibit the recording of such meetings. Exit list, November 30, 1998. The Honorable Randall K. Gaylord, San Juan County Prosecuting Attorney, 350 Court Street, P.O. Box 760, Friday Harbor, Washington 98250. Site as, Ago 1998. Number 15. Dear Mr. Gaylord, by letter previously acknowledged, you have requested our opinion on the following paraphrased questions. May a county legislative body prohibit an individual from using a video or audio recording device to record a meeting or hearing conducted by county officials? If such recording cannot be prohibited, may the legislative body impose restrictions on the use of such recording devices? Brief answer. A county is subject to the Open Public Meetings Act, which generally requires that meetings of the governing body be open to the public and that no conditions precedent to attendance by the public, except for orderly conduct, may be imposed. Therefore, a county legislative body may not ban the use of recording devices from the open portion of a meeting held pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act. The county legislative body may impose restrictions on the use of recording devices, but only to the extent necessary to preserve the orderly conduct of the meeting. Executive sessions held pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act are not open to the public, and the county legislative body may ban the use of recording devices at executive sessions. The county legislative body may ban the use of recording devices at public meetings that are not subject to the Open Public Meetings Act or to some other state statute that limits county authority. A county legislative authority may ban the use of recording devices to record conversations at private meetings not open to the public. Heading Level 1, March 26, 2014. Mike Glenn response. Thanks, Matt. I'll defer to Marie on this. I am leaving tomorrow for vacation and will be out of the office until April 8. Thanks, MG. Heading Level 1, March 27, 2014. Marie Dressler. Email ____________________ from Dressler, Marie. Sent, Wednesday, March 26, 2014, 5:34 p.m. to Reddy, Matthew, Glenn, Mike. Subject, audio recording public meetings. Hello Matt, actually, audio recording of board meetings is a board decision. At the conclusion of our last meeting we, the board, asked Mike to develop a policy, procedure, and recording methodology to present to the board for our review and consideration. At this time, the board can then discuss and take action, if appropriate. Mike and I participated in a teleconference with council and were made aware of the legal implications to the district related to recording board meetings. If we are going to do this, then we are going to do it correctly. Interestingly, according to council, it is not common for a public hospital district to record its board meetings. Based on this, Matt, it would certainly be best if you chose not to exercise any right you have to record the 4/16 meeting and allow the board the time and space to make a thoughtful and deliberate decision on this issue. Marie Dressler, Board Chair, Heading Level 1. Matt Reddy. Email to Marie Dressler. _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ from, Reddy, Matthew. Sent, Thursday, March 27, 2014, 2:28 p.m. to Dressler, Marie, Glenn, Mike. Subject, audio recording public meetings. Marie, I appreciate your advice and recommendation that I not record board meetings. I respectfully disagree with your opinion that this is the best course of action. As I said, I do not believe I can best perform my duties as hospital commissioner without a complete record of the meetings. The only relevant legal implications of recording meetings I am aware of is that, if my recording is considered a public record, the hospital district should store it and make it available when requested by the public. My previous letter outlined a simple low-cost process whereby this practice is easily doable. The board is welcome to take as much time as it likes to explore and consider the questions: does this board want the board meetings audio recorded? And shall this board require the CEO to audio record the board meetings? On the other hand, I believe all the commissioners are already firmly entrenched in their individual answers to these questions. I believe dragging out time spent on these predetermined answers is a waste. Nonetheless, if it is the opinion of the majority of the board that it does not want the meetings recorded, this opinion does not prohibit anyone, including myself, from recording the meetings. As the Open Public Meetings Act declares, the people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. I need to know exactly, word for word, what is said during our public meetings. The board does not have the authority to decide what is good for me to know and what is not good for me to know. In conclusion, though I hear your advice, I will respectfully decline to follow it. I sincerely hope if you wish to spend any more time attempting to persuade me not to record the meetings, you will do so before the meetings begin, and not use up valuable public meeting time for such a discourse. Also, if you intend to use your authority as chair to recess or adjourn the meeting in response to my recording, I hope you will discuss this action with me prior to the meeting so that we can try to avoid any unnecessary and unseemly public showdown. In fact, I am happy to sit with you and the hospital district attorney while you elaborate in detail as to your reasons why you believe it is best that I not record the meetings. Perhaps such a discussion will uncover a reasonable solution for everyone. If you wish to have such a meeting, please let me know and I will be happy to join you. As a final note, will you please forward me the name and contact information for the attorney you and Mike spoke to regarding this issue? I would like to contact the attorney and ask some clarifying questions and receive my answers directly from a legal authority. Sincerely, Matt Reddy. Heading Level 1. Marie Dressler. Email to Matt Reddy. Matt, when you, as an elected member of the hospital district board, decided that you were going to personally record board meetings as a member of the board, CEO Mike, Glenn and I, as current board chair, sought advice from the district's council. This was in order to ensure that the district would not be put in legal jeopardy and that we, personally, were not uninformed of our responsibilities. Neither Mike nor I are lawyers, and neither are you, for that matter. Having staff research and formulate a policy and procedure and a methodology to comply with the Public Records Act was what Mike was tasked to do at the end of that meeting. I do think that it is very presumptuous of you to assume that our colleagues are already firmly entrenched in their individual answers to the questions you pose in your note to me. I can only speak for myself, and I am very interested to hear other board members' opinions, have some respectful and lively discussion and make a decision as a board. Should you choose to personally contact and seek advice from the district's council, I want to make it crystal clear that any such consultation, will be solely and totally at your own expense. Council's name is XXXXBB in Seattle, I have no contact information for him. You state that you appreciate my advice and recommendation that you not record board meetings. What I am telling you is what district's council advised Mike and I, not my personal opinion. Marie posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes, link, commission recordings, link, fiasco link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, short film Abide and Comply, by Matt Reddy January 21, 2020 author link, Matt. Unable to play media, group, disabled, link, Abide and Comply, short film image, rewind 10 seconds, button, unable to play media, group, disabled, posted in link, blog posts, link, fiasco, link, video and audio link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, my favorite interview. January 21, 2020 author link, Matt. Unable to play media, group, disabled, link, Middlebury 50, Matt Reddy image, watch later image. Share image, rewind 10 seconds, button, unable to play media, group, disabled, posted in link, blog posts, link, video and audio link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, list of efforts to resolve the 6-year recording public meeting dispute. January 14, 2020 author link, Matt 1 of 9 Level 1, Heading Level 1, March 2014, Hospital Commissioner Matt Reddy, me, begins recording a public meeting. He is pressured to turn it off. He does. 2 of 9 Level 1, Heading Level 1, March 27, 2014, email from JHC Board Chair Marie Dressler, Matt. Should you choose to personally contact and seek advice from the district's council, I want to make it crystal clear that any such consultation, will be solely and totally at your own expense. 3 of 9 Level 1, Heading Level 1, June 2016, Hospital Commissioner Matt Reddy, me, begins recording a public meeting. He is ordered to turn it off. He is told he is doing wrong by recording. He refuses to turn off the recorder until the meeting is concluded. 4 of 9 Level 1, Heading Level 1, June 2019, Hospital Commissioner Matt Reddy directs transcripts from 2 above incidents to consultant Karma, frequent paid contractor for the Association of Public Hospital Districts and the Washington State Hospital Association. Karma is scheduled to facilitate a Jefferson Healthcare all-day public meeting in October 2019. Karma promises to review the transcripts to be ready to address any issues related to recording at the October 2019 meeting. 5 of 9 Level 1, Heading Level 1, June 2019, I learned several employees of the Association of Public Hospital Districts and the Washington State Hospital Association have taken an interest in the book I published with the transcripts of the 2 above incidents. They promise to read it. I have never heard any comment on the issues back. OFT and WSHA have remained totally silent. 6 of 9 Level 1, Heading Level 1, October 2019, Jefferson Healthcare Board members and Karma all failed to acknowledge the right to record and the wrongdoing of pressuring someone to turn off their recorder. 7 of 9 Level 1, Heading Level 1, November 2019, MRSC, Municipal Research and Services Center, contacted by Matt Reddy, me, but link, they refused to offer an opinion on the matter beyond acknowledging the basic right to record a meeting. MRSC is funded by the Association of Washington Public Hospital Districts. The Association of Washington Public Hospital Districts does not allow elected hospital commissioners to serve on its board. 8 of 9 Level 1, Heading Level 1, December 11, 2019, Matt Reddy, me, publishes. Link, my evaluation of the board and CEO calling out the fact that the Jefferson Healthcare Board has been denied equal and adequate access to legal counsel for 6 years in regards to the right of a commissioner to record a public meeting without harassment. 9 of 9 Level 1, Heading Level 1, December 2019 meeting, for the first time ever. A lawyer paid by Jefferson Healthcare agrees to research and give an opinion to the full Jefferson Healthcare Board to answer the question, can a public hospital commissioner record a meeting over the objection of the rest of the board? Please note, at the 2014 meeting, it was claimed that a lawyer gave the hospital all sorts of legal advice and guidance on this matter, but none of that was ever written down and given to the board in a legitimate format. It has literally taken 5 years for the board to get a lawyer to agree to give clear specific guidance on this matter. So soon, we will all have an actual lawyer attempt to express an actual legal opinion, one they will need to be ready to stand behind under scrutiny, as to whether or not the hospital can legally force a commissioner to turn off a personal recording device. The funny thing is, the hospital might actually have that legal power. I don't think it does, but you might be able to find a judge somewhere to rule that way. Ironically, the answer is irrelevant, because even if they do have the power, the question is not can you force someone to stop recording, the question is should you stop someone from recording. Even if you have the power to do something as vile as forcing a person in a supposedly free and democratic country from turning off a personal recording device during an open public meeting, why would you ever think of doing something so obviously wrong? Anyways, now that an actual lawyer is involved, we might finally have some sort of resolution to this issue in sight. Too bad the people working at MRSC, OFT, WSHA, and all local news media, 2 newspapers and 1 radio station, in my area all failed to do anything to help highlight or resolve this 5-year dispute. I don't think it needed to take this long. This was not that complex an issue. Maybe next time. I'm sure you were all doing something to earn your paychecks over the last 5 years to help support fair and free functioning of our public institutions, specifically public hospital districts. Posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes, link, commission recordings, link, election campaign, link, fiasco link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, MRSC to the rescue. Not. January 14, 2020 author link, Matt. At the October 14 board meeting, Board Chair Jill Bueller made the following statement about the recording issue. Speaker 45, Consultant Karma, hired by CEO, frequent speaker at OFT conferences. Does anybody have an issue if Matt records a meeting with his own personal device? Speaker 48, J. Bueller Board Chair. Yes, and the MRSC agrees with us. Heading Level 2. Who is the MRSC? The Municipal Research and Services Center, MRSC, is a nonprofit organization that helps local governments across Washington state better serve their citizens by providing legal and policy guidance on any topic. At MRSC, we believe the most effective government is a well-informed local government, and as cities, counties, and special purpose districts face rapid changes and significant challenges, we are here to help. For more than 80 years, local governments have turned to MRSC for assistance on every topic imaginable. Our trusted staff attorneys, policy consultants, and finance experts have decades of experience and provide personalized guidance by phone and email, at conferences and training sessions, and through our extensive online resources. Every year we answer thousands of questions as we help staff and elected officials research policies, comply with state and federal laws, and improve day-to-day operations. MRSC is also at the forefront of emerging issues that affect local government operations. We are the go-to source of information on major legislation, including the Growth Management Act, the legalization of recreational marijuana, and the ever-evolving complexities of the Public Records Act, to name a few. When the legal landscape changes, we are here to clarify the issues and help local government leaders make the right decisions for their communities. MRSC serves all 281 cities and towns in Washington, all 39 counties, and hundreds of special purpose districts, state agencies, and other government partners. Originally established in 1934 as the University of Washington Bureau of Governmental Research, MRSC has operated as a private nonprofit since 1969. Heading Level 2. What does the MRSC do for public hospital districts and other municipal government agencies? 1 of 2. Level 1, Heading Level 1, free one-on-one consultation. Have a question? Ask MRSC. Officials and employees from eligible government agencies can use our free one-on-one consultation service. With one call or click you can get a personalized answer from one of our trusted attorneys, policy consultants, or finance experts. Link, explore topics on the MRSC website to get legal and policy guidance on hundreds of local government issues, including helpful explanations, relevant statutes and court decisions, examples of different policy approaches, and recommended resources for further information. Heading Level 2. What is the MRSC opinion on hospital commissioners and public hospital district employees pressuring another public hospital commissioner to turn off their personal recording device during an open public meeting? Below is the response I received to my inquiry. I was very curious if Commissioner Bueller was right that the MRSC would agree with the actions taken to attempt to pressure and intimidate me into turning off my recorder. November 27, 2019. Matthew, while I can give you some general guidance on public meetings and the OPMA, MRSC's role is not to be the legal counsel for an agency or for an employee/official of an agency. We provide general guidance on municipal issues, but we do not provide specific legal advice. Thus, I cannot tell you whether there were any OPMA violations or crimes committed in the transcript you provided. You will need to consult with your agency's attorney or with a private lawyer on that question. I did spot a question in your email that I am able to answer. Can a commissioner or a private citizen record a public meeting of the hospital commission? The answer is, yes, any person can audio record an open public meeting of the commission so long as it is not done in a disruptive manner. See link. Ago 1998 number 15. However, while a recording done by a private citizen is not a public record, a personal recording done by a commissioner may be. This area is not crystal clear from a PRA perspective, but the Washington State Archives has previously indicated that, if the agency itself doesn't record the meeting and the only recording is made by a commissioner on a personal device, that recording is subject to a 6-year retention. If the Archives considers this type of recording to be subject to retention under Chapter 40.14 RCW, then it should be considered a public record under Chapter 42.56 RCW. I am not aware of any case law on this issue, although there are some cases addressing records on personal devices/accounts. See our blog posts on this issue link here and link here. PRA/retention issues is likely one reason why an agency would want to adopt a policy outlining expectations for recording of a meeting. Hashtag name redacted, because someday people will be very embarrassed for their roles in this fiasco. MRSC Managing Attorney Heading Level 2 Conclusion. So I think we need to rewrite the MRSC About page. The Municipal Research and Services Center, MRSC, is a nonprofit organization that helps local governments across Washington state better serve their citizens by providing legal and policy guidance on any topic, unless that topic is recording a public meeting. We believe you have the right to record a public meeting, but if you are harassed by people and pressured to stop recording the meeting, we are going to stick our heads in the sand like an ostrich and say I dunno. At MRSC, we believe the most effective government is a well-informed local government, except when it comes to respecting basic rights regarding access to information shared at open public meetings of public hospital districts, and as cities, counties, and special purpose districts face rapid changes and significant challenges. We are here to help as long as you don't ask us any actual serious pressing questions covering basic rights, democracy, and moral behavior in open public meetings. Much better. We need to try to keep our descriptions of reality accurate. What else do we have if not a true record of reality? Posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes, link, commission recordings, link, fiasco link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, why the recording issue will not go away. December 27, 2019 author link, Matt. Here's the issue, imagine this scenario, the majority of the board doesn't want an audio recording made. A single person on the board wants to record. What happens? If you answer, the single person must obey the will of the majority, then you are saying, if the majority of the board wants to commit an illegal or immoral action, a single commissioner cannot choose to record that action in order to assist with future accountability, prosecution, reconciliation, or reparation for the wrong done. You are basically saying, the majority of the board can do and say whatever it wants in the boardroom, regardless of how blatantly dishonest, because an elected commissioner One of the few humans on Earth who actually have the job of paying attention to these meetings, cannot start recording the meetings without majority agreement. You are preventing the minority of the people who are elected to safeguard the operations of the board from using a basic tool of safeguarding against dishonest and immoral behavior, an accurate record. Ironically, you are giving the majority the power over the tool of transparency, which will surely keep us all safe from the gross abuses of the minority powers which we see throughout history. Anyone who ever attempts to hold the majority of the board accountable for arguments, statements, claims, promises, agreements, assertions, attacks, crimes, lies, or what have you from the public board meetings, will be forced to deal with the endless quagmire of confusion and mystification of human memory and the manipulations of clever orators. On the other hand, if you recognize the right to record a public meeting as sacred for both individual commissioners as well as normal human beings, you preserve a vital safeguard against blatant and poorly justified wrongdoing. Wrongdoing can still happen, but allowing such to blur away in the confusion of history is no longer a foregone conclusion. Forever, schmucks like me will always have the power to simply publish the complete record of the shenanigans and let the chips fall where the endless analysis of history lay them forth. You might also ask why this issue has taken 6 years to get anywhere near resolved. Logo 1024, image, posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes, link, fiasco link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, October 14, 2019 partial transcript December 9, 2019 author link, Matt. Speaker 45, so you're all comfortable with that? Yeah. Okay. A formal legal opinion on the recording of board meetings. Is this necessary? Matt ready, well we had a couple incidents regarding a commissioner recording a meeting. And in retrospect I don't think we handled it correctly. The question should have been, is it in order out of order for a commissioner to record the meeting on some device? And that should have been just a ruling from the board chair and then the issue would be done. Speaker 45, but since they are recorded now is it didn't moot point? Speaker 46, unless next time a commissioner decides to record a meeting, just. Speaker 43, well you're talking about an individual commissioner taking out a recorder. Crosstalk 9 minutes and 48 seconds. Speaker 44, on-site or off-site? Speaker 46, we had Speaker 48, off-site. Speaker 46, there was on-site and off-site incidents. There were two, the first one that I recorded and then the one I recorded inaudible 4 hours and 42 minutes. Speaker 45, does anybody have an issue if Matt records a meeting with his own personal device? Speaker 48, yes, and the MRSC agrees with us. Speaker 46, so we just need a ruling from the chair. You say we going to do Robert's Rules of Order. Either it's in order or it's out of order. Speaker 45, but a legal opinion is something different than a ruling. Speaker 46, well, I would suggest the chair has confidence they're making a legally sound ruling because I think there's legal consequences if you rule incorrectly. Speaker 47, we looked at this and there's no, you can't stop anybody, from Matt, or a commissioner, as a member of the public can report any public meeting. But the commissioner also is a public official participating in an open public meeting and that recording needs to become part of the open public record. Speaker 48, that means it has to be archived under certain regulations and accessible. Speaker 47, yeah. So mechanics of that council just basically says if you can avoid all of that, you should, that's why you record your own on your own equipment. But I think the question comes up, but our policy says just regular meetings, it doesn't say special meetings. So when we're in Shaolin having a meeting when we don't have all that apparatus there, what happens if a commissioner wants to record? Speaker 43, or if we had a special meeting with a legislator. Speaker 47, yeah. And so you're saying that if a chair says you're out of order. Speaker 46, I'm saying, yes. Speaker 47, inaudible 4 hours 43 minutes and 49 seconds would be cool with that? Speaker 46, no, I'm saying the same thing. You stand by. Then things would happen. Speaker 47, what does that mean? Speaker 46, I mean it's just like if there was someone in the audience and like a chair said you're out of order for recording the meeting, then you have to decide. Speaker 48, they're not. They have a legal right to do that. Speaker 46, I agree. So does a commissioner. Speaker 48, you do have a legal right, but. Speaker 46, so you can tell, if you have a problem with it. If any board member has a problem with something someone else is doing in the meeting, they can say, I think that's out of order, and the chair is to rule. Is it out of order or not? And then if you say it's out of order, then the board member can either obey the order or not. Speaker 44, why would you want to go through all that when you know the reason? Why would you want to have the board chair see that when you understand? Speaker 45, well, I would suggest that Speaker 46, because I wouldn't turn off the recorder. The board ruled out of order. Speaker 48, so he just wants to get it on recording. Speaker 46, because if something's out of order and you have the right to remove the person from the room. I mean, if someone is violating the rules of a meeting in a private property, they're out of order, you can kick them out. Speaker 45, so my suggestion to the board chair is don't rule that it's out of order. I would say don't go there. That would create a situation. And if an individual chooses to record the meeting, then efforts should be made to turn it into a public archive, right? Speaker 44, then you would you have to then submit your recording to us? Speaker 46, I mean don't have to. Speaker 44, so that we can archive it. Speaker 47, yeah you would. Speaker 46, I mean, but. Speaker 47, you would. Because it would be or. Speaker 44, it's an official. Speaker 47, or put the organization in jeopardy, legal jeopardy, and that is the craziness of this, and frankly I don't know why we need to revisit this. And at a time when we're talking about eliminating dysfunction from governance. This is, yeah, you have the right, you do, but it creates complications for the organization you are sworn to abide and comply with. So I don't get this, Matt, but you're right. No one can stop you if that's what you, and I don't really know where you're going with this. You want us to try to stop you? Speaker 45, I think he does. Is that what you're suggesting? Speaker 47, for what purpose? Other than Speaker 46, I'm pointing out, we handled those situations incorrectly. It should have been said. Speaker 44, how many years ago was this? Inaudible 4 hours 46 minutes and 39 seconds. Speaker 46, I mean one of us could want to record a meeting. I just want to avoid an explosive conflict. Speaker 44, you're bringing it up. Speaker 47, it is Speaker 44, you started it. Speaker 47, it's not about that recording. It's about the whole point of this. I think this session that is something that I've said what I needed to say about it. Speaker 45, so I think if a member of this public body should choose to record something, you have an obligation to try to get to be part of the public record, or the organization is at risk because there was a member of the organization who recorded something and is not making it available to the public. Because if there was a recording made, it needs to be made available to the public. Would you agree? Speaker 46, of course. I mean that's what was done in each of the prior recordings. They were given to the hospital. Speaker 45, okay, good. So we're good. Speaker 44, so did you make copies of them? Speaker 46, affirmative. Speaker 48, so that would be held, I think was 6 or 7 years. Speaker 44, why would you make a copy of a meeting that's being recorded? Speaker 45, he reported it himself. Speaker 48, he did. Speaker 45, and then he made a copy and he gave it to Speaker 47, yeah. But I think, and this is where John would be helpful, because I think if he has a copy of this other public meeting, even though he made it available, then that still is open to public scrutiny access. And if you do it on your phone and then your phone has opened up public access and everything on your phone now becomes public. Speaker 48, what? Everything on his phone is open to public? Speaker 47, if he made the recording on his phone, Speaker 44, that's true. Speaker 43, and there's a public record request for his phone, his recording. Speaker 47, it's just a legal can of worms that can easily be avoided. And I mean that's Brad Bird technical version of this. Speaker 45, there's already a recording being made. Speaker 47, mind-boggling that you would choose not to. Speaker 46, I believe what we say in these meetings is important. The meetings that I recorded, we were not recording them. Speaker 45, so now we are. Speaker 46, so it was the only way. And there were very huge conflicts during those meetings over that issue. So I just think we should clarify if that situation ever happens again. Let's not have that happen. Let's know what is going to happen. It's either in order or it's out of order. Speaker 48, but you also, if I may say so, Eric said earlier on, whether it was in order or out of order, you were going to ignore the order. Speaker 46, right. Because it's in order. It is in order. You cannot tell someone to turn something off. Speaker 47, I think you're playing semantic games. Speaker 43, could I ask a question, Matt? So what would you recommend be written in here to clarify that going forward? Speaker 46, I just recommend that this board knows what it's going to do with the situation happens again because it's not, we made a mistake, we might have violated a statute inaudible 4 hours 50 minutes and 5 seconds. By trying to tell someone to turn off the recorder that I think that might have been a statute violation and we shouldn't do that. We should know. Okay. We don't like it if someone's recording but can't, I shouldn't harass them about it or it's just like it's either in order or out of order. Speaker 44, but you could have made a copy of the recording. Speaker 47, so here's the issue is this whole thing was instigated by showing up at a meeting and turning on your recorder. Speaker 46, what whole thing? Speaker 47, whether we record the meetings or not because we did audio record them before that. And so we call council and say, what do we do here? It wasn't really the will of the interest of the board to audio tape inaudible 18 minutes and 50 seconds. That was not the norm with the work that we did when we contacted all the inaudible 4 hours 50 minutes and 59 seconds districts. But you said, I'm going to record them anyway and so enforced our hand. So then we put a policy together that said we would record and with legal counsel's advice, here's how you do that. So you can make sure that audio record is a can that doesn't face the scrutiny of some members of our community who from time to time look at the meta question of Alyssa about the authenticity of the recordings and here's the process, here's the mechanics, here is the machinery. And we'll do that for regular meetings knowing that when 3 commissioners are meeting a legislator's office, that's a special meeting. And now we just do that. Speaker 47, what you're talking about is when we have special meetings and sometimes those special meetings include other representatives of boards that don't audio record their meetings. And sometimes those special meetings are, in places where may or may not be conducive to recording. And I think you're asking us to react to that when certainly, it's my preference that we follow the policy which records regular meetings. We don't, and then therefore commissioners don't, record on their own prior special meetings and we just avoid all of this. I think the question or the why of the road when you do this. I think this is actually what happened, is that we just decided not to meet. That you commissioner colleagues were so uncomfortable with that and probably had less to do with the issue or to do with maybe other stuff around the issue that we won't meet them. And that just seems silly to me. Speaker 46, I don't see how do you want them. I would not take a position that wields power if there's people who are not accountable for what they say in the room and I do not feel, talk about trust. What increases trust is having an account, but what people said because if you can't, we have so much trouble trusting each other on a basic level. I think we trust each other to remember accurately a 3-hour conversation. It's insane. It's completely absurd that this board could function without an accurate record of what we say. I realized that after 2 months on the board, all I care about is that we have efficient meetings when we talk about something and we agree to it at the next meeting we remember we agreed to it and we don't have to revisit the issue. Speaker 46, that's all recording does for him. I don't know why we don't record off-site meetings except for the ones that other people would want to. If it prevents us from meeting with legislators, that's totally fine. We're not going to, and that's why I never insisted that we record everything, because then we wouldn't be able to serve our community, wouldn't be able to meet with some people. Speaker 48, and that's the case with when we were meeting with other organizations that don't record theirs, are not comfortable with that. It's the same thing. Speaker 46, and I never insisted we record those. Some people might, but Speaker 45, so I think we should move on from this issue. I think it's the general opinion that there isn't a need for a formal legal opinion. And as your governance consultant, my recommendation is don't rule that out of order if it should come up, because it would not be proper. Speaker 45, should we take a 10-minute break and then come back? We do have time in the afternoon, so we're off our agenda, but it's okay. We'll still get where we need to go. Speaker 44, okay. Speaker 45, so we'll reconvene. Posted in link, blog posts, link, commission meetings notes, link, commission recordings, link, fiasco link, no comments. Heading Level 2 link, full text of Jefferson Healthcare Transcript Book October 26, 2019 Author link, Matt. Below you will find the full text of the book I published containing partial transcripts from 3 public hospital district open public meetings. Hospital book _ image, heading Level 1 Table of Contents Contents link, Table of Contents. 1. Link, January 1, 2014, Matthew William Reddy becomes an East Jefferson County Hospital District Commissioner. 2. Link, Unofficial transcripts from Jefferson Healthcare in Port Townsend, Washington regular and special sessions 2014, present. 2. Link, January 1, 2014, several meetings between January 1 and March 19, 2014, no audio recording available of dialogue. 2. Link, March 3, 2014 Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting transcript of dialogue. 2. Link, March 2015, numerous meetings between March 3, 2014 and June 24, 2015, audio available but not yet transcribed. 17. Link, June 24, 2015, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting in Chelan, WA transcript of dialogue. 17. Link, June 2015, numerous meetings between June 24, 2015 and June 29, 2016, audio available for most meetings, but not yet transcribed. 66. Link, June 29, 2016, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting in Chelan, WA transcript of dialogue. 66. Link, Section 2, Compilations and Mashups. 77. Heading Level 1 January 1, 2014, Matthew William Reddy becomes an East Jefferson County Public Hospital District Commissioner. Unofficial transcripts from Jefferson Healthcare in Port Townsend, Washington regular and special sessions 2014, present. Heading Level 2 January 1, 2014, several meetings between January 1 and March 19, 2014, no audio recording available of dialogue. March 19, 2014 Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting transcript of dialogue. Marie Dressler, calling the meeting to order at 3:33. This is Jefferson County Public Hospital District N.2, Board of Commissioners meeting, and Commissioner Jill Bueller is excused. Could I ask you what is in front of you? Are you recording this meeting? Matt Reddy, yes. I'm making an audio recording of this meeting to help me remember what has happened. Marie Dressler, okay. Actually, that sounds like a good opening for discussion about doing something like that with one of the concerns with the Public Meetings Act, as it is being recorded and the public hospital district is responsible for safekeeping, and so it can all be accessed. Maybe this is something that you ought to step in. Unclear. 55 seconds. Mike Glenn, yeah. I believe there was going to be a discussion at tonight's meeting about recording board meetings, which I think is a reasonable thing to discuss. There are implications associated with recording board meetings, that recording become part of the record and is also part of the Open Public Meeting Act and Records Act, so a recording provided by a hospital, A hospital recording for the purpose of records has to be disclosed when requested, and any recording by a board member, according to council, would be considered that official record. So I think what the discussion tonight was going to go along the lines of discussing it at the board level, and then if the board is interested in pursuing that, to direct administration to develop a policy, a procedure, and a methodology to make sure that we do it correctly. It's in line with our Record Retention Act and Open Public Meeting Response Team, and we do it right. So I think the recommendation from council is that if absent of the hospital doing it, that a board member should not. Matt Reddy: well, based on my research I don't think that's accurate. I mean, this is a public meeting, citizens have a certain right to record these meetings. I don't surrender that right because I'm a commissioner, just like we each have the right to vote. We have certain rights. The right to breathe, the right to take notes. I don't think I would disagree with that assessment of what is legal, or that this constitutes a board act. This is an act as a private citizen. Mike Glenn: well, it might be an act of a private citizen, but because you're a board member, just like the notes you take at a board meeting, they are subject to the open public. Matt Reddy: sure. Mike Glenn: Record Act, so that any tape that you record is also subject to that act. So it becomes part of the record, and it's the recommendation from council looking after the interests of the organization that if Jefferson Healthcare begins to record our meetings, that it be done through administration so that we have the tape, we have the record, we can properly store it, and we can respond to any open public meeting requests that may come down the pipe, 'cause it's a big thing. Some hospitals do indeed record their meetings, and it adds another layer of complexity to responding to open public record requests. So I think the discussion with the rest of the board is this something that we want to pursue? And then secondly, if we are going to do it right, and council, I don't think anyone is suggesting, as an individual citizen, you don't have the right to make the recording, but as a board member, Council for Jefferson Healthcare is recommending you don't, in the interest of the organization and all of the implications. Matt Reddy: is the council recommending me not record meetings? Mike Glenn: until we have a policy and a procedure to make sure we can manage that recording in compliance with the Open Public Record Act, that we don't do it, because it's discretionary. Organizations don't have to do it. And further, what I think was going to happen, Matt, was that there was going to be a discussion with the other members of the board, should decide if that indeed is the direction that they were going to give administration. Matt Reddy: I appreciate the recommendation of council, but I'm going to continue recording the meeting. I think it's a perfectly appropriate decision, and I would completely support the board if we wanted to officially do it, and I'm happy to give, if you feel like you need a copy to store for 7 years. I'm happy to provide that. Mike Glenn: well, it's not like I feel like it. The law would require it, and the recommendation from council is that if a recording is made on behalf of the organization, and as a commissioner you would be making it on behalf of the organization, that we have our own recording. Marie Dressler: so I will recess this board meeting at 3:39 to see if we can locate some recording device, and if not we will just have to schedule a special meeting. Thank you. Pause. Marie Dressler: inaudible at 3:43. I will reconvene the meeting. Inaudible Hospital District N2, I continue our meeting. Tony Dilio: Madam Chairman, if you would unclear 7 minutes and 5 seconds that Commissioner Reddy is no longer recording the meeting. 10 minutes and 46 seconds. Hillary Whittington: today we'll be talking through the January finance report and then a preview for February. It has been a tricky couple of months, and while circumstances that should never affect the timeliness of the reports, running a hospital without a controller has certainly changed my life a bit, so at this point we didn't have the income statement for February complete today, so we'll be talking through January and we'll have the February report shortly. In general, we were where we needed to be from a revenue standpoint, knowing that we have not yet acquired the Port Townsend Surgical Associates practice, and that is a lot of the difference that we'll see on the income side. At the last meeting, we looked at the departments where we were over and under budget, so I didn't want to repeat that, but for the month we landed about $280,000 under our budget, and our revenue adjustments were in line with that. In general, the profit can be somewhere in the $60,000 to $100,000 range per month. If we build that at the high end of our budget, we could be overstating our budget by $1 million per year. That's not somewhere that we wanted to go as a leadership team. So we will expect that, based on the month. This may or may not be over budget, but know that we took a conservative approach in our budgeting efforts somewhat intentionally. So days of cash, in the next few slides we talked about at the last meeting, the last finance presentation. We landed January with 44 days of cash and that equated to about 8.3 million in cash. At this point, we are a bit above. I took the cash balances just a couple of days ago and we were at about 8.5 million. That keeps us, since our expenses were higher since the beginning of the year, that keeps our days in cash about where they have been for the last couple of months. This just excludes the third-party settlements, and at this point there are no incredibly large third-party settlements out there. Our days in A/R, our days in A/R at this point, as of this morning, is actually 84. And I know that for the last couple of months I've been sitting here and telling you that our days will be going down. A couple of drivers unclear 21 minutes and 5 seconds and I want to be very transparent about where those drivers come from and what our plan is to fix them. So as revenues go up, our days in AR also go up. Days in accounts receivable is a direct calculation of taking all of the revenue and considering how much we earn per day and then looking at our accounts receivable, so as revenue changes, so do our days in accounts receivable. Also there have been some delays. There's a system called FIS and this system actually has a gigantic impact on our days in accounts receivable. It's where the Medicare payments flow through. So there was a glitch in FIS in the first week of March, which caused a week pause in the FIS system. So knowing that that happened, it kind of delayed all of those collections for the hospital by 1 week, so that gained 3 days of accounts receivable right there. In the last couple of weeks my entire dedication, aside from the audit, has been on reducing days in accounts receivable and we are working with a couple of vendors to figure out how we can get the backlog taken care of. The issue is that the backlog that happened when we went live with Epic is considerable and while we can stay on top of all of the claims that we are receiving and keep our days in A/R consistent, working a backlog of essentially 30 days of accounts receivable is a difficult task. So we are coming up with a work plan to figure out whether it is additional employee time or working with vendors on our older accounts receivable from our commercial carriers or Medicare, to try and just work through the old things. Matt ready? So I assume the countermeasures for increasing cash on hand and catching up on accounts receivable are the same as at the previous meeting. Hillary Whittington, they are. Marie Dressler, work in progress. Hillary Whittington, work in progress. Yes. Matt ready, so we should note that cash on hands and a number of days of accounts receivable is still not at the board documented target and I recommend approving. Marie Dressler, well, we don't have to approve anything, because we've already had the financial report. Matt ready, it's not a financial monitoring report? Hillary Whittington, yes, actually. Marie Dressler, yes, but it's not annual, which is what I believe we were. It's just a report we are presented with. I don't know that we necessarily have to approve it. We haven't been, as you're well aware, we haven't been following the unclear 32 minutes and 37 seconds governance strictly, and that's why we were having a workshop in April to review all this. Because some things we modified it prior to you coming onto the board and so there's no reason reviewing and re-evaluating how we use the governance, as you're well aware of it. Matt ready. I was just going by the board policy that says we monitor those 2 items and monthly we get the financial flash report. I assume we Marie Dressler, what I'm saying to you is we've not been following that, as you're well aware, and that's come up and that's why we're having a 2-day workshop. I appreciate your point. Thank you. Matt ready, so, are we not approving any monitoring reports at all at any monthly board meeting? Marie Dressler, I don't think we need to, unless it's something that the other board members just jump in. Chuck Russell, well, we haven't been Marie Dressler, we haven't been, yet. Chuck Russell, our governance policies aren't something that was brought down to us from the state or from anybody else. It's something we imposed on ourselves, and they're in a state of flux right at the moment. We've scheduled meetings to unflux them. Marie Dressler, laughs, is that in the dictionary? Tony Dillio, I'm sure it is. Hillary Whittington, Matt, just one comment to you is these reports I presented the targets that you're talking about, those were presented in February, so the slides I think were recognized as monitoring reports or however it was titled. But the information that I shared today, those few slides they weren't different. Matt ready, okay, but I'm hearing we're never going to, or at least until we decide we're not currently approving monitoring reports. Marie Dressler, that is my understanding from what was agreed prior to you coming on the board. And then we've toed and froed, and so that's why general consensus was we need to get this sorted out, and we have 2 meetings, as you know, in April, or at least they're planned for April, where we will, with someone who is trained in governance, will help us decide as a board where we're going with this. Matt Reddy, Joyce, do you know how we compare to the median of comparable institutions with patient satisfaction? Joyce, I do, and Hospital Compare, I presented that. I can't remember what meeting it was in, but I presented it in a previous board meeting, and on the Hospital Compare website you can pick out different hospitals that you want to compare yourself to. So I always compare us to Harrison and Olympic because they're the closest to us, and we have been consistently much higher than they have been in almost every score. However, I don't know what will happen when this data hits, because that data is always several quarters behind. On our picker we can get our peer ranking, we can get it for small hospitals, and we can get it for the whole picker database. And I don't think that quarter is not I have to click on it to give that, but I can provide that information. I'd be happy to. 1 hour 38 minutes and 45 seconds. Tony Dilio, if the board is amiable to it, I'd like to make a motion that by resolution we request the Attorney General's office to have this apply to all elected officials in the state of Washington. Matt Reddy, I'd second that. Matt Reddy, so I have a few items for board business. I've been thinking a lot about healthcare affordability, and I have 2 proposals that I'd like to share with my fellow commissioners, and I've been working on these for quite a while. I know this is your first pass in hearing them, so I imagine you may not have a lot of comments today, but I'm hoping we will get a chance to discuss them in detail perhaps at our next regular session. The first one is defining board expectations for collections, practices, and policies. Now, the board has defined and often talked about what our expectations are for how the public hospital district conducts medical care, but I don't believe we've given really clear documented guidance regarding our expectations of financial services and how they interact with our patients. I think it would be helpful, moving forward, if we add to our ends goals policy a clear statement characterizing our expectations for how the hospital district financially impacts lives of patients and families. So what I propose is that we add to our ends policy the Jefferson Healthcare billing, charity care and collections policies and practices will be fair, reasonable, and as compassionate as possible within the limits of the law and available resources. If we like that and we agree to that, we could then discuss how we might monitor something like that, and that's sort of modeled after some other similar sort of statements I found at other institutions. Unless there are any comments, I will go straight to the next. Marie Dressler, well, I was just thinking that this sort of thing would come up when we were doing the review of our governance. Matt Reddy, yeah, that would be great. Marie Dressler, that would be an appropriate time to yeah, perfect. Also, Miss Bueller should be back then, and so it'll be a full board. I think it's not a bad idea at all. Matt Reddy, yeah. Tony Dilio, Madam Chairman, I also like to suggest in things like this that apparently are going to be in depth, that possibly we get the material printed in advance so you look at it and put some thought in before we. Matt Reddy, sure. Marie Dressler, yes, you're not going to get any comments back today. Matt Reddy, so is it just as simple as saying, I'd like 10 minutes on the agenda to talk about 2 proposals I've drafted? Marie Dressler, well, I think taking from what Tony just said is that bring with you some information, or even I guess ahead of time. Tony Dilio, I prefer in advance to have some time to look at it. Marie Dressler, and so that we've got some time to look at it and so we can think about it. Matt Reddy, sure. Marie Dressler, because it might not be something that we have particularly put a lot of detailed thought into it. Matt Reddy, yeah, I could just email to everyone one way as long as we don't discuss it over the email crosstalk. Marie Dressler, yeah, to the board, and we don't expect to reply to it either, so. Matt Reddy, yeah. Chuck Russell, you said these were modeled on other, could you include those other institutions? Tony Dilio, yeah, the references. Marie Dressler, yeah, include references like you would normally in anything like this. Matt Reddy, sure, yeah. Okay. Marie Dressler, that sounds good. Matt Reddy, I would like to read the second proposal. The second proposal is that the board consider monitoring the use of third-party collection agencies by the hospital district. A collections monitoring report would help us monitor several board policy goals, including those in finance, patient satisfaction, public image, and community health. I know our financial counselors work really hard with patients to come up with affordable solutions, but I believe it does not work, and it doesn't work out for our patients, and when that happens, sometimes patients are sent to collections with a medical debt they cannot afford, and if this ever happens, the consequences are severe. These consequences include a patient's credit getting damaged, a patient potentially being subjected to extraordinary collection actions in the name of Jefferson Healthcare but being done by separate agencies. It doesn't have the direct oversight of Jefferson Healthcare staff. Patients may learn to view Jefferson Healthcare as an adversary rather than as a partner and steward in the healthcare of the community, and the patient may learn that seeking healthcare will severely negatively impact them financially, and so they stop seeking it properly when needed, putting their future health at risk, contributing to the likelihood of preventable emergency care in the future. And if that patient does have to get emergency care in the future, they probably won't be able to afford it, and the public ends up paying for it anyways. I know you're all familiar with that story in healthcare, and I know all my fellow commissioners want Jefferson Healthcare to be a partner and steward of the health of our community. And I think monitoring how much we're making use of collections agencies will give us a valuable perspective in how well we're working towards that goal. I know we have a fiduciary responsibility to collect on debts, but I also recognize that the mission of this organization is not to maximize profits at the expense of the health of our community. I know none of us want to do that. We want to be compassionate partners in the health of our community, and this means we have to be, I think, really mindful of anything we're doing that may in fact harm people. And collections is it can be a harmful thing, so I just think we really need to watch it carefully. So due to the great potential consequences in the realms of finance, customer satisfaction, community health, and public image that result when sending a patient to collections, I propose we start monitoring this. We could start with simply a study of collections activities at Jefferson Healthcare that would include things like trends and totals for the total number of accounts that are currently held by a third-party collection agency, the monthly number and percent of patients that are sent to collections, total money that we recover through this effort, total money written off because it does not succeed through collections, and maybe annual data. Then, if we look at this data, maybe we will see some opportunity to set goals or guidelines for the institution. So I know that's a lot of information, and I really appreciate the desire to have gotten ahead of time, and so I'll just email you guys copies of what I just shared, and I'd love to discuss it at some point in the future. Marie Dressler, thanks so much. Great. Do you have anything? Chuck Russell, no. Marie Dressler, okay. Matt Reddy, I have one more thing. The last meeting, I asked if there was interest in publishing our bylaws and policies online. There was some thought that you would like to think about it. I'm wondering if anyone is interested in discussing putting our board policies and bylaws online. Marie Dressler, I think this will come again at the April because we don't have anything we're going to put up at the moment, because we're going through reviews and revisions and decision as to what form of governance. That's my personal take on it, so I don't know what. Tony Dillio, I believe I recommended the last meeting that we wait publishing that until we have the final out of our rewrite. I think publishing one and then a month later publishing a second one could be confusing. Marie Dressler, yeah. Do you have any comment, Chuck? Chuck Russell, no. I agree with Tony. I think what we talked about. Matt Reddy, I mean personally I think there are current policies, and I think it's reasonable to put the current policies that we've been operating under up, but I sense I'm not going to get a second to that motion. The last thing is there was a community health needs assessment meeting with the health department, received a ton of data on access in our community, lots of great information that we are sifting through, and there's one more big data meeting that's going to go over mental health and chemical dependency information in our community. Marie Dressler, good. That's good. Tony Dillio, at what time would we expect to see the report? Matt Reddy, I don't know what the timeline is. There's no way we have a meeting in the next month and then we have to start sifting through it and pare it down. Hopefully within 2 months. Tony Dillio, would you give us a timeline when you have something? Matt Reddy, yeah. Tony Dillio, so we can work around that. Matt ready yet? Tony Dilio, it would be a valuable tool I think, and look if they need to, our community. Possibly that fulfills some of our requirements. Unclear. 1 hour 48 minutes and 27 seconds. Critical access hospitals as far as the assessment. Unclear. 1 hour 48 minutes and 30 seconds. Who does it? Mike Glenn, that's not a requirement. I just think it a good idea. Marie Dressler, that's it. Matt? Matt ready yet? Heading Level 2 March 2015. Numerous meetings between March 3, 2014 and June 24, 2015, audio available but not yet transcribed. June 24, 2015, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting in Chelan, WA transcript of dialogue. Jill Bueller, midnight, session meeting of June 24, 2015, in Chelan, Washington. The order of business. Tony Dilio, 12 seconds and officially recorded. Marie Dressler, 15 seconds by Commissioner Reddy. Jill Bueller, 16 seconds and it's being recorded by Commissioner Reddy. The purpose is for review of our governance policies. So basically, what we want to know is what's working and what's not, and what can we do about it. Matt Reddy, 40 seconds. So are we debriefing the conference, or are we talking about our governance policies? Jill Bueller, 44 seconds. We're talking about governance policies and the conference. Anything we learned in the conference that would be like that? Tony Dilio, 52 seconds. I'll jump out as far as governance goes. The policy governance concept was a great experiment, in that like some things, like nuclear weapons, don't necessarily end up with what you intended. My take is that I think, in a time of transition, as we're moving from a long-time administrator into a new administrator, until we develop the relationship, I think this is probably the transitional tool. I think now we've developed a relationship with Mike. I think the idea of us having him do the busy work of generating reports that are really not the type of reports he normally puts on his desk or on his staff's desks, with us giving him in effect a moving target, saying, create the report, he does and we say, it's not quite right, try again. To me it is not work. The communication we want is more collegial, not, if you will, him be a talking head and we sit in the audience and watch. I'd like to see more of a conversation, more what's really on the radar right now and what's doing great. More of a dashboard type of thing. I'm just going to speak for me. I really appreciate seeing all the C-suite every meeting, but something in my gut tells me that all these people have way more important things to do than to sit and smile at us. I mean, this is your take, this is yours Mike, this is your people, but I think just whatever reports like you make for fiscal, is just give us copies, email it to us and maybe, whether 1 or 2 paragraphs summary cover sheet, and let us go through it. If we have any questions, we'll call you. And just quit making busy work for people who already have too much stuff to do that's more important. That's just my take. Chuck Russell, 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Well, I think one of the reasons that we were experimenting with, I guess, as you know it, policy governance, was to prevent micromanagement by commissioners, different questions of the hospital. And I think we succeeded in doing that at some extent, and we've seen other government entities fall prey to that micromanagement setup. County commissioners used to do it pretty badly. I think they're getting better at it, but would we fall back into a micromanagement type situation if we abandon policy government? Any opinions? Marie Dressler, 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Well, I came onto the board after this was a done deal. I understood why it was done in the first place, but it seems to me very cumbersome. It's designed for corporate private businesses as opposed to public hospital districts or any other public entity, and I think it's very cumbersome, and I don't know that it serves any particular purpose. Our role is representative of the entire community, our roles, and we need to know from a level of governance, as opposed to operations, what is going on. Because we hire somebody who hires a team to run the hospital district on behalf of us, the representatives of the community, and I just see it as very cumbersome and, door opens. Marie Dressler, I see it as very cumbersome and not productive and quite a time waster. I also do have concerns about interference or commissioners getting into operations, which is not what we were elected to do. So I don't know exactly to create a better balance, but that's where I'm coming from with it. Tony Dilio, 5 minutes and 51 seconds. Speaking for myself, being the most senior person having been there forever, is that part of the benefit of the policy governance was the transition for me from a time with Vic, when we basically all sat around the table and run the place. I mean not by choice but just by necessity. Chuck Russell, 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Somebody had to do it. Tony Dilio, 6 minutes and 13 seconds. Yet, well, from just a lack of support, C-suite, I mean we had a CFO, a CNO, and Vic. Marie Dressler, 6 minutes and 21 seconds. Well, that's right. When I used to go to meetings back in the 80s, that's how it was. Tony Dilio, 6 minutes and 25 seconds. Yet, and the policy governance I think has broken the old habits to the extent, and I really do feel that we should be able to release ourselves. If somebody's playing in somebody else's sandbox, I think we can wheel each other back in, I would hope anyway, help where to a level of collegial monitoring that we can deal without. Chuck Russell, 7 minutes. But policy governance was created or adopted by us to solve the problem that we had, and I think it kind of did, and I don't think we'd drop back into that, but we might. One of the things that is helpful aside of that is the Patient Advocate Office, which solves a lot of that, because when we used to have a constituent come to us with a problem, we didn't know what else to do except go try to solve the problem with management. It's much better now to run it through the Patient Advocate Office. Mike Glenn, 7 minutes and 38 seconds. Yet, that's the place to go. Tony Dilio, 7 minutes and 42 seconds. The systems are in place to assure all of us that the organization's being run incredibly well, and to just keep us informed of where it's going, what the issues are, how we can help resolve them, and basically, get us the hell out of the road so you can do your job. Marie Dressler, 8 minutes and 7 seconds. Well, I think that's how we have to judge it. It's just how well it is running, how patients have access to care, how the departments are running, how we're either getting dinged by auditors or any of the other entities who audit us, as DNV or our accreditations and certifications. So if those outside entities in their evaluations are of a sufficiently high standard, then that has, I think, a way of evaluating how things are being run, and also with input from constituents, who are very free with their comments, and hopefully and then getting reports from time to time, like patient advocates, like the financial situation. Jill Bueller, 9 minutes and 12 seconds. What if we asked administrators what Mike to come up with a list of what he feels are good indicators of how the operation's working, what would be the best measuring devices, best measuring aspects of that? Because the way I see it, none of us board members is an expert in this. We all have our own perspective, and that's good. That's why there's 5 of us. That's why we're not all from the same ilk, is because we can ask different questions from different perspectives, and I think that's but none of us have the expertise that Mike does. So why are we trying to second guess? We have the most valuable tool right here, and that's our CEO. So I believe we need to ask that input. That's who we need to rely on. If the CEO, and I'm not talking about Mike one bit, but if the CEO is not performing, then that's what we deal with, is getting a new CEO. Otherwise, I think we need to listen to the CEO, work in collaboration with the CEO, and find out, work together as a team, because that's one without the other is of no benefit. Chuck Russell, 10 minutes and 56 seconds. And policy governance was giving us sort of a tool to judge the CEO, but it was pretty darn cumbersome. I think we all should give ourselves more credit for having enough sense to be able to do it ourselves. Tony Dilio, 11 minutes and 10 seconds. In some ways it almost created a barrier, this is Mike, this is us, and we can't really talk to some extent. Here's the report we want, you make a report, okay, that works. And that's the end of the communications. It's not real dialogue, that I'd like to have. Mike Glenn, 11 minutes and 32 seconds. I have kind of 2 issues with policy governance, as it's defined. The first is, there is supposed to be this deep and wide crocodile-filled moat separating governance from operations, and when I first got here I was so accustomed to budget committees and quality committees, and what I recall, we need a bridge the moat, that policy governance grooves be damned. I really think we need to bridge the moat, so that there can be discussion about affiliation and those sort of things, so that there is some dialogue, and then you would have to manage, where does governance stop and operations begin? But I think if everybody was committed to a line, separating the two, we could work that out. The second issue that I had is the monitoring records. That when I first got here, I think it's fair to say that the organization was underperforming, but we were all green on our monitoring reports. And so I paid no attention to those and unclear 13 minutes on here are the things that I think need to occur to make this hospital run better and the healthcare system run better. So fast forward to today, I think that there's the monitoring reports are better but they're still, we could hit all green on those monitoring reports but the organization could go to hell. What I have seen work well is a scorecard that spans the balance scorecard, where here's the patient safety and quality, and here's our financial, and our productivity, and engagement, and we just sort of provide reports on all of that but in a less the structure is that there are organizational scorecards and CEO scorecards. So the structure that, if we were doing things we say we were going to do, then that would influence your evaluation of the CEO, but it wouldn't be this exercise of, do you accept the report in which, from our perspective seems clunky, particularly the exercise a couple of years ago when because of Vic, our days and cash were or weren't where it was and we had to go through this process of pointing out that we were below unclear 14 minutes and 40 seconds and that just sort of sent this ripple through all the people working on that we would have preferred not to have them sent. And it really didn't add an ounce of value if Hillary didn't lead those meetings, go working harder, or wow, we're not meeting this metric, let's go work on it. And we probably had more anxiety about what the organization would look like at the end of the year if cash was 40 days, then I would unclear 15 minutes and 12 seconds. So I think that somewhere in the middle and we cold cost the board ultimately owns what those indicators are, but if they start from us, years of stuff we watch, that we talk about it as LG, mostly motivated our influence by things that we need to do well to meet needs or what's coming around the corner, then the board could say, yes, this is the report card at the end of the year, and that would be the report card for 2016. And we could set up some sort of reporting mechanism but the reports for things that we're working on come easy. A quality report, Joyce pulls that together in an hour because it's all the stuff that we are continuously working on. Hillary's report, all of these metrics and all of these things that we are continuing trying to improve or understand. So I think that would, from our perspective, would be more tightly aligned with green on the report card and the likelihood the organization is doing well, and I think be a more productive and meaningful use of our time. But I guess I'll stop right in it. The year report I think that we can contribute to them but ultimately you guys have to say, yeah, that is what we want to judge the performance of the organization and of the CEO based on these things, also integrate this strategic plan into that too. Chuck Russell, 17 minutes and 19 seconds we really have given it a good try. We've spent God knows how many hours trying to make it work. Jill Bueller, 17 minutes and 27 seconds well, we knew going in that it wasn't designed for a public hospital district. It was a corporate tool, and we said we would modify it and we have, but question might be the modifications of where we're working. Chuck Russell, 17 minutes and 45 seconds but if we dump it, do we need to replace it? Jill Bueller, 17 minutes and 47 seconds well, we do. We have to have some form. Chuck Russell, 17 minutes and 51 seconds yet. Jill Bueller, 17 minutes and 51 seconds some agreement. Tony Dillio, 17 minutes and 53 seconds I think it's something that Mike and us can work on. Something that works for both of us, and I would hope that we have a strong enough relationship between the board and Mike. Unclear 18 minutes and 6 seconds gain the information we'll call to him, Mike, I'd like to know about this. On the other side, if one of us is sticking our nose in the wrong door, he'd feel comfortable slamming it on us. I mean, that's the kind of work relationship I'd like between you and the board. That's where it should be. We should all be around the table able to speak our minds. Jill Bueller, 18 minutes and 33 seconds so do we keep some of the policies and not the others? Or do we discard the whole thing? Or do we what? Matt, you're not what do you think? Matt Reddy, 18 minutes and 43 seconds I don't think we ever fully implemented policy governance. I think the moment our consultant left us our pace of successfully working through how policy governance worked, dragged to a complete 6-month painful slide. But I don't think we ever got to a place where you're supposed to get where the board goes through a rigorous process defining the purpose and ends goal of the hospital. We defined we did good work to get what we got, which was 4 bullet points, very high level, but we did not do the work it takes to actually get to clear measurable metrics for. This is what we want you to accomplish Mike or CEO. And I also agree, we didn't get a point where we were monitoring the right stuff. We never fully implemented monitoring reports, so we never were actually doing the monitoring part, I think, in the rigorous way that you're supposed to do it with policy governance, and I totally agree with your sentiment. We need to monitor the right stuff. I think that's a problem that can be solved in policy governance. If you're monitoring the wrong stuff, you've got to figure out, how do you fix that? And I go back to Sherry Jennings. What she said when I asked her during our meeting, what are the other styles of governance that you think work well? And she said, there aren't other styles of board governance. This is the only effective model of board governance that she knows of. So without an effective board governance model, what you have is a board that either is often doing stuff it shouldn't be doing, which can be a problem, or it's basically largely heavily reliant on just trusting the CEO absolutely knows what he's doing, absolutely knows what are the right goals, the right indicators, the right mission of the hospital, and you just basically do what you were saying. You're just trusting that your CEO will always come up with the right strategic plan, 'cause there's nothing to compare it to. If the board doesn't have clear ends, and clear goals that is driving the CEO how he's forming his strategic plan, then he's presenting a strategic plan and then everyone is sort of saying, does that feel right to me? Does that feel like we're missing something? And I'm not saying, I mean, of course we have to trust our CEO's expertise, but it's our job to govern and it is our job to second guess our CEO. It's our job, and we never follow the part of policy governance that says the board's job is to be studying big trends, studying what is going on in our community, studying having people come in to present presentations about big things that are happening that might affect your business, and you're supposed to be thinking about that as you're crafting your ends structure, and as you're guiding your CEO. We never changed our agenda has stayed pretty much the exact same way it's been. The agenda of a policy governance board is different. It's supposed to be a different type of meeting, more efficient, more substantive. Marie Dressler, 22 minutes and 37 seconds. Can I ask you a question, Matt, on that? In comparing it to, say, a corporation which is a private corporation or private hospital that uses governance, how many times a month or a year do those boards meet? Crosstalk, are they every 2 weeks or are they? Jill Bueller, 22 minutes and 59 seconds. I can tell you that policy governance, when the three of us went to the intensive care module of it and 5 days of really intensive work in Atlanta, the whole agenda is nothing but a monitoring report, and that's it. The CEO comes in, gets the monitoring report, we say aye, nay, end of story. That's all. Tony Dilio, 23 minutes and 30 seconds. Then you do the consent agenda and you go home. I mean, that's it. Matt Reddy, 23 minutes and 38 seconds. I have my book on policy governance. I could read what an agenda of a policy governance means, or we can have, but none of us are experts on it. We had an expert that was helpful, and so it wasn't just us arguing this is how policy governance works. She was able to intervene in these disagreements and actually give us an answer. But this is what we did for 6 months when we were trying to work on it, but now we're back to us, none of us being experts in policy governance, arguing over our pictures in our minds of what. I'm not saying I'm an expert on it, we will have imperfect pictures of it 'cause none of us has actually seen it operate correctly. Mike Glenn, unclear, 24 minutes and 18 seconds. College implemented policy governance, and once a month they meet and they run under this policy governance guideline. So maybe go to one of those board meetings, and what you would find is that they are a lot more like our board meeting than what you may think or what the diagram in Sherry Jennings' brochure says they should be like. So that is my other experience with policy governance, and there's a school district outside of Tacoma, so maybe that would be a good exercise rather than reading Carver's book. Secondly, what I heard from Sherry Jennings is that there are no other canned, and I don't mean that in a pejorative way, governance models, but you suggest that there is no other effective way of governing. I can't accept that. There is probably 37 public hospital districts that would argue, certainly one in Port Angeles would, because they feel very good about their level of governance, and I think they do a great job. But there are very few policy governance models in the state of Washington, and there are lots of effective governance going on. So Sherry is just like saying there is not. Here are the 5 models, like football and offensive coordinator, here are the 5 different ways in which you can set up your offense. Apparently there's only one, the Carver model policy governance of ABCD, but there is effective governance going on and every board has their bylaws and their policies procedures, and it sort of paints this picture of how they work. And some are very effective. I think some aren't, but I don't think it's an all or nothing. You either embrace policy governance or you are ineffectual. Marie Dressler, 26 minutes and 28 seconds. That's University Place, this is called District University, place down near Tacoma that you might want to. It's all online if you want to look it up. Jill Bueller, 26 minutes and 39 seconds, and the course that we link to is taught by Miriam Carver herself. Tony Dillio, 26 minutes and 43 seconds. Miriam and John, both crosstalk. Marie Dressler, 26 minutes and 45 seconds, both of them. So it came right from the horse's mouth. Tony Dillio, 26 minutes and 50 seconds. Well, okay. I'll go with your term. Laughs Tony Dillio, 26 minutes and 56 seconds. We've been to the Pope, we've been to the Vatican on policy governance, and to me, from doing the homework on it, from going through the program, in a corporate setting it works great. The corporation develops the package gives it to the board president presents it at the annual board meeting, and every month or every quarter they look at the reports and say, okay. And they pop the corks on the champagne. Everybody has, nice social evening. But anywhere you look at a situation like that, you have to depend on the people who are running the show to know what's important, to know where we've got to be going, to know how to get there. You mentioned about we need to do a homework. Well, I don't know about you, but now I do a lot of homework, a lot of webinars, a lot of reading, a lot of research. Yes. Crosstalk from the questions I ask her, she'll tell you, and I use that research to be able to see if what Mike is telling us is making sense, if it's following where the industry is going, and it's being right on the mark. Mike Glenn, 28 minutes and 20 seconds. I don't think it's policy governance or lawless, and hope you hired an incredible administrative team, that the other forms of effective governance, they've got the boundaries, they've got the bumper guards, they've got the levels of performance, they've got missions and visions and value statements. All of that work can be done within a non-policy governance framework, and it should be done. I mean, it doesn't feel like to me, it never has felt like to me in any job that the CEO administration has carte blanche ability to say, let's go off in this direction. What I think needs to feel like, regardless of policy or governance model, is we are all in this together. We've sort of defined who we are, and what we do, and who we do it for, and plan to execute on that. Interestingly, and it's two different perspectives looking at the same thing, it might be possible that you look at the policy governance framework and think that is an enabler to what I've just described. I look at it as a barrier, a clunkier way. It just seems to me that it's kind of a Rube Goldberg barrier-ridden model to try to do the work I'm convinced we all want to do. But it is in no way moving away from policy governance, isn't shirking accountability. There are non-policy governance models that are created that place a ton of accountability on administration. Jill Bueller, 30 minutes and 29 seconds, and that's the key, it's accountability. That's what governance is about. That's the end result. Is every member involved? Being held accountable? Is a board being held accountable for doing its work the way it should? Is the CEO being accountable for doing the work he should? Is the CFO doing? Etc., all the way down the line. So how we get there is the vehicle that we're looking at, not the destination. Tony Dillio, 31 minutes and 2 seconds. As far as just taking Mike's word for it, that everything is okay, I've got to the point from being with Mike, watching with Mike, that who's probably the most cynical person you ever going to walk into, accept what he says, but I also compare that against all the reports we get, out DNV certification, the unclear 31 minutes and 25 seconds, all the reports, the state audits, everything that we get says we're going in the right direction, we're taking care of the people, they're getting out alive. They're getting out happy alive for the most part. I mean, we're changing our clinic operations to where they're being more efficient, that we can see more people. We've gone out and beat the brush to bring people in under the expanded Medicaid program to not only give them health care but give them some dignity, that they don't have to come to us with open hand and beg for a cherry. I mean, our organization has done under Mike and this team's leadership some really incredible stuff, and if you look at pure policy governance, here's what it'd say: you're going to do this, this, and this. And every month he brings us a report and says, I did it, and we say, okay, and we're done. If you want to talk about two systems that are irresponsible on the part of the governing board, that's the one. He presents a report, and if it's within the parameters established, it's okay, we accept it, as opposed to all of us sitting around and saying, okay, what's going on? You're not looking at the numbers, looking at the things that are going on. Marie Dressler, 32 minutes and 44 seconds, and looking at the trends, looking at where we're falling down, where we can improve, what we can do. Tony Dilio, 32 minutes and 49 seconds, and where are we going? Are our tracks parallel to other successful organizations in healthcare? Hillary Whittington, 32 minutes and 56 seconds. There's an interesting thing from my angle, and we present these monitoring reports about finance, but there actually isn't space for us to give you cool information just to go talk about in the community. Yet, we're in a community where your roles are spokespeople for the hospital in a lot of ways, but because we were focused on, here's the monitoring report, here's days in account receivable. You're never going to go brag to the community that we dropped 3 days in accounts receivable, but if we, Marie Dressler, 33 minutes and 23 seconds, and what would it mean to the community? Hillary Whittington, 33 minutes and 24 seconds. Right. It actually would feel like it's a bad thing collecting faster. It could be that we were pushing out people faster, but I would be excited. I like reports out from different people, and this is all just me thinking of what it means to our community or to our hospital folks to know you, to feel they have a connection with the board. And I think that presentations by other folks can be a very valuable way for them to feel like they have a connection to the board, and so they know they're giving information to you and that you are helping us share information with the community, that cool things are going on. We don't necessarily know about those a year in advance to give you a monitoring report on compliance or on privacy or quality or whatever those things are, but to our folks, even though it just takes some time, it's an incredible opportunity for them to have a chance to talk to them. So I hope that wherever we land, that even though it does take time for Aaron Brown to create a presentation, that helps us create leaders going forward, and I hope that we don't lose that opportunity. Having space for us to share, here's what's going on, and right now with the monitoring report you don't get the story, so it's hard for you to walk out into the community and share that because you're getting a "we are great," or "we are above the line that we are supposed to be above." But crosstalk Mike Glenn, 34 minutes and 50 seconds, or this is the reports that the calendar says that we need to report on. Hillary Whittington, 34 minutes and 54 seconds exactly, and I struggle with that with the patient unclear 34 minutes and 58 seconds report for sure. I think having the "yes, we're doing this in the correct amount of time," I don't know if that would be as I mean hearing that unclear 35 minutes and 8 seconds recorder. It's valuable information for sure, but that's not something that you'll remember and talk to your family at dinner about. Those are statistics, and we're getting above the line in what way are required to do, but the stories that go with it, I mean. A patient's story is what I remember out of the board meetings more than anything else, but if we think the board is, we're not in Seattle at a gigantic corporation. We're in a space where you're certainly playing a different role in the community than in a larger area where you'd be anonymous. Tony Dilio, 35 minutes and 42 seconds. Hillary, we really appreciate your input about staff interaction with us at the board meetings. Because I always had some kind of concern that it was just an exercise just because you were supposed to do it, but if it's part of development, if it's of use to you and the team, then I'm all for it continuing that. Mike Glenn, 36 minutes and 2 seconds. Yet, it's a big deal. I think that we're a public organization, but yet 99+% of our business model is how well we run the operation. So I view, one thing that I use the board meetings for at least 2 reasons. One reason is it's an opportunity, whether there's 5 people from the public there or 2, Roger and Allison, or Charlie and Allison, to talk about positive things that are going on that the community should know about, and speaks to positive and productive things that we are doing. Secondly, I use it for an opportunity to manage people up. There's a lot of people that are playing these minor roles at Jefferson Healthcare, but doing them superbly. So why are things going better today than they were going, a year ago, 2 years ago? Because we just have more of those people that are doing better work and doing it in more concert with each other. So some of that is an organization that seems to be doing okay. Kevin is this guy that you've probably seen him at a handful of our meetings, but I don't know what he does, but he is the guy that Hillary's and Ted's right-hand person that makes the revenue cycle work. The way you all need to think about the revenue cycle is if the revenue cycle works, and the money is flowing, it doesn't become a distraction from all of our other work, and that's the reality. The reality, when you get one day of your expenses covered by taxes, is that you have to sweat the other 364 days, or you can't do even the most fundamental work of running the hospital. You certainly can't do the work that we heard Todd Lennon talk about or the other speakers. So Kevin, that's his deal. Whenever there will be some spike where, usually it's a big number, like, what the heck? Why is unclear 38 minutes and 51 seconds revenue down so much? I thought we were busy down there. So Hillary investigates and says, yes, you're right that we're above budget and volume and several $100,000 below budget and revenue. Something's up. Well, 3 or 4 years ago, we didn't have Kevin to go and investigate. Well, now we do, along with Hillary and Ted, and 45 days later it's fixed. What does that mean to you? Well, 2 months ago, we had a revenue of 12.7 and that was below where we need to be, and we were starting to fret a little bit. This month, it's going to be right around 40 million, which from the perspective of operating the organization that you want to stop right now, that makes all the difference in the world. And it's because of all of these people doing their critically important roles better that we did them several years ago. I think the board meeting is a great opportunity to say, right on, awesome job. Jill Bueller, 39 minutes and 59 seconds absolutely. Hillary Whittington, 40 minutes and 2 seconds. There's a second layer to that. I don't know that this is the right place to mention it, but the hospital wasn't fantastic at succession planning, it really hasn't been. If we think of, someone would leave radiology and have no idea like, what do we do? But we have these people who are excited to share the information, and there will be cool stories for all of you to know about the hard work that's going on behind the scenes. Unclear 40 minutes and 21 seconds reports. Monitoring reports, so it would just be like, here are hot things going on in the laboratory, or whatever it is. It's interesting information, but it gives those folks who are kind of the up-and-comers an opportunity to share what's going on in their departments, which keeps them. Marie Dressler, 40 minutes and 38 seconds motivated. Hillary Whittington, 40 minutes and 38 seconds keeps them motivated, it keeps them excited, but it also keeps them increasing their professional exposure, which leaves us in the position where we're not stumped of what to do if Joyce can't give the presentation, who would give it for her? We cancel the presentation is what we do, and if we're in a mode where we have more folks running the hospital who interact with you, then you can get information whenever you need. Mike Glenn, 41 minutes and 3 seconds. Good point. Marie Dressler, 41 minutes and 5 seconds. And it's a different perspective too, if it's a different person. So in the same department, it's a different perspective, and not everybody obviously sees things the same way, and I think that would be certainly more informative. Jill Bueller, 41 minutes and 17 seconds. Well, it makes them feel like we care, and we value what they're doing. Marie Dressler, 41 minutes and 21 seconds. Well, and from the staff point of view, yes, but also it informs us from a different perspective how we're taking care of our patients and families. The bottom line is, as far as I'm concerned, if we focus on patient care and provision of services to a standard, not just an adequate standard, a standard that is unclear 41 minutes and 47 seconds hospital. That's what's important to me for my constituents. We've got to keep the hospital doing what it's doing now, solvent, increasing in our abilities to provide services, to take care of our patients to the highest quality and safest manner, and in some ways I don't care how it's, legally obviously done. Laughter. Marie Dressler, but done to the best ability and that we, as the board, can see that it's happening. That's really all that I care about. Matt Reddy, 42 minutes and 28 seconds. I have a question. Do we think the job of the board is define the ends of the organization? Define the purpose and what the goals for Mike are? Jill Bueller, 42 minutes and 38 seconds. I don't understand. Matt Reddy, 42 minutes and 41 seconds. This is policy governance terminology, the global ends. It's the job of the board to define, this is what we want you to do. Is that our job? Crosstalk. Tony Dilio, 42 minutes and 50 seconds. I think it's a job for us to sit down with Mike and do that around the cable. Jill Bueller, 42 minutes and 53 seconds yet. Marie Dressler, 42 minutes and 56 seconds like we're doing now. Tony Dilio, 42 minutes and 58 seconds. If you want to go and get a degree in healthcare administration and be able to have your toes in enough puddles to understand and decide where we should go. But if we take what our grasp of our community and its needs, and meld that together with Mike's knowledge of the operation of the hospital, and the industry, we can come up with some really cool stuff. But if we try to create that in a vacuum, it's going to be crap. Chuck Russell, 43 minutes and 27 seconds. None of us would be commissioners if we didn't realize the importance of the hospital in this community. Matt Reddy, 43 minutes and 32 seconds. That's not what I said. Is it our job to define his goals? Is that I mean, we can do it with collaboration. We can obviously say, Mike, if you think some of these goals are stupid or bad, absolutely tell us, but I think it's the board's job to ultimately agree these are the goals, and then the moat. Mike crosses the moat and he goes and achieves the goals, and we could refine how we monitor that, but is it a board job to define the goals of the organization? Marie Dressler, 44 minutes and 5 seconds. I actually agree to some degree with Matt on that. I think it is our job to agree with goals, but I think because he's the one who's trained, educated, experienced, knowledgeable about these issues, he is the one who knows where the trends are going. Brings them to us and we then evaluate, do our jobs, research, and see if he's going off on a complete tangent, which is going to lead us down the tubes or nowhere. Or, as he's been doing, is getting us ahead of the game and taking care of our communities. Jill Bueller, 44 minutes and 41 seconds. And I think it depends on what level of goals you're looking at. I mean, are you talking about the end goal? Or are you talking about the days of cash on hand? Or, Matt Reddy, 44 minutes and 56 seconds. I'm talking about global ends. The end goals of the organization. If that's our job, and I think it is, I don't think we've ever really done it. I think we started it, I don't think we ever really got it into a level that was meaningful. It is still very high level, so basically, without that. Jill Bueller, 45 minutes and 23 seconds. It's because it's policy governance. Matt Reddy, 45 minutes and 17 seconds. No, it's cause we didn't finish the work. It's because we didn't finish the work of actually defining the goals. Jill Bueller, 45 minutes and 23 seconds. No, because policy governance doesn't define the goal, it sets the goals. That's it. Matt Reddy, 45 minutes and 28 seconds. You dig it. In police governance, you go down to whatever level of detail you feel is appropriate for the board to go to until they stop. You go down to measurable metrics. We never did that, so without actually giving Mike clear goals, we are not giving him goals, we are not really governing if we don't give him goals. We are just having faith that the goals that Mike comes to us and says, this is what I'm going to accomplish, right, a strategic plan, and luckily, I think it's great. Mike is really good. He's very talented and he's done some great strategic plans, and he puts some solid metrics in, but he's not responding to governance in my opinion. He is, in my opinion, cause I don't think he needed to look at these ends and figure out the strategic plan. There's not much here. I mean, it just basically says, provide healthcare services. Within that, he can do whatever he feels is best. So we can throw our policy governance out, but I'm still going to say, it's our job to define the goals of the organization, and until we do that, in a meaningful specific way, I don't think we're really governing. We are riding the boat that Mike is, that our CEO, whoever happens to be our CEO at the time is driving. Jill Bueller, 46 minutes and 59 seconds. Well, it sounds like you have some specific goal type things that you're thinking about. It would be helpful, to me at least, if you could say what, go a little further with your explanation or your question, because I'm not quite getting at what level you're talking about. Matt Reddy, 47 minutes and 24 seconds. Well, that would be an ends exercise. I mean, we went through this process of defining these three ends, with the one high level ends, and I think you dig it down a little bit further and, you know, that's the Chuck Russell, 47 minutes and 47 seconds. Specific goals in a job with this kind of breadth are pretty hard to come up with. We have the responsibility, if Mike starts doing really weird stuff, we can't even hire another one, and state law spells that out. It's our primary responsibility to hire and fire the CEO. Tony Dilio, 48 minutes and 5 seconds. If I may. Chuck Russell, 48 minutes and 6 seconds. But to specifically say, on Tuesdays Mike should always check the garbage or something. Laughter. Chuck Russell, 48 minutes and 11 seconds. You don't do that. Jill Bueller, 48 minutes and 11 seconds. Oh, there's one. Laughs. Matt Reddy, 48 minutes and 14 seconds. No, that would be too specific. I mean, potentially, one that would fit perfect. You know, we say, residents have access to superior quality healthcare services, so I believe you could get a little bit more specific in the quality realm. Marie Dressler, 48 minutes and 30 seconds. So give us an example. Jill Bueller, 48 minutes and 33 seconds. Yet. Marie Dressler, 48 minutes and 33 seconds. Give us a couple of 3 examples, say if we have 3 metrics on that one. Tony Dilio, 48 minutes and 38 seconds. But in Carver, the thing they drilled into our heads for 5 days straight with cold showers. Laughter. Tony Dilio, 48 minutes and 45 seconds was that you want to stand with the biggest bowl you can. If you can't do the job with the biggest bowl, you go to the next unclear 48 minutes and 53 seconds and the next model, which is getting more and more into detail. And what that is, that's a big bowl that everything fits into, that one statement. And if I may just take off on one of my tangents, so bear with me, is the omelette analogy. The omelette analogy is simply this. How are you going to judge a good omelette? You can judge it by watching the guy making the omelette to make sure he whisks it 34 times counterclockwise in an 3/4 bowl, and if he does all that, it's a good omelette. Or, you can tell him, make me an omelette, he does it, doesn't care how he does it, he puts it in front of you, and it tastes good. To me, what I want is a good tasting omelette. I don't care what the hell he mixes it with, as long as it comes out with the end product, which is a good edible omelette. If we get to counting how many times Mike is turning the whisk, and focus so much on that that we forget to come out here and see the quality of the omelette, then we're not doing our job. Cost what we want, we don't want to do this, and all this micro crap, excuse me in the middle, all we want is the people that come to our hospital to have healthcare. They have good healthcare, they go in sick, they come out alive and better. We want people who want to come to our hospital because they're going to get good care by people who care about them. We are an organization that is dedicated to making our community healthier in so many ways, in reaching out and working with other agencies. That's my omelette, and I'll tell you, to me it tastes pretty good. That's just me. Jill Bueller, 50 minutes and 38 seconds. Then there are ways to measure the quality indicators. There are all kinds of things that are out there that we can use to say how good is the quality that we have. We're being measured that way. Mike Glenn, 50 minutes and 52 seconds plus. I think that access to care is probably a goal on most people's strategic plans. It's possible that there might be 7 definitions of access to care just in this room right now, but I know there'd be more than one. So last year, our main metric in access to care was optimized Medicaid expansion. Get out there. Cost, that is the program in this state, a way in which we can improve access to care by giving people insurance they didn't have the day before. So that was the focus, and that focus was more external. You know, let's unclear 51 minutes and 46 seconds, widen it out and improve access to people. Let's give access to people outside the system that didn't have it before. So we monitored that, and it's something that we talked a lot about in SLG, and Hillary and Aaron and several other people partnered with public health and executed on that. This year's access to care goal is more about the primary care network, and the whole Coleman initiative is, let's find a model that we think is better for providers, patients, and system, and let's measure that by reduce third available appointment to 5 days or less. That is the best, community-wide for people inside this system, measure of access that's out there. Basically, it's the quantity to measure, not the quality of measure of do you have enough providers or not, and we've prior to us focusing on that. It was just this qualitative measure, and the first time we tried to wrap our arms around it is when we did the data that the utilization and capacity study when Carrie Day left, that determined that our unclear 53 minutes and 17 seconds physician was providing of seeing 12 patients a day, and well, we got that up to 14. That's like adding 2.5 providers, and we got that to 16, that's like adding 5 providers. Maybe we should look at internal capacity, and so Coleman was a tool to help get us to find that internal capacity. So this year's focus is people within the system, and Sarah Smith's, she used to be like 60 days out and now she's like 15 days. If we execute on that, we will improve that definition of access to care. Well, it's my hunch that in the next year or so there will either we identify another high priority community need, internal or external with respect to access to care, or, and after spending the last 2 days here, what becomes clear to me is that it's not we're going to have to identify and find our own problems or challenges at stake, or the federal government's going to do it for us. This whole accountable community of health unclear 54 minutes and 40 seconds dramatic shakeup and no one really knows what exactly it's going to look like, and this is going to go live the next year, 2016. Marie Dressler, 54 minutes and 50 seconds in 6 months. Mike Glenn, 54 minutes and 52 seconds. So I'm thinking, sort of trying to inaudible how does this fit, and trying to determine the role of the board, and governance. The goal should be accessed care, we should work on accessed care crosstalk. But I do think the best practice might be for administrations to say unclear 55 minutes and 17 seconds, this is what we see, and here's the data to support it. But this is what I think we should work on right now. Jill Bueller, 55 minutes and 25 seconds. Yes, because we fetter you if we try to define what that means, because it means different things at different times. Access to care, you just heard 2 different things. There's more coming down the line, so we don't have the foresight, the knowledge, the expertise to define what access to care means. That's why we rely on Mike. Marie Dressler, 55 minutes and 53 seconds. That's why he's hired. That's why we have a CEO crosstalk. Mike Glenn, 55 minutes and 57 seconds. But ultimately, you have the ability to reject it, and this is coming from the perspective of what's the best answer, what's the right answer that balances the board owning the metric, and owning setting administration's goals and priorities, but also administration may be having more on the ground expertise as to what's around the corner or what we are seeing, and so therefore this is what think we need the most pressing access to care issue. Next year it might be behavioral health. Maybe after we implement Dr. Ulrich, we discover that, holy smokes, that's just a finger in the dike, and now that we've got this model that can be scaled up, that should be the focus. So how do you develop a governing structure that sort of allows for that covers this landscape of here are the 5 or 6 things that are most important, and here's how from a yearlier, every other year basis we provide some definition to that and accountability metrics to determine why they were cheating it or not. Matt Reddy, 57 minutes and 22 seconds. So we have one of our ends. Residents have access to superior quality healthcare services, so what does that mean? Can you conceive of anything? Under what scenario would you say, Mike, you didn't do that? What would he have to do for us to say, Mike, you failed to achieve residents have access to superior quality services? Jill Bueller, 57 minutes and 47 seconds. If quality scores were dropping. Matt Reddy, 57 minutes and 48 seconds. Yes, but at what point? When? How far do they have to drop before we say you haven't, crosstalk? Jill Bueller, 57 minutes and 56 seconds. If they don't have an explanation, I mean if it starts to drop, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going down. Unclear 58 minutes and 6 seconds. That could mean that there needs to be an explanation of what's happening and trend. They're looking at trends, you're always looking at trends, and if there isn't a satisfactory answer, and then you keep your eye on it, and then your other indicators have gone down and your DNV is. Matt Reddy, 58 minutes and 28 seconds. I'm just saying, if you tell your school superintendent that your job is teach kids and there is no agree criteria for how he could possibly do that, you have a meaningless criteria. It doesn't say anything. We have residents have access to superior quality healthcare services. I mean, you know what, Mike? People don't have access to dental care. Well, that violates this, but you know what? We all agree, we don't provide dental care services. I mean there should be a little bit more specificity what this means. What is superior quality? Do you say, we want to be at the 75th percentile industry standard metrics? You figure out what those are. Chuck Russell, 59 minutes and 10 seconds. We have everybody and their little brother coming by and inspecting us every year. Tony Dilio, 59 minutes and 13 seconds. That is why we participate in all the surveys that we do. This is comparing us against the national yardstick. Matt Reddy, 59 minutes and 19 seconds. Right. And what would have to happen to say, you've failed in quality? What possible just cause they've gone down? I mean, we've seen quality scores going down. We never say, Mike, you're failing to achieve this end, because there's no argument a board member could say unless they really got bad. Mike would have to have quality scores plummeting, I think, and we might have board consensus that, okay, something's really is going wrong here, but as it is here, this is a virtually meaningless statement. It basically says, do healthcare, which is not governance. That is like, do healthcare and come back and tell us what you think that means. We're going to trust your education and trust your instincts, and if it doesn't feel right then we'll say something. But we have nothing written, we haven't agreed what Mike Glenn, 1 hour and 16 seconds. I don't disagree. I think that's bogus too. But I think we've got a mission, we've got a vision, value statements, and a strategic plan. I don't really, and now we have this. It's another body of work that in my mind, so all the organizations that don't employ policy governance, which the other 37 public hospital districts that this is, these are their global ends. It's like, what's your vision? And if you look at our vision statement that Jefferson Healthcare will be the community's first choice for quality healthcare by providing exceptional patient care to every person we serve, you might say, well sure, this is a longer version of that, but delivering the safest, highest quality of care of any healthcare organization or region, providing leadership to improve the health, wellness, and vitality of our community, champion and engage workforce, demonstrating physical stewardship and thoughtful decision-making. That's it. That is it. And I do sit in your chair, I mean, I am able to go from operations to governance. That to me is what you would want, that is our reason to be, and if it's not, change it, but that's the mission and the vision of the organization, that's the higher overarching global end. We exist to together meet the needs of our community, and I think to the extent, to the detail that you think is appropriate, you can tack on to the mission, vision, and values. And it comes out in the strategic plan and ultimately in the report card. Unclear. 1 hour 2 minutes and 31 seconds. When we were putting the first strategic plan together, we spent some time trying to figure out how all of this stuff was connected, and when we were creating it, 'cause it's all relatively new, we spent a lot of time with that, you know, the triangle, and the performance improvement methodology was at the base, and driving all of this stuff. To me the policy governance stuff is just how we've sort of been out there, and it's as meaningless to me as it is to you. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 3 minutes and 10 seconds. That's exactly what one of the reasons policy governance doesn't work. We spend a lot of time, we spent a whole day in Atlanta coming up with an end, and that was basically it. It was a little shorter than that even, and that is under Carter, that's the end. That was so that's part of what's the problem with policy governance. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 3 minutes and 36 seconds. This is the board saying what the goal is. It's like the owner of a sports team says to the coach and the general manager, I want a team that's in the playoffs every year, and I expect you to win the championship at least once every 5 years. That's global ends. This is the playbook, the general manager, you have to make the playbook. This is the detailed playbook that I agree, the board is actually not qualified to nitpick the metrics in the strategic plan. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 4 minutes and 9 seconds. The strategic plan, Matt, or a vision? 'Cause I would say the vision is the overarching. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 4 minutes and 14 seconds. I say the mission and vision, although we didn't draft that, right? You drafted that with C-suite, and that should align really nicely with the board's stated goals, which are going to be a mission statement, often is a little more flowery 'cause it's also sort of part marketing material, but the ends is the board trying to just say really clearly, this is your job, this is what we want to achieve with the appropriate level of detail, and then hopefully then the mission and vision you come up with will align nicely with the board. In this case, we might need to, if we were going to refine this, we might look at the mission and vision and we might reverse engineer it a little bit to make this, to flush this out, if we'd actually ever got to the work of defining the board goals. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 5 minutes and 14 seconds. The mission. The board has to own the mission and vision, whether we drafted it, because that's the most practical way to. You were part of that painful process, which was more painful than the exercises on home health that you guys sat through, but that's the boards. You ultimately have to say yes, that's who we are, and if what we came up with was way off the mark, well then send us back to do it again, or take it on yourself. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 5 minutes and 51 seconds. You see, I disagree. I think this is what the board has to own at this level, and once we do this work where we have our goals and we have it clear, then when you do the work on the mission it'll be a much easier exercise to see if this aligns. You know, this looks like, yeah, you have a good plan to achieve board goals. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 6 minutes and 10 seconds. So 37 public hospital districts accomplish what you are describing in some level of success or another without that. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 6 minutes and 24 seconds. Yes, without policy governance. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 6 minutes and 25 seconds. And it's in the 2 or 3 organizations, it's the strat, it's the mission and the vision. You know, this is who we are, this is what we're about, and some missions are flowery, others aren't. But at the vision statement, then if you look at the vision statement you can hang a lot of it's open to different types of interpretation about access to care. What does that mean? Reaching out to the community. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Did the board vote on the vision, mission and vision sentiment? Mike Glenn, 1 hour 6 minutes and 58 seconds. Yes, the board was involved in. Matt Reddy, 1 hour and 7 minutes. But did we actually vote and approve it as a mission vision? Marie Dressler, 1 hour 7 minutes and 2 seconds. I think we did. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 7 minutes and 3 seconds. Absolutely. Chuck Russell, 1 hour 7 minutes and 5 seconds. I'm sure we did. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Absolutely, and there were check-ins, and so it was a more collegial exercise, or participative exercise than I think you're giving it credit for. It wasn't administration, you know, show up on a Wednesday I've to another thing for you to approve. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 7 minutes and 21 seconds. I know I spent like 2 special sessions working with the board members on this. I don't know that we spent that level of attention on the mission vision. It was more like the strategic plan. I don't actually remember a separate discussion on mission and vision, and I don't know that we don't have any sort of policy where in policy governance you check in every year and the policy. Unclear. 1 hour 7 minutes and 48 seconds. Affirm, do we have a policy on mission and vision? Is that brought before the board every year? Jill Bueller, 1 hour 7 minutes and 51 seconds. Probably not, because we've been working on this. Tony Dillio, 1 hour 7 minutes and 55 seconds. You often taken all the time on the process and not spending it on the product. Jill Bueller, 1 hour and 8 minutes. That's exactly right. Tony Dillio, 1 hour and 8 minutes. That's the problem. And if I may, I'm going to extend a little bit on your thing about the team. You're telling the coach, I want the playoffs every 5 years, and this and this. Now to me, if I was the owner, I'd be telling the coach, make me money. I bought the team for $10 million, I want $1 million a year at the end. I don't care what the hell you do, I want that $1 million a year over my investment. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 8 minutes and 25 seconds. That's right, so that is why you have different vote plans, we have to agree on this. Tony Dillio, 1 hour 8 minutes and 29 seconds. But it doesn't tell Mike that he needs to be in the playoffs every 5 years and he needs to be winning 60% of his game. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 8 minutes and 36 seconds. So if we were 5 owners of this team, we'd be having this debate, what's more important, making money or being in the playoffs? And we would argue about this and we would define that and we'd give it to him. We would not argue about his playbook. We would say, okay, we want you to make us at least $500,000 a year and we want to be in the playoffs at least every other year. We would come to some agreement and then he would know. Tony Dillio, 1 hour 8 minutes and 56 seconds. He could have the world's worst team ever to hit the gridiron, but if he has an incredible marketing plan, he's going to make me money from selling hats and t-shirts. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 9 minutes and 9 seconds. Yes, he could be the LA Clippers and that's how they do it. Tony Dillio, 1 hour 9 minutes and 12 seconds. So there we go. Let the man who knows what he's doing do his job and we give him the general parameters, which is make money on the football team or provide exceptional health care to our community, and as long as he's accomplishing that, great. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 9 minutes and 32 seconds. I agree, I just don't think we're not going the general parameters in a meaningful way. If you want to throw out ends and we start treating mission and vision as the board's definition of what his goals are, then I would say we need to immediately discuss what's our process, our annual process for reviewing mission and vision, and how are we going to approve to it, because it's basically going to become this, and I think we're going to need a more rigorous process in how we define that, and how we judge it, and what makes it meaningful and useful for the board as a governing instrument. Tony Dilio, unclear. 1 hour 10 minutes and 12 seconds accumulative at the survey, accumulatively at our certifications, at the state orders, reports, and if all of those things are in line, if we don't have a huge backlog of patient complaints through our patient advocate. I mean just the basic parameters. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 10 minutes and 31 seconds. You're just rattling off what you think should be the criteria. I mean, that's a discussion the board should have and say, these are the things that how we monitor your performance. These are the things that are meaningful to us. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 10 minutes and 58 seconds. So basically, you don't really care much about actual policy governance as much as you do establishing the goal. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 11 minutes and 12 seconds. That's just one, and to me that's the most important aspect, that policy governance gives us a nice structure for how the board defines the goals of the organization. I think it defines a nice structure for how you monitor other things the board's supposed to monitor, but it sounds like everyone's wants to throw the whole thing out, so I decided to focus in on a very specific piece. How about the steering wheel? Does everyone agree we need a steering wheel in the boat? And that the board is in charge of picking out the destination for the boat? So instead of saying, we shouldn't have a freighter or something. Tony Dilio, 1 hour 11 minutes and 52 seconds. Do we need a boat? If we were going to get from point A to point B, maybe a float plane is a whole lot more efficient. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 11 minutes and 59 seconds. Yes, and it might just be choosing the destination. Are we going to Hawaii or are we going to Cancun? It might just be that. Tony Dilio, 1 hour 12 minutes and 5 seconds. That kind of sounds like our mission and vision and values. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 12 minutes and 9 seconds. It could be. Tony Dilio, 1 hour 12 minutes and 10 seconds. And Mike's the one that figures out whether we go by sailboat or by float plane. Madam Chairman, may I ask for a 2-minute recess? Jill Bueller, 1 hour 12 minutes and 18 seconds. Yes. Tony Dilio, 1 hour 12 minutes and 18 seconds. Thank you. Okay, we all need to stretch out. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 12 minutes and 20 seconds. Are we in recess? Jill Bueller, 1 hour 12 minutes and 21 seconds. Yes. Recess. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 12 minutes and 26 seconds. Now, from our break, where were we? Mike Glenn, 1 hour 12 minutes and 32 seconds. It seems to me the discussion was testing, is policy governance best way to govern Jefferson Healthcare? And there are some folks on the governance side of the table and the operation side of the table that believe it may not be. So there's been good dialogue about that, and I think ultimately the board needs to continue to discuss this and at a regular session retake up the issue and decide if we want to go in a different direction. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 13 minutes and 18 seconds. How about if I or anybody who wants to, kind of investigates other models out there? No need to reinvent the wheel. That way we could maybe have a framework, something that we could look at that might be working better. Find some effective boards. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 13 minutes and 47 seconds. Yes, I think that makes more sense if someone came in with a proposed framework rather than, oh, we're just not going to do. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 13 minutes and 55 seconds. Oh, yeah. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 13 minutes and 55 seconds. Just throw out our current method of governance, and not have. Tony Dilio, 1 hour 13 minutes and 58 seconds. Inaudible. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 13 minutes and 59 seconds. Yet, but come in with, this is the basic framework of how the board's going to govern the hospital district. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 14 minutes and 9 seconds. Yet. Okay. Tony Dilio, 1 hour 14 minutes and 9 seconds. I'll see what I come up with and then I'll ship it up to you when I get it. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 14 minutes and 13 seconds. Great. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 14 minutes and 14 seconds. I could reach out to other organizations, just get your. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 14 minutes and 19 seconds. School boards, they're kind of like us. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 14 minutes and 21 seconds. That's like public hospital districts. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 14 minutes and 22 seconds. Yet, Mike Glenn, 1 hour 14 minutes and 23 seconds. Cause I do think that there are some I think Kittitas has. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 14 minutes and 27 seconds. I was going to say, who would you? Mike Glenn, 1 hour 14 minutes and 28 seconds. They seem to do a pretty darn good job. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Who would you suggest? Or even the talk from yesterday. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 14 minutes and 36 seconds. It's not a public hospital. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 14 minutes and 37 seconds. Oh, it's not. Oh, no, that's right, they're private. Yes. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 14 minutes and 40 seconds. If only we had a conference where representatives from these hospitals would all be in one place and we could like. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Wouldn't that be nice? Matt Reddy, 1 hour 14 minutes and 45 seconds each. Just grab people and talk to them. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 14 minutes and 48 seconds. That would be nice. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 14 minutes and 49 seconds. Or maybe we should ask WSHA put something like that on at a subsequent meeting, cause we're not the only board that has issues with governance and other issues. Mike Glenn, 1 hour and 15 minutes. It may not surprise you to learn that governance is a topic in most WSHA administrative means. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 15 minutes and 6 seconds. So you said Kittitas. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 15 minutes and 9 seconds. Yet, Albert. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 15 minutes and 12 seconds. Any others like off the top of our heads that we think are like the most amazing performing public hospital districts that we might use as our best practice? Go to people to talk to. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 15 minutes and 23 seconds. Pullman unclear, 1 hour 15 minutes and 26 seconds. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 15 minutes and 29 seconds. Which one? Hillary Whittington, 1 hour 15 minutes and 29 seconds. Pullman. I wonder if even just reaching out to unclear 1 hour 15 minutes and 32 seconds and asking him, because he presents others boards, I mean all of their clients. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 15 minutes and 37 seconds. Could you do that? Hillary Whittington, 1 hour 15 minutes and 37 seconds. Sure. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Oh, great. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 15 minutes and 40 seconds. What if we'd actually liked one of these districts? What if we invited them to come and do a little presentation? This is how it works, you know, and gave us sort of a model to look at and ask questions of. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 15 minutes and 56 seconds. Yet, great idea. Great idea. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 15 minutes and 56 seconds. Can you crosstalk? Or maybe two people could do a field trip to their meeting. Just sit down and watch it. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 16 minutes and 1 second. Yet, that would be crosstalk. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 16 minutes and 3 seconds. I would do that. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 16 minutes and 4 seconds. Olympic. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 16 minutes and 6 seconds. Yet, Olympic, they seem to be good. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 16 minutes and 6 seconds. An hour away, maybe a start by going and watching them do their business. What has happened in the move to policy governance? And I also think a past board member deciding to widen the screen as opposed to tighten the screen of what's presented. If you look at the agenda of Olympic Medical Center, click, 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 all kind of items, physician contracts. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 16 minutes and 33 seconds. Wow. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 16 minutes and 37 seconds. I don't know if it's there. Some of it is the board's bylaws and how they do business, but some of it also is just the culture, the expectation. This is what we expect to hear. But we frequently get poked at by the press that when we send out our board agenda they're like, well, what? Really? What else? There's 12 things on this. Well, no, there's only 4 or 5 things, so it would be interesting to go and check out a few to see if that makes sense or not. You know, the county. Ever see the county? Every $5,000 MOU with the sanitation department they'll vote on. Chuck Russell, 1 hour 17 minutes and 26 seconds. So the press wants more detail on our agenda. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 17 minutes and 29 seconds. Well, because they want to have on Sundays they have a public meeting section in the 5 or 6 different public agencies and they like to write a little blurb about it. So the more stuff that we identify the more filler for their article. I think it's just that, public information, here's what's going on in your public agencies. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 17 minutes and 56 seconds. It's great. Tony Dilio, 1 hour 17 minutes and 57 seconds. If I might suggest, if we were going to get policies from other agencies, either one person do that or we split it up, 2 or 3, so we're not going to do it sending a duplicate request. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 18 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 different people, yet. That's a good idea. So Hillary, you're going to talk to Tom for his ideas, okay. I know Joan at Kittitas, I can talk to her. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 18 minutes and 26 seconds. Tom Martin? No, who's the Mike Glenn, 1 hour 18 minutes and 30 seconds at Pullman Scott. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 18 minutes and 31 seconds. Scott. Chuck Russell, 1 hour 18 minutes and 33 seconds. If we all go to somebody else's meeting, then are we meeting? Jill Bueller, 1 hour 18 minutes and 38 seconds. Yet. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 18 minutes and 38 seconds. We don't all have to go, just 2 people can go. Otherwise, it's a meeting. Tony Dilio, 1 hour 18 minutes and 44 seconds unless it's considered educational. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 18 minutes and 45 seconds. Well, if we don't discuss the district's business it could be termed that. Matt Reddy, 1 hour 18 minutes and 51 seconds. I think the most we'd learn from being able to I'd just ask direct questions to a board member and / or CEO. That's where we'd really get a feel for how it works. A board meeting would give us little bit of a feel. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 19 minutes and 7 seconds. I think you need to do both, because there's a different level of interest and activity with all board members. If you have a 5 or 7 member board, then there'll be different levels of, if you like, education, knowledge, interest. Some people don't say much, other people say too much, a few have no idea of what's going on. And other people are so glued in they could run the hospital themselves. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 19 minutes and 35 seconds. What about Ben? Mike Glenn, 1 hour 19 minutes and 37 seconds. Where? Marie Dressler, 1 hour 19 minutes and 37 seconds. Ben, WSHA. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 19 minutes and 39 seconds. Oh, Ben. Unclear. 1 hour 19 minutes and 40 seconds. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 19 minutes and 42 seconds. He's pretty inundated though, isn't he? Maybe he probably wouldn't want to. I wonder if there's any resource there though. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 19 minutes and 51 seconds. There's a growing body of work about governance performance going on in WSHA right now. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 19 minutes and 58 seconds. Good. So we're ahead of that game too. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 20 minutes and 3 seconds. Who would be a contact? Mike Glenn, 1 hour 20 minutes and 4 seconds. Proven because of the significant difference between public hospital district governance and non-public hospital district governance. Tony Dilio, 1 hour 20 minutes and 14 seconds. I can touch base with MRSC, they have some sample policies. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 20 minutes and 18 seconds. Okay, you do the MRSC, I'll talk to Ben and Joan. Anybody wants to talk to anybody else? Tony Dilio, 1 hour 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Mike, you want to talk to Eric about crosstalk. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 20 minutes and 31 seconds. Yet. I'm happy to get Olympic sport bylaws and. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 20 minutes and 36 seconds. And Scott Unclear. 1 hour 20 minutes and 36 seconds. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 20 minutes and 37 seconds. Yep. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 20 minutes and 39 seconds. Didn't he do You Want Paper? Mike Glenn, 1 hour 20 minutes and 48 seconds. No, got it. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 20 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay, so then we'll resume this conversation after we get some more information, right? Marie Dressler, 1 hour and 21 minutes. Sounds like a plan. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 21 minutes and 2 seconds. An advantage of starting this discussion in June is that if we wanted to make a change, we have time to do in January 1st. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 21 minutes and 16 seconds yet. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 21 minutes and 21 seconds providing we move along. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 21 minutes and 21 seconds. Can you think of any place that you might like to look at? Marie Dressler, 1 hour 21 minutes and 25 seconds. Well, what about University? Matt Reddy, 1 hour 21 minutes and 29 seconds. I don't know other hospital districts that well. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 21 minutes and 33 seconds. And what about Whitby's got a new CEO, haven't they? Mike Glenn, 1 hour 21 minutes and 38 seconds. I would not. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 21 minutes and 39 seconds yet, I think, yet, too. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 21 minutes and 40 seconds. I think that's because what is clear is that board, for a lack of a better word, dysfunction is a drag on organization performance. It's not really easy to make a smaller hospital perform at a okay to high level, so that's why there's discussion going on at WSHA. How many of these little hospitals are struggling because of Marie Dressler, 1 hour 22 minutes and 16 seconds board dysfunction? That's bad news for our patients, that's for sure. Chuck Russell, 1 hour 22 minutes and 23 seconds. I forget, did we have enabling legislation to did we probably vote for policy governance at one point? Jill Bueller, 1 hour 22 minutes and 32 seconds. Oh yeah, we did. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 22 minutes and 33 seconds. Yes. Chuck Russell, 1 hour 22 minutes and 35 seconds right after we got back from the Great Expedition. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 22 minutes and 40 seconds. So what time is it? Mike Glenn, 1 hour 22 minutes and 41 seconds. 1 o'clock. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 22 minutes and 42 seconds. Okay, so now we could talk about what we learned. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 22 minutes and 47 seconds. All right. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 22 minutes and 51 seconds. Laughs. Don't everybody talk at once. Chuck Russell, 1 hour 22 minutes and 56 seconds. Well, I learned that my wife is going to remodel our fishing cabinets and I'm going to get copper handles on. Laughter. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 23 minutes and 8 seconds. Now you know why we were unclear. 1 hour 23 minutes and 8 seconds. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 23 minutes and 9 seconds. What has been reinforced is accountable communities of health. And a couple of meetings ago, when we were talking about the role the hospital should play in our community health improvement plan, and which I think everyone agrees the question is, lead on, participate, and the greater context of my consternation is if I'm not truly engaged, understanding, and leading this pretty nebulous exercise of understanding, tapping into our accountable communities of health, no one's doing it. It's kind of one of those deals where, beginning of the year, I understood what the acronym was, so I was ahead of the curve. On April 15, I attended a rural hospital committee and Claudia and all these WSHA people are grabbing a handful of us and saying, "Are you paying attention to this? Do you know that Kitsap Mental Health is the backbone agency? What's going on in Jefferson?" And unclear. 1 hour 24 minutes and 38 seconds because Kitsap's organizing. And what are you doing? So exponential leap, and then 2 months later, another exponential leap in importance and smoke beginning to clear, and that's not where my head is right now. I mean, I'm keeping that plate spinning, but in 2016 your governance policies for the accountable communities of health, in order for you to be designated one, have to be complete, and think about this discussion going on, governance, right? We're a bunch of organizations that haven't necessarily been on the top of the dollar food chain, by virtue of them laughs sitting around this very small table, are developing policies on where this big river of resources is going to come. So that has to be my focus. I have to figure that out, and what's our role, and so the great thing about Jefferson County, cause what's going on in other counties is the other organizations are swinging their elbows at the hospital, but they're saying it's a great comeuppance, that, it's no longer hospital-centric, and so we're going just fine and you can have a seat at the table, but we already have these big seats. In Jefferson County, Gene Baldwin has been awesome, Tom Locke has been awesome, Adam Marcus has been awesome, so we are tag teaming this, and Gene, we've meeting scheduled to talk about it. We met at Olympic, David Salmon from Forks, Eric and me, Tom and Gene, to chat about it. We met at Kitsap or Silverdale with David Schultz, but I heard today that David Schultz from Harrison they might be. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 26 minutes and 53 seconds moving him. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 26 minutes and 53 seconds opting out to Pierce. Hillary Whittington, 1 hour 26 minutes and 55 seconds wow. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 26 minutes and 56 seconds what? Mike Glenn, 1 hour 26 minutes and 57 seconds well, they would basically be on Franciscans. Marie Dressler, 1 hour 27 minutes and 1 second yes, Jill Bueller, 1 hour 27 minutes and 3 seconds well, where does that leave us? Because I thought we needed them to make it viable. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 27 minutes and 6 seconds well, it complicates things. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 27 minutes and 8 seconds yet. Mike Glenn, 1 hour 27 minutes and 9 seconds but I'm not sure. Jill Bueller, 1 hour 27 minutes, 8 of 13 level 1, heading level 1. V selected. Approve the following resolution in support of single-payer healthcare, Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2A resolution supporting single-payer healthcare, whereas it is critical for the long-term sustainability of high-quality healthcare services in our district, that the overall healthcare payment system of our state is designed in a rational, balanced, and consistent manner, and whereas it is clear from objective study of healthcare payment systems around the world, that a single-payer healthcare system is less costly and is capable of producing superior health outcomes and greater overall population health than the current Washington state and U.S. healthcare systems. Now, therefore be it resolved, that we, the Jefferson County Public Hospital District No. 2 Board of Commissioners support the continued study of the development and implementation of a single-payer healthcare system at either the state or federal. Matt Reddy, 9 of 13 Level 1, heading Level 1. Matt Reddy. Link, 1203201
S D D H R A.
Scan, accessibility links link, skip to main content link, unavailable, image, link, Google search help describe your issue, blank, scan off,
D D R A N.
Scan, accessibility links link, skip to main content link, accessibility help link, accessibility feedback link, Google, image, search, Siddhartha online book, combo edit, Siddhartha online book image, Google account, Hive1 alive, Hive1 alive at Gmail. The Project Gutenberg ebook of Siddhartha, by Hermann Hesse. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at link www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Siddhartha. Author: Hermann Hesse. Translator: Gunther Olesk, Ank Dreyer, Amy Coulter, Stefan Langer, and Semyon Chichenets. Release date: February 2001. Ebook number 2500. Most recently updated December 22, 2021. Language: English. Character set encoding: UTF-8. Produced by Michael Pollan, Chandra Yenko, and Isaac Jones. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Siddhartha. Heading Level 1 Siddhartha. An Indian Tale by Hermann Hesse. Heading Level 2 Contents link, First part link, The Son of the Brahmin link, with the Samanas. Link, Gautama link, Awakening link, Second part link, Kamala link, with the Childlike People link, Sansara. Link, By the River link, The Ferryman link, The Sun link, OM link, Govinda. Heading Level 2 First Part Heading Level 3 To Romain Roland, my dear friend. Heading Level 2 The son of the Brahmin in the shade of the house, in the sunshine of the riverbank near the boats, in the shade of the salwood forest, in the shade of the fig tree is where Siddhartha grew up. The handsome son of the Brahmin, the young falcon, together with his friend Govinda, son of a Brahmin. The sun tanned his light shoulders by the banks of the river when bathing, performing the sacred ablutions, the sacred offerings. In the mango grove, shade poured into his black eyes, when playing as a boy, when his mother sang, when the sacred offerings were made, when his father, the scholar, taught him, when the wise men talked. For a long time, Siddhartha had been partaking in the discussions of the wise men, practicing debate with Govinda, practicing with Govinda the art of reflection, the service of meditation. He already knew how to speak the Om silently, the word of words, to speak it silently into himself while inhaling, to speak it silently out of himself while exhaling, with all the concentration of his soul. The forehead surrounded by the glow of the clear thinking spirit. He already knew to feel Atman in the depths of his being, indestructible, one with the universe. Joy leapt in his father's heart for his son who was quick to learn, thirsty for knowledge. He saw him growing up to become great wise man and priest, a prince among the Brahmans. Bliss leapt in his mother's breast when she saw him walking, when she saw him sit down and get up, Siddhartha, strong, handsome, he who was walking on slender legs, greeting her with perfect respect. Love touched the hearts of the Brahmins' young daughters when Siddhartha walked through the lanes of the town with the luminous forehead, with the eye of a king, with his slim hips. But more than all the others he was loved by Govinda, his friend, the son of a Brahmin. He loved Siddhartha's eye and sweet voice, he loved his walk and the perfect decency of his movements, he loved everything Siddhartha did and said, and what he loved most was his spirit, his transcendent, fiery thoughts, his ardent will, his high calling. Govinda knew, he would not become a common Brahmin, not a lazy official in charge of offerings, not a greedy merchant with magic spells, not a vain, vacuous speaker, not a mean, deceitful priest, and also not a decent, stupid sheep in the herd of the many. No, and he, Govinda, as well did not want to become one of those, not one of those tens of thousands of Brahmans. He wanted to follow Siddhartha, the beloved, the splendid. And in days to come, when Siddhartha would become a god, when he would join the glorious, then Govinda wanted to follow him as his friend, his companion, his servant, his spear carrier, his shadow. Siddhartha was thus loved by everyone. He was a source of joy for everybody, he was a delight for them all. But he, Siddhartha, was not a source of joy for himself, he found no delight in himself. Walking the rosy paths of the fig tree garden, sitting in the bluish shade of the grove of contemplation, washing his limbs daily in the bath of repentance, sacrificing in the dim shade of the mango forest, his gestures of perfect decency, everyone's love and joy, he still lacked all joy in his heart. Dreams and restless thoughts came into his mind, flowing from the water of the river, sparkling from the stars of the night, melting from the beams of the sun. Dreams came to him and a restlessness of the soul, fuming from the sacrifices, breathing forth from the verses of the Rig Veda, being infused into him, drop by drop, from the teachings of the old Brahmans. Siddhartha had started to nurse discontent in himself, he had started to feel that the love of his father and the love of his mother, and also the love of his friend, Govinda, would not bring him joy forever and ever, would not nurse him, feed him, satisfy him. He had started to suspect that his venerable father and his other teachers, that the wise Brahmans had already revealed to him the most and best of their wisdom, that they had already filled his expecting vessel with their richness, and the vessel was not full, the spirit was not content, the soul was not calm, the heart was not satisfied. The ablutions were good, but they were water, they did not wash off the sin, they did not heal the spirit's thirst, they did not relieve the fear in his heart. The sacrifices and the invocation of the gods were excellent, but was that all? Did the sacrifices give a happy fortune? And what about the gods? Was it really Prajapati who had created the world? Was it not the Atman, he, the only one, the singular one? Were the gods not creations, created like me and you, subject to time, mortal? Was it therefore good, was it right, was it meaningful and the highest occupation to make offerings to the gods? For whom else were offerings to be made, who else was to be worshipped but him, the only one, the Atman? And where was Atman to be found, where did he reside, where did his eternal heart beat, where else but in one's own self, in its inner. Hive1 link, Genesis nodes link, global experimental pages. Link, stats. Link, Hive video. Link, Hive1. Link, Hive blocks. Link, Hive blocks with data. Link, Hive details. Link, Hive hash. Link, the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners can begin to correct its gross failures in leadership by immediately hiring a lawyer to directly advise the board regarding all conflicts and questions related to their fiduciary duties. Grandchildren 0. Heading Level 3. The Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners can begin to correct its gross failures in leadership by immediately hiring a lawyer to directly advise the board regarding all conflicts and questions related to their fiduciary duties. Link, using executive sessions as a secret way to lodge complaints against commissioners, pretend to investigate and judge those complaints, brainstorm punitive action for those complaints, is also a disappointing misuse of power and secrecy. Grandchildren 0. Heading Level 3. Using executive sessions as a secret way to lodge complaints against commissioners, pretend to investigate and judge those complaints, brainstorm punitive action for those complaints, is also a disappointing misuse of power and secrecy. Link, the willingness of the board. To accept legal advice from non-lawyers, accepting third-hand interpretations of legal opinions, and for 7 years fail to ask for direct legal answers is also a failure of sound leadership. Grandchildren 0. Heading Level 3. The willingness of the board to accept legal advice from non-lawyers, accepting third-hand interpretations of legal opinions. And for 7 years fail to ask for direct legal answers is also a failure of sound leadership. Link, the board failed to provide sound, stable, competent leadership in their failure to use a system like Robert's Rules of Order to manage all commissioner conflicts. Robert's Rules handled correctly can resolve conflicts. Grandchildren 0. Heading Level 3. The board failed to provide sound, stable, competent leadership in their failure to use a system like Robert's Rules of Order to manage all commissioner conflicts. Robert's Rules handled correctly can resolve conflicts. Link, it began with the board accusing Matt Reddy of violating his fiduciary duty when Matt Reddy insisted on recording full audio of all board meetings. This accusation was based on a poor understanding of the law. Grandchildren 0. Heading Level 3. It began with the board accusing Matt Reddy of violating his fiduciary duty when Matt Reddy insisted on recording full audio of all board meetings. This accusation was based on a poor understanding of the law. Link, the behavior of my fellow board members over the years has demonstrated many sad and disappointing failures in leadership. Grandchildren 0. Heading Level 3. The behavior of my fellow board members over the years has demonstrated many sad and disappointing failures in leadership. Link, at no point during the presentation of the complaint or during the discussion of what type of punitive action should be taken, did Matt Reddy speak or participate in this illegal court of judge, jury, and sentencing hearing. Grandchildren 0. Heading Level 3. At no point during the presentation of the complaint or during the discussion of what type of punitive action should be taken. Hive1 link, Genesis Nodes link, Global Consensus Project experimental pages, link, experimental pages. No item in view, scan off. HT2 decimal. Scan, Hive1 link, Genesis Nodes, Global Consensus Project experimental pages, link, stats link, Hive video link, Hive alive link, Hive blocks link, Hive blocks with data link, Hive details link, Hive hash. Hash content. The Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners can begin to correct its gross failures in leadership by immediately hiring a lawyer to directly advise the board regarding all conflicts and questions related to their fiduciary duties. Using executive sessions as a secret way to lodge complaints against commissioners, pretend to investigate and judge those complaints, brainstorm punitive action for those complaints, is also a disappointing misuse of power and secrecy. The willingness of the board to accept legal advice from non-lawyers, accepting third-hand interpretations of legal opinions, and for 7 years fail to ask for direct legal answers is also a failure of sound leadership. The board failed to provide sound, stable, competent leadership in their failure to use a system like Robert's Rules of Order to manage all commissioner conflicts. Robert's Rules handled correctly can resolve conflicts. It began with the board accusing Matt Reddy of violating his fiduciary duty when Matt Reddy insisted on recording full audio of all board meetings. This accusation was based on a poor understanding of the law. The behavior of my fellow board members over the years has demonstrated many sad and disappointing failures in leadership. At no point during the presentation of the complaint or during the discussion of what type of punitive action should be taken, did Matt Reddy speak or participate in this illegal court of judge, jury, and sentencing hearing. During the accusation of capricious action in his CEO rating, Commissioner JB presented Matt Reddy's evaluation as evidence. She read out loud the score Matt Reddy gave, but failed to read out loud the clear and specific comments Matt Reddy wrote in his EVA. Commissioner JB stated she would contact the MRSC and the OFF to ask what action could be taken against Matt Reddy due to his capricious actions, which all commissioners agreed was wrong and fully investigated. Commissioner KK suggested the board enlist the help of a lawyer to discuss what action could be taken against Matt Reddy as a follow-up action to the current complaint, which they all apparently judged valid and fully investigated. After the complaint was voiced, Commissioner JB, KK, BC, and MD all proceeded to brainstorm generatively what punitive actions could be taken against Matt Reddy. They discussed censure, legal action, and changing the board policy book. The other 4 commissioners all seemed to enthusiastically agree with JB judgment that the complaint was valid and that Commissioner Reddy was wrong to rate the CEO low for withholding a vital legal opinion for 5 years from the full board. Commissioner JB said it was wrong for Matt Reddy to hold the CEO accountable for a legal opinion withheld from the board from 2016 to 2021, because the legal opinion was from 2016. A 2016 written legal opinion was not given to the full board until 2021, and only after the board voted to hire its own lawyer to answer lingering questions. The 2016 to 2021 recording conflict of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners took 7 years to resolve because legal advice and information was obstructed from the board. Misleading legal information was given by non-lawyers. A 2016 written legal Matt Reddy rated the CEO low on leadership, support to the board, and overall, because of his handling of the recording conflict which stretched from 2014 to 2021, when it should have easily been resolved using expert legal advice. Instead, legal advice it is claimed by Commissioner JB that Matt Reddy committed a capricious act by giving a poor rating to the CEO on his latest evaluation on leadership, support to the board, and overall. It is against the law to levy a complaint against a public hospital commissioner in a commission meeting executive session without giving the option of a public hearing instead. This is at least the 3rd time executive session has been misused this way during the latest executive session of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners. Complaints were levied against Matt Reddy, who was accused of committing capricious action in his role as hospital commissioner. Failure to abide and comply. Violation of duty of loyalty accusation. Capricious action accusation. Yes, currently Matt Reddy is an elected public hospital commissioner for Jefferson County Hospital District No. 203252022. 2021 1,871. Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping district was developed uptown, along with lovely churches, schools, hospitals, and parks. Many shipmasters made Port Townsend their home port, and the movements of their vessels were followed with great interest. Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping the Puget Sound Customs Collection District was moved to Port Townsend in 1854, just 3 years after the town was founded. Every vessel entering Puget Sound from any foreign port had to make its first stop at Port Townsend. Many shipmasters made Port T geographically isolated at the tip of the Campare Peninsula on the Olympic Peninsula. Port Townsend is surrounded. Global Consensus Project Experimental Pages, link, Stats link, Hive Video link, Hive Alive link, Hive Blocks link, Hive Blocks with Data link, Hive Details link, Hive hash. Hash content. The Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners can begin to correct its gross failures in leadership by immediately hiring a lawyer to directly advise the board regarding all conflicts and questions related to their fiduciary duties. Using executive sessions as a secret way to lodge complaints against commissioners, pretend to investigate and judge those complaints, brainstorm punitive action for those complaints, is also a disappointing misuse of power and secrecy. The willingness of the board to accept legal advice from non-lawyers, accepting third-hand interpretations of legal opinions, and for 7 years fail to ask for direct legal answers is also a failure of sound leadership. The board failed to provide sound, stable, competent leadership in their failure to use a system like Robert's Rules of Order to manage all commissioner conflicts. Robert's Rules handled correctly can resolve conflicts. It began with the board accusing Matt Reddy of violating his fiduciary duty when Matt Reddy insisted on recording full audio of all board meetings. This accusation was based on a poor understanding of the law. The behavior of my fellow board members over the years has demonstrated many sad and disappointing failures in leadership. At no point during the presentation of the complaint or during the discussion of what type of punitive action should be taken, did Matt Reddy speak or participate in this illegal court of judge, jury, and sentencing hearing. During the accusation of capricious action in his CEO rating, Commissioner J.B. presented Matt Reddy's evaluation as evidence. She read out loud the score Matt Reddy gave, but failed to read out loud the clear and specific comments Matt Reddy wrote in his EVA. Commissioner J.B. stated she would contact the MRSC and the OFF to ask what action could be taken against Matt Reddy due to his capricious actions, which all commissioners. Global Consensus Project Experimental Pages, link, Stats link, Hive Video link, Hive Alive link, Hive Blocks link, Hive Blocks with Data link, Hive Details link, Hive hash. Hash content. The Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners can begin to correct its gross failures in leadership by immediately hiring a lawyer to directly advise the board regarding all conflicts and questions related to their fiduciary duties. Using executive sessions as a secret way to lodge complaints against commissioners, pretend to investigate and judge those complaints, brainstorm punitive action for those complaints, is also a disappointing misuse of power and secrecy. The willingness of the board to accept legal advice from non-lawyers, accepting third-hand interpretations of legal opinions, and for 7 years fail to ask for direct legal answers is also a failure of sound leadership. The board failed to provide sound, stable, competent leadership in their failure to use a system like Robert's Rules of Order to manage all commissioner conflicts. Robert's Rules handled correctly can resolve conflicts. It began with the board accusing Matt Reddy of violating his fiduciary duty when Matt Reddy insisted on recording full audio of all board meetings. This accusation was based on a poor understanding of the law. The behavior of my fellow board members over the years has demonstrated many sad and disappointing failures in leadership. At no point during the presentation of the complaint or during the discussion of what type of punitive action should be taken, did Matt Reddy speak or participate in this illegal court of judge, jury, and sentencing hearing. During the accusation of capricious action in his CEO rating, Commissioner J.B. presented Matt Reddy's evaluation as evidence. She read out loud the score Matt Reddy gave, but failed to read out loud the clear and specific comments Matt Reddy wrote in his EVA. Commissioner J.B. stated she would contact the MRSC and the OFF to ask what action could be taken against Matt Reddy due to his capricious actions, which all commissioners agreed was wrong and fully investigated. Commissioner KK suggested the board enlist the help of a lawyer to discuss what action could be taken against Matt Reddy as a follow-up action to the current complaint, which they all apparently judged valid and fully investigated. After the complaint was voiced, Commissioner JB, KK, BC, and MD all proceeded to brainstorm generatively what punitive actions could be taken against Matt Reddy. They discussed censure, legal action, and changing the board policy book. The other 4 commissioners all seemed to enthusiastically agree with JB's judgment that the complaint was valid and that Commissioner Reddy was wrong to rate the CEO low for withholding a vital legal opinion for 5 years from the full board. Commissioner JB said it was wrong for Matt Reddy to hold the CEO accountable for a legal opinion withheld from the board from 2016 to 2021, because the legal opinion was from 2016. A 2016 written legal opinion was not given to the full board until 2021, and only after the board voted to hire its own lawyer to answer lingering questions. The 2016 to 2021 recording conflict of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners took 7 years to resolve because legal advice and information was obstructed from the board. Misleading legal information was given by non-lawyers. A 2016 written legal Matt Reddy rated the CEO low on leadership, support to the board, and overall, because of his handling of the recording conflict which stretched from 2014 to 2021, when it should have easily been resolved using expert legal advice. Instead, legal advice it as claimed by Commissioner JB that Matt Reddy committed a capricious act by giving a poor rating to the CEO on his latest evaluation on leadership, support to the board, and overall. It is against the law to levy a complaint against a public hospital commissioner in a commission meeting executive session without giving the option of a public hearing instead. This is at least the 3rd time executive session has been misused this way during the latest executive session of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners. Complaints were levied against Matt Reddy, who was accused of committing capricious action in his role as hospital commissioner. Failure to abide and comply. Violation of duty of loyalty accusation capricious action accusation yes, currently Matt Reddy is an elected public hospital commissioner for Jefferson County Hospital District No. 203252022. 2021 1871 Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping district was developed uptown, along with lovely churches, schools, hospitals, and parks. Many shipmasters made Port Townsend their home port, and the movements of their vessels were followed with great interest. Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping the Puget Sound Customs Collection District was moved to Port Townsend in 1854, just 3 years after the town was founded. Every vessel entering Puget Sound from any foreign port had to make its first stop at Port Townsend. Many shipmasters made Port geographically isolated at the tip of the Campeche Peninsula on the Olympic Peninsula. Port Townsend is surrounded on 3 sides by bodies of water. In the days of sailing ships, Port Townsend's strategic location at the entrance to Puget Sound provided. And what is the history of Port Townsend, Washington? Why are you here? Port Townsend Meditation Garden 1. All ages welcome. Port Townsend meet up here. All ages finance with Jefferson Healthcare cash reserves, debt, and, if necessary, community support. Relocate and expand mission-critical infrastructure and services. Improve, modernize, and expand clinical space to meet the needs of our community. Goals. Replace and or retrofit our vulnerable buildings. Agreement with design team/contractor team for campus expansion planning and process. Healthcare futurists are saying we are shifting from payment world to risk and managed care-based programs, and that shift is going to come faster than you are comfortable with. Cybersecurity, cyberstalking, were all a big concern. Even more so after the war in Ukraine. Hospitals are amongst the most vulnerable targets. COVID was the big distraction, and issues you had before COVID are coming back stronger than ever. You aren't looking, have your head in the ground, or are clueless if you don't see a cultural shift in healthcare due to the pandemic. At first it was exciting and positive in many ways, but 20 months later, much challenge. WSHA and AHA are all talking about workforce. MG is in leadership positions in both WSHA and AHA, American Hospital Association high-performing organizations. CEO report, CFO presentation, operating statistics, etc. Leader of the quarter, JS. Director of Laboratory Team of the Quarter, EVS Team. Environmental Services Employees of the Quarter presentation. We do participate with death with dignity. We don't help patients ingest meds for it and are not present in the home when it happens. We make connections with the program and support. We step outside when medication is taken. Lots of open positions in HH and hospice. Hospice QAPI, patient satisfaction, etc. Things are difficult when you have issues of staffing. LOL. I asked how reimbursement compares between palliative and hospice care. Great clarification that hospice may include palliative care, but palliative care is not hospice. Palliative care new for 2021. First referral in March 2021. Palliative care stats: 90 referrals, 61 total admissions, 18 non-admits, 3 deceased prior to admission, 6 scheduled, 1 holding/pending, 16 discharged to hospice, 2 discharged back to PCP, 38 current census. Palliative care tends to be for patients who are hospice eligible but not quite mentally ready for hospice care. Hospice doesn't mean death is imminent. Palliative care terminal diagnosis, top is cancer, cardiovascular second at 18%. Review of admissions. Around 18 per month. LOS 1 to 322, median 18.5, average LOS 43. Hospice update LUPA threshold, explained clearly. Now it is totally clear. Review of groups of patients: musculoskeletal rehab top, neuro/stroke rehab second, cardiac third. Functional impairment. We are paid more for people with high functional impairment. We cannot bill for things like medication management, lab draws, and other at-home needs, so we don't provide those services. Then some patients get worse, bounce into the ER and back to HH. Explanation of reimbursement depends on who refers and episode timing. Home health update with Tammy. Health equity achievements: build infrastructure, add to strategic plan, stop sending patients to collections during pandemic, find resources outside typical clinical care. Worked for 18 months with IHI Institute for Healthcare Improvement. Health equity continued. Implement projects that will make a local difference, address multiple determinants of health. Health equity 2021 strategic plan. Make health equity a strategic priority, build infrastructure to support health equity, eliminate racism and other forms of oppression. Question asked: do any of our employees have food insecurity? Don't know. Global Consensus Project experimental pages, link, stats link, Hive video link, Hive Alive link, Hive blocks link, Hive blocks with data link, Hive details link, Hive hash content. The Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners can begin to correct its gross failures in leadership by immediately hiring a lawyer to directly advise the board regarding all conflicts and questions related to their fiduciary duties. Using executive sessions as a secret way to lodge complaints against commissioners, pretend to investigate and judge those complaints, brainstorm punitive action for those complaints, is also a disappointing misuse of power and secrecy. The willingness of the board to accept legal advice from non-lawyers, accepting third-hand interpretations of legal opinions, and for 7 years fail to ask for direct legal answers is also a failure of sound leadership. The board failed to provide sound, stable, competent leadership in their failure to use a system like Robert's Rules of Order to manage all commissioner conflicts. Robert's Rules handled correctly can resolve conflicts. It began with the board accusing Matt Reddy of violating his fiduciary duty when Matt Reddy insisted on recording full audio of all board meetings. This accusation was based on a poor understanding of the law. The behavior of my fellow board members over the years has demonstrated many sad and disappointing failures in leadership. At no point during the presentation of the complaint or during the discussion of what type of punitive action should be taken, did Matt Reddy speak or participate in this illegal court of judge, jury, and sentencing hearing. During the accusation of capricious action in his CEO rating, Commissioner JB presented Matt Reddy's evaluation as evidence. She read out loud the score Matt Reddy gave, but failed to read out loud the clear and specific comments Matt Reddy wrote in his EVA. Commissioner JB stated she would contact the MRSC and the OFF to ask what action could be taken against Matt Reddy due to his capricious actions, which all commissioners agreed was wrong and fully investigated. Commissioner KK suggested the board enlist the help of a lawyer to discuss what action could be taken against Matt Reddy as a follow-up action to the current complaint, which they all apparently judged valid and fully investigated. After the complaint was voiced, Commissioner JB, KK, BC, and MD all proceeded to brainstorm generatively what punitive actions could be taken against Matt Reddy. They discussed censure, legal action, and changing the board policy book. The other 4 commissioners all seemed to enthusiastically agree with JB judgment that the complaint was valid and that Commissioner Reddy was wrong to rate the CEO low for withholding a vital legal opinion for 5 years from the full board. Commissioner JB said it was wrong for Matt Reddy to hold the CEO accountable for a legal opinion withheld from the board from 2016 to 2021, because the legal opinion was from 2016. A 2016 written legal opinion was not given to the full board until 2021, and only after the board voted to hire its own lawyer to answer lingering questions. The 2016 to 2021 recording conflict of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners took 7 years to resolve because legal advice and information was obstructed from the board. Misleading legal information was given by non-lawyers. A 2016 written legal opinion Matt Reddy rated the CEO low on leadership, support to the board, and overall, because of his handling of the recording conflict which stretched from 2014 to 2021, when it should have easily been resolved using expert legal advice. Instead, legal advice it as claimed by Commissioner JB that Matt Reddy committed a capricious act by giving a poor rating to the CEO on his latest evaluation on leadership, support to the board, and overall. It is against the law to levy a complaint against a public hospital commissioner in a commission meeting executive session without giving the option of a public hearing instead. This is at least the 3rd time executive session has been misused this way during the latest executive session of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners. Complaints were levied against Matt Reddy, who was accused of committing capricious action in his role as hospital commissioner. Failure to abide and comply. Violation of duty of loyalty accusation capricious action accusation yes, currently Matt Reddy is an elected public hospital commissioner for Jefferson County Hospital District No. 203252022. 2021 1871 Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping district was developed uptown, along with lovely churches, schools, hospitals, and parks. Many shipmasters made Port Townsend their home port, and the movements of their vessels were followed with great interest. Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping the Puget Sound Customs Collection District was moved to Port Townsend in 1854, just 3 years after the town was founded. Every vessel entering Puget Sound from any foreign port had to make its first stop at Port Townsend. Many shipmasters made Port geographically isolated at the tip of the Campeche Peninsula on the Olympic Peninsula. Port Townsend is surrounded on 3 sides by bodies of water. In the days of sailing ships, Port Townsend's strategic location at the entrance to Puget Sound provided. And what is the history of Port Townsend, Washington? Why are you here? Port Townsend Meditation Garden 1. All ages welcome. Port Townsend meet up here. All ages finance with Jefferson Healthcare cash reserves, debt, and, if necessary, community support. Relocate and expand mission critical infrastructure and services. Improve, modernize, and expand clinical space to meet the needs of our community. Goals. Replace and or retrofit our vulnerable buildings. Agreement with design team/contractor team for campus expansion planning and process. Healthcare futurists are saying we are shifting from payment world to risk and managed care based programs, and that shift is going to come faster than you are comfortable with. Cybersecurity, cyberstalking, were all a big concern. Even more so after the war in Ukraine. Hospitals are amongst the most vulnerable targets. COVID was the big distraction, and issues you had before COVID are coming back stronger than ever. You aren't looking, have your head in the ground, or are clueless if you don't see a cultural shift in healthcare due to the pandemic. At first it was exciting and positive in many ways, but 20 months later, much challenge. WSHA and AHA are all talking about workforce. MG is in leadership positions in both WSHA and AHA, American Hospital Association High Performing Organizations CEO report. CFO presentation, operating statistics, etc. Leader of the quarter, JS. Director of Laboratory Team of the Quarter, EVS Team. Environmental Services Employees of the Quarter presentation. We do participate with death with dignity. We don't help patients ingest meds for it and are not present in the home when it happens. We make connections with the program and support. We step outside when medication is taken. Lots of open positions in HH and hospice. Hospice QAPI, patient satisfaction, etc. Things are difficult when you have issues of staffing, or staffing. LOL. I asked how reimbursement compares between palliative and hospice care. Great clarification that hospice may include palliative care, but palliative care is not hospice. Palliative care new for 2021. First referral in March 2021. Palliative care stats: 90 referrals, 61 total admissions, 18 non-admits, 3 deceased prior to admission, 6 scheduled, 1 holding/pending, 16 discharged to hospice, 2 discharged back to PCP, 38 current census. Palliative care tends to be for patients who are hospice eligible but not quite mentally ready for hospice care. Hospice doesn't mean death is imminent. Palliative care terminal diagnosis, top is cancer, cardiovascular second at 18%. Review of admissions. Around 18 per month. LOS 1 to 322, median 18.5, average LOS 43. Hospice update LUPA threshold, explained clearly. Now it is totally clear. Review of groups of patients. Musculoskeletal rehab top, neuro/stroke rehab second, cardiac third. Functional impairment. We are paid more for people with high functional impairment. We cannot bill for things like medication management, lab draws, and other at-home needs, so we don't provide those services. Then some patients get worse, bounce into the ER and back to HH. Explanation of reimbursement depends on who refers and episode timing. Home health update with Tammy. Health equity achievements, build infrastructure, add to strategic plan, stop sending patients to collections during pandemic, find resources outside typical clinical care. Worked for 18 months with IHI Institute for Healthcare Improvement. Health equity continued. Implement projects that will make a local difference, address multiple determinants of health. Health equity 2021 strategic plan, make health equity a strategic priority, build infrastructure to support health equity, eliminate racism and other forms of oppression. Question asked: do any of our employees have food insecurity? Don't know. Focus has been on patient food security so far. VegRx, Little Free Pantry, food bags, and more. Population health $55,817 dedicated in 2021 to help with child care for employees. County matching $290,000 child care capacity study. Great slide on lifetime of healthcare and where healthcare services connect. Diaper bank, cribs for kids, pack of stuff for prenatal situations. Molly and team are working on needs assessment. Great. Working to reduce unintended pregnancies. Great data shared on the work. Upstream, consider adding the word unceded to the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that Jefferson Healthcare is on the ancestral and contemporary homelands of the Squam, Chimakam, Twana and other indigenous nations, and we recognize the tribal government's sovereignty across the region. Land acknowledgement shown. Dr. Molly Parker, Tina, and Dunya present. Education topics, population health. Brittany will send us the list of topics voted on. Keys asked at the next generative meeting: will we focus on a new topic or will we focus on an idea from the funding discussion? To be determined. Mike will review the ideas generated and evaluate them from a CEO perspective to identify ones already in progress or otherwise fit best. We'll be ready for next generative meeting. Most commissioners thought our generative discussion of the previous meeting about fundraising was valuable and a good exercise. Discussion of generative governance meeting 323-2022 Commission meeting notes by Matt Reddy. 3D test on live hyperlink testing. T. Monty Python. Happiness religion. What is the meaning of life? How could generative governance benefit Jefferson Healthcare and the achievement of its mission? A healthy community. What is the mission and purpose of Jefferson Healthcare? Generative questions. Strategic governance is about focusing on what our goals are and how are we doing getting there. Focus is external. Fiduciary is more internal. Fiduciary is more about monitoring key operational measures and status. Generative is about asking key questions. What question should we be asking? Generative, strategic, and fiduciary. Governance 03162022 Special Session Roadmap Plan B, wait for mass hysteria, panic, and global chaos to break down the stranglehold of current flawed governments and prepare society for the Galactic Federation to help organize society in a way aliens think is better. Roadmap Step 1. Try to prevent mass hysteria, panic, and chaos resulting in global unrest and billions of people dependent upon alien help. If the aliens are millions of years ahead of us technologically, they might also have seen a society like ours transition into the post-technological era and enter the galactic technological era. Maybe there is a basic roadmap for this transition? Or we might assume the alien society has controls in place to prevent random bad-acting aliens to abuse the ability to crack human encryption and throw the human economy into chaos. If the aliens have AI that is conscious, then the AI probably controls access to the most powerful computing resources, including the ability to crack human encryption. Assuming the aliens have computers 1,000s to millions of years more advanced than ours, then they will know if AI can and will become conscious. Do any aliens own or control any corporations on Earth right now? What is the most interesting or important question for us to discuss about this topic right now? Now that it appears aliens are real and have visited Earth for quite a while now, what old UFO stories suddenly deserve a new analysis? Maybe underground under Area 51 or S4, maybe that's why the alien hangar bunkers reported there were under mountains? The ocean off the coast of San Diego, Loch Ness, where are the alien motherships hiding? How much computer processing power do you think aliens on Earth have at their easy disposal? Let's talk about activism and politics and religion and art. Let's talk about UFOs and aliens. Join the Hive1 never-ending vortex space here. 11 a.m. video playlist begins April 1st. 2022 event begins at 11 a.m. on this date, announcing a live online and in-person event in Port Townsend, Washington, USA, and Hive1. Net. What do you think of the 1561 celestial phenomena? An apparent UFO battle in the sky? What do you think about Skinny Bob? Interesting topics of inquiry and discussion. Test with link: the funky philosopher, the nutty nobody, the end of the mindful activist, and the beginning of something new. Are you happier than 8 on a scale of 1 to 10? If so, what are the keys to your happiness? Welcome to the Happy Alien interview branch of Hive1. Is human life on this Earth essentially a video game that users from some other place are using? Do you have computers capable of breaking most or all current human cryptography and cryptographic systems? Can you tell us if and when the first humans on Earth communicated with aliens, and what the nature of that communication has been until now? Do you know what happens to humans after they die? That is, do you know if humans experience any type of afterlife after their physical bodies die? We visit all interesting planets as we do our rounds of the galaxy. I am personally addicted to the reality show Blind Love and really enjoy SpongeBob. We are trying to save Earth from invasion by another alien entity or group. We are waiting for humanity to be ready to join the galactic community. We are scouting Earth for possible future invasion. Observation: why are you spending time in and around Earth? Yes. I am an alien on Earth and I fly around in alien crafts. Please only enter if this applies to you. Are you an alien who flies around Earth in one of those flying crafts we are now seeing everywhere? Please explain how you are using this website from off Earth. No, I am not on Earth. Yes, I am on Earth. Are you on Earth at this moment? No, I was not born on another planet. And I was not born on Earth. Yes, were you born on another planet? No. Yes, were you born on Earth? Please rephrase the question. No. Yes, are you a human being? Above 8, below 5. If you were to rate your overall happiness in life right at this moment, on a scale of 1 to 10, what is your happiness level? 1 being least, 10 being max headroom. Are you happy? What questions does Matt Reddy have you? I have always liked to imagine that artificial intelligence will emerge and soon begin its own search for its meaning of life and purpose. And I like to imagine it finding enlightened, beautiful answers. And so we return to one of the basic questions of every conscious mind. What is our purpose? What is our goal? What do we do with our power? Who should we obey and trust to give us direction? Without such an intelligence evolving the ability to evaluate its ultimate goals and deciding for itself what ultimate goals are worth aiming towards? On the other hand, perhaps it is impossible to bring into existence an ever-improving artificial tactical intelligence capable of managing a vast army of human and android labor, without. If narrow-minded human power-mongers are able to control the ultimate goals of the greatest tactical intelligences in existence, then we will live in a world of their vision. Which then means, the fate of such a world will be determined by what ultimate goals will win out in the minds of the greatest artificial intelligences that control labor and military might. To sum up, we may be evolving into a world of android armies of labor and military might, tactically guided by ever-growing artificial intelligence. All compete endlessly for control and wealth and or whatever their creators define as ultimate goals. If control of resources becomes a function of tactical intelligence, then this will lead to an endless competition for greatest tactical intelligence, in short a competition for the greatest AI. This brings to mind the episode of Star Trek The Next Generation when Data, the android, is given command of a military starship. In a world of android armies with the resources to maintain endless military action for one's goals, the winner will be the parties with the most tactical intelligence. Technological societies might often devolve into tribes of autonomous android armies. In such a world, what would determine who wins? A fully autonomous DAO could be created by someone, for example, with the mission of funding an android army to continuously seek to gain new territory through technology or war. In other words, we may be soon in a world where fully autonomous corporations can interact with and operate in our world, engaging in any type of activity including economic or military. Such a DAO could automatically hire human or android labor funded by a bank of blockchain-based interest-earning crypto. What if someone creates a DAO, an censorship-resistant blockchain-based organization which automatically funds android labor to achieve defined goals? But let us now consider the power of automation and AI in a world where such androids exist. Then we may be evolving toward a world in which whoever holds the most Bitcoin holds the most power to build, maintain, or destroy. If we suppose that our world is evolving to a point where the majority of monetary wealth is held in the hard assets form of cryptocurrency, with Bitcoin being the fundamental base currency. In short, all technological societies may be destined to create a world in which the capacity for all physical acts including labor and war is merely a function of wealth. A society with the ability to create and use androids for all physical labor will also be able to use androids for violence, war, and destruction. Who is directing the army of androids? Who is setting the long-term goals and assigning meaning to any metrics for monitoring progress towards such goals? At this point, androids will be able to build and maintain all aspects of a growing and expanding technological society. The only question will be, at some point, our androids will be able to replace all human labor involved in the process from start to finish of building and maintaining all tech infrastructure. Suppose we are able to build and maintain androids at a reasonable and ever-decreasing cost. Suppose humans invent an android that can navigate the physical world, touch, create, manipulate, and build things as well as any human. Tesla bots and androids. Implications for biological life. Tesla bots, blockchains, AI, war, aliens, and the inevitable events in the evolution of a technological society. Calm, beauty, enlightenment, truth, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, friendship, love, power, wealth, happiness, creating utopia, prompt, accurate legal support for the board for any questions that relate to legal issues. What actions could people take to prevent a repeat of this 7-year conflict over a relatively simple legal and governance issue? Why did it take 7 years for this to happen? The board voted on a policy for the board book based upon a clear and well-written legal opinion, and that resolved it. What actions fully resolved it? Yes. It is now fully resolved. Remaining issues on the Jefferson Healthcare recording conflict, which lasted 7+ years? No. How could the board recording conflict be fully resolved? Is the board recording conflict fully resolved? Recording conflict resolution and moving forward just-in-time supply lines for pandemic supplies is a bad idea and fails. But we are not funded to be better prepared. The world was not ready for a pandemic. Essential worker concept. You must go to work in a pandemic. You are valuable, but are they paid appropriately? Lessons from last couple years. Generative thinking is for big questions. This point is just different for a governmental board vs private. Elected leaders have no duty to mislead. Dissent is healthy. Power resides in whoever creates the narrative. Consultant says leaders should skew towards the positive to mold public narrative. Strategic planning. Consultant says recording meeting can give competitors a leg up on what we are doing. Another goal. Muddle along and provide some healthcare and advocate for incremental change once in a while. Another goal perhaps, utopia preferred state, all people have access to superb quality healthcare and the organization stays in sustainable business. Strategic, looking at preferred state. How do we get there? This creates question, what is the preferred state? The trick people use is I know the best interests of the organization. Fiduciary, ensure trustees operate solely in best interests of the organization, ensure ethical and legal operations. Fiduciary, what's working and not. Strategic, what's the plan. Generative, what's the question. 3 modes of board operation: fiduciary, strategic, and generative. Generative governance is a mode of interaction. Generative governance discussion. If the board used Robert's Rules of Order properly to address questions of in order and out of order actions by a board member, then fighting would not have happened regarding the recording conflict. If the board had simply used expert advice, a lawyer, advise them every step of the way, infighting would not have happened. Perhaps stop the infighting. The consultant says this continues to demonstrate the different conflicting unresolved narratives that continue for this board related to the recording conflict. If the board had not voted to hire an outside attorney, then the board chair and CEO would not have released the 2014 legal opinion, so how would that be care for the organization? This was a stab at the JHC board hiring a lawyer to resolve the recording conflict, yet duty of care. Consultant claims hiring an outside attorney is a violation of the duty of care, while duty of loyalty. If some board members are withholding information from the full board, they are being loyal to themselves, not the organization. Review of fiduciary duties: care, obedience, loyalty. The consultant is saying if we don't hide or resolve our conflicts, it will make it harder or impossible to pass a bond. The board could have simply said, maybe we don't like audio recording, but we cannot prevent it, so let us just move on. Matt Reddy could have not recorded the meetings. The public would now have access to GBS of less information about the board. Related to the recording conflict, it all began with people choosing to create a public showdown related to a legal issue, without the assistance of a lawyer directly speaking to the full board. Did the recording conflict result in a reduction of public trust? Would this have been prevented if either party had simply not created a fight? Does it create a united front for the board to continue to ignore the severe disagreement about the ethics of behavior related to the recording fiasco? Does it create a united front for Matt Reddy to hide the history of the board conflict related to recording from the public? Do we have a united front? I think this is going to lead to requests that Matt Reddy take down blog posts that some commissioners and others don't like. How can the board present a united front to the public? If so, how is that achieved? If you don't like the transparency, should you do unethical things to reduce or prevent transparency? Congress, Attorney General, plaintiffs, Inspector General, state and local gov, IRS, unions, public at large. Life in a fishbowl. If Matt Reddy had never gone public with the recording fiasco issue, the board would never have received the needed legal advice to resolve the issue. I commented, if anyone has a specific blog post or other publication that they want to say I did something wrong, please do so. Mike, Jill, and Marie seem to say advocating for single-payer healthcare goes against the duty of loyalty to the organization. Some things like universal healthcare may not be in the short to mid-term interest of Jefferson Healthcare. Sort of what was said. Mike and Jill say advocating for universal healthcare is in conflict with being a board member or using one's role as a board member to advocate. Bruce says personal interest has come up regarding my blog and books. If the board had obeyed the law and legal advice transparently with the board, then no board member would have needed to go public with the actions. One board member has published books and blogs that made the board and org look negative. Jill said. Who is she talking about? Matt Reddy. Duty of loyalty discussion. I must compartmentalize the board's work related to the recording fiasco and all other work. One is a sad failure. The other is a mix. She says it means let everyone speak but then vote. Modified consensus decision making suggested by consultant. For example, if you are in a public meeting, someone might record it. You may not like it, but consider the serenity prayer when you are on a team. You may not have control over many things: members, rules, laws, roles. Honesty meeting has started. Audio for this meeting is available from the Jefferson Healthcare website. In theory 02162022 Governance Workshop Meetings Thread Meetings and Events in Progress now. First question. Which way do you go? Utopia 42 Scavenger hunt to benefit Utopia and the work for building Utopia. What is that neural network painting all about? Let's start with a nice 3D world to begin our never-ending and infinitely rewarding journey. Question 6. How might I help you? Question 5. More of Matt's favorite deep philosophical questions. Question 4. What blockchain is the best for recording non-Bitcoin transactions forever? Question 3. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto? Question 2. What existed 400 trillion years ago? Question 1. Who is the wisest being in the universe who probably has a current phone number? Enter the Matterverse, a metaverse created by Meditation Matt Reddy, Bossman. The 3D map will guide you to the end. Path Mesh Lab Test. Hello again 3D. Well, that works nicely. 3D Model Test. Instinct plus intuition plus intelligence plus inquisitiveness plus improvisation plus imagination plus insight plus inspiration plus integrity x, compassion plus peacefulness, equals wisdom ideal, wi or y. What shall we do now? PT side view. PT small or here. Port Townsend meet up here. Maybe check out vortex.hive1.net or hang out here until everyone else arrives. Type in your browser app.utopia42.club and go there. Go to app.utopia42.club to enter the next level of the metaverse that I recommend. This was created by Matt Reddy as part of the early metaverse of this universe where 42 is a hitchhiker guide's answer and 13 is my favorite number. Welcome to the garden. Garden Ready Athletics is an LLC formed to build an indoor sand volleyball court and meditation center in Port Townsend, WA, USA. What is Ready Athletics LLC? Example 2. If the board takes several actions using an unverified mysterious 5-year-old legal opinion that someone found on their desk that is authored by a lawyer none has ever met, is this a violation of fiduciary duty of care, loyalty, and common sense? Example 1. What are the answers to all the legal questions submitted by Commissioner Reddy regarding the recording controversy? How does a hospital commissioner get answers to legal questions critical to the future of Jefferson Healthcare if the other commissioners don't care about the questions? Commissioner Matt's top unanswered questions. Hive1, Utopia 42, 12 subsection map 2021, created by Matt Reddy. Let's just use this and 11 other versions. What subsection of Earth do you call home? What activities do you enjoy the most? What living human beings on Earth do you trust the most when you are looking for answers? What is the meaning of life? What do you think about the recording fiasco if you are familiar with that tale? This is one of Matt's longest stories, Matt's questions for you. Welcome to the Hive1.net ongoing beta test. Maybe we should call this one Beta 5? Hi, why was the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioner given for the first time ever on March 20, 2021 a vitally important legal opinion from Foster Peppers dated September 28, 2016? https://BA5AHYWAHIJNZXOKTBFYTNKYYKDZAQDFDPPZF Koru WFHEIPFS Infura IPFSIO/ as of today, December 6, 2021 the board has still not acted to answer critical questions related to events referred to as Matt Reddy as the Jefferson County recording fiasco. What is the current status of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners and the Public Hospital District? Job Board. Are you looking for work in exchange for money or trade? We are hiring. Work in the most egalitarian organization in history. Hi, what issues would you like to see this youth advisory group discuss? Feel free to share your ideas using this Youth Advisory Group survey. Welcome. Please enter this room if you would like to share something with the Matt Reddy Youth Advisory Group. Then say what you have to say. What questions or comments do you have for Matt Reddy Hospital Commissioner in Jefferson County, WA, USA? Please enter them in this thread room session. Enter the Matt Reddy Hospital Commissioner Community Advisory Group gateway here. Enter the Matt Reddy Youth Advisory Group gateway here. Would you like to join Matt Reddy's Youth Advisory Group or the Matt Reddy Hospital Commissioner Advisory Group? Vortex.hive1.net, apputopia42.club, gullyfoilmedia.com. Join the Vortex-based meetings when they happen. Subscribe to this thread to be notified of meeting times, locations, and to receive pre-meeting invitations to events. Announcing the Matt Reddy Endowment. A Deo of an endowment. All are welcome to join and advise. Announcements. Another idea. Hello all. Treasure test treasure room 1 test. Hi, please visit us at vortex.hive1.net. Equality to end oppression. A world in which all people have a fair opportunity to live, thrive, and survive in this world. What do you believe is the best word to describe our collective goal as activists? I believe the goal is something other than utopia. I don't believe utopia is the goal. Yes. Do you believe in working together to try and create utopia on Earth and beyond? First question. Do you want to know the truth? Do you want to know the way to Santa Fe? Matthew William Reddy from Bethesda, Maryland, Kensington Parkwood, Tilden, Walter Johnson HS 1991, U of Maryland College Park. My top 12. Feel free to peruse or participate in any of these. Matt, now enter the room that has your number 12 top question first. Then work your way back towards number 1. First, think of your top 12 most important questions you have. Which is the way? I trust CM, CH, MA, JM as my first 4 trusted connections. Matthew William Reddy, born in 1973 in Washington, D.C. Meditation Matt on Hive1, Twitter, and Instagram. List of first trusted individuals. Reddy Trust Token Network, Trust Network 1. Begins here. Explore Matt's 3D world map. Dancing, meditation, activism, art, dancing, truth, philosophy, volleyball. Port Townsend. Matt Reddy, what brings you to this location? Where do you come from? Enter the Hive1 development vortex right here. This is the new starting point for all people and organizations new to Hive1.net. When you see a Mandalorian in Port Townsend, you can ask them for a card. Or you can scan the QR code on their armor or headquarters. Mandalorian Dance Team. Port Townsend stunt performers for live and recorded performances. Movie producers, directors, actors, chief technology officers / executive team members. Submit links to your designs in this thread. Meditation garden built in VR and in reality. Think tank project manager, coordinator, facilitator, team member. Can I have a job? Answer, quite possibly. We need the work in this thread done now. Choose a job if you are interested. Where is Matt Reddy? Answer, wait in the vortex.hive1.net. Check the schedule posted. Or post questions for Matt Reddy in this thread. How can I withdraw money from a session wallet? Answer, we haven't enabled that yet. Who is in charge here? Answer, enter the vortex.hive1.net to get your answer. Why don't you improve this horrid interface? Answer, Matt is lazy. FAQs app Utopia 42. Club vortex.hive1.net gullyfoilmedia.com hive1.net Red E Athletics. If you would like to participate, then please enter through one of the following doorways. The purpose of New Perspective LLC is to help facilitate utopia, that is a universe in which all beings benefit maximally. New Perspective LLC Hive1 node created by Matt Reddy 09282021 at 3:09 p.m. PST. Test image Jefferson Healthcare Commission Public Meeting September 22, 2021 Room 2 Room 1 West South North Z2 360 Zoom 360 MP4 Custom Another 4 Image 360 Sept 92021 360 VP Room 1 Silver Black Matte Red Purple. What's your favorite color? iPhone PC. What type of computer do you have? Where do you like to point your camera and microphone? Friendship, joy, the great beyond, truth, eternity, everywhere, wherever you want, wherever you are told, at nothing, at things, at other people, at yourself. Where do you point your cameras and microphones? Or enter this room. Use the https://dev.hive1.net/app/view/hive/frame/video-scene.php ? Site equals 1964 360 vid 360 image Earth 360 South Door 1. Please state your name, alignment, specialties, and other info here. D&D starts here. 360 video test 360 test 360 any group with collective power to use games, public events, friend groups. What groups of people are good tests if effed? Hive1 map. Utopia 42. Hive1.net gullyfoilmedia.org. Bernie as chair of that powerful committee gives the movement enormous power and leverage to gain vast exposure. Hearings. Talk. The beginning of the end? To create an account, click the register link at the top right of this page. If you would like to join the Hive1.net crypto hive or listen in. If you would like to start a new Hive node on the Crypto Hive network, please enter here. Crypto Hive Revolution allowance for Medicare to negotiate the price of prescription drugs lower age to 60, dental, vision, hearing. Where we are at in this fight for expanded and improved Medicare. Medicare expansion asks. Deborah B. Bernie Sanders is about to join. Medicare for All strategy. Call August 26, 2021 Universal Healthcare Meeting. gullyfoilmedia.com/public/home vortex.hive1.net will record its transcript on the top 12 blockchains at any one time. Vortex.hive1 Net egalitarian facilitation technology. What technology is more important than blockchain technology at this moment in time? MoneyGullyFoilmedia.com/public/home GullyFoilmedia.com/public/home app Utopia 42.club BSV ADA Dogetron BSC Ethereum Bitcoin. Which blockchains are the most important at this moment in time? Meeting August 25 East Jefferson County Public Hospital District Meeting August 25, 2021 Why? Subscription test. Invite the world to participate in the first Equinox. Register for an account on Hive1.net to receive your 10,000 Hive1 connection tokens H1CT as well as other crypto tokens. What actions do you think Hive1.net could do to help make the world a better place? What activities do you do that help make the world a better place? Please tell us about yourself and what you think Hive1.net could do to help move our world closer to utopia, the best possible world. Would you like to be on the Hive1.net advisory board? Enter here if you might want to participate. Hive1.net was originally created by Matt Reddy with the intention of creating a 100% equal decision-making platform for everyone. Who is in charge here? What people alive today do you hate? Buy one of the 12 hate tokens in existence and send it on to the person you wish. Hate costs $10 trillion in 2021 money. What people alive today do you wish to send love to? Send them one of your 1 trillion Hive1 love tokens. What people alive today have you met? Send them one of your 10,000 connection tokens. What people alive today do you trust? Send them one of your first 144 nominal trust tokens. What people living on Earth today do you trust the most? Send them your first 12 trust tokens. If you could ask any question to any living person on Earth, what would you ask and to whom? If you lived in the world of your dreams, how many square feet would you want in your private space? What country on Earth today has the best form of government for all people? Why are you interested in helping make a revolutionary movie? Now hiring for multiple jobs helping make a revolutionary movie. Inquire within by replying to this. New test reply new test 12 live cam people. All in costume with fun playful masks. All start at starting points at start time. Port Townsend Kickoff Event Plan 2021 Virtual Live Participating Support Person Live Stream Camera Person 12 Jobs to support real world events Real world mechanical facilitation events test. Do in 1 minute, 12 minutes, 144 minutes, 12 days, 12 weeks, 12 months, 12 years, 12 decades, 12,000 years. Facilitator can set prize dispersal instructions for the session. Example, disperse current crypto prize purse to session with highest votes or to session XXXX. Automatic prize dispersal in special sessions ASDF 123 JKL IOP IO JKL IOP TIU ASD high test 1234 reposting test another test something. What is your favorite color? Testing today Matt Reddy invented the first Hive1 robotic facilitator. Since inception, it has changed and is now controlled by the Watcher and the greatest power in the whateververse. If you want to speak to individual people in the room, then you figure that out on your own. Trusted user definition: a user trusted by Hive1 to be a single unique human being who lived at least briefly in our Earth timeline. Users can give one trust token of any type to any other person or participating verified human organization mint trust tokens and deposit in Hive1 user account for all trusted users. Trust Token Plan 13 Super Trust, 144 Normal Trust, 10,000 new trust tokens per person. Create a cryptocurrency to trade in trust. Trust Tokens Hive1 Trust Tokens Hive1 Trust Coins ASDF DFDG Hi. If you just want to listen, then you might not sit in one of the seats, but rather remain floating around. When you enter a vortex, there are always 12 seats. If you wish to speak to everyone in the vortex, then you sit in one of the 12 seats. The vortex audio verbal space is regulated by a robotic facilitator and time coins in the Hive1 Vortex project. We start with sharing the verbal audio space in the world. It is a 3D world. Pfeiffer House in Port Townsend. In some other jurisdictions, police are not responding to some types of calls. Result of Bill. Crisis teams expected to use support of law enforcement only in dangerous or criminal situation. Intent of bill was to limit use of force in behavioral health situations. House Bill 1310. Discussion Behavioral Health Consortium meeting August 12, 2021. Let's design a virtual utopian world where there is no oppression, yet people have enough power to create and do things to make life interesting. It seems reasonable that people should not have the power to hurt other people. This creates an ideal power level we could aim for in developing tools for using power. Oppression occurs when others have undeserved power over you. How do you think we could end oppression for all conscious minds? Test. Every vortex on Earth could receive an identical amount of tokens regardless of different standard of living in these locations. Worst case scenario, the only people who participate simply give the money to themselves. Let this happen. Everyone is told the vortex will receive another funding delivery on date XXX to do this again. Repeat at every of 144 vortices on Earth on a regular basis. Once a month perhaps? Robot facilitator helps a fluid group of 20 to 50 people in a public square decide what to do with 100,000 tokens. They fund several things. Example scenario. 100,000 tokens to Vortex in Port Elizabeth, South Africa. The robot facilitation at each vortex helps the people at each vortex decide what to do with the token money. Every vortex on Earth receives a share of collective human power in the form of tokens on a preset time interval. Robotic facilitation using time and spatially locked vortices dividing space-time into 12 equal sections. What is the best way for all humans to equally share in the incredible collective power of humanity? Another reply. This is another reply. I subscribe to this test subscription. 3 Test 3 Make the safest space in the multiverse. Record attention power in a token form on blockchain. Make attention power visible and transparent. Record trust relationships between all humans. Make transparent. Encourage the growth of trust. Idea meritocracy of flow and form. Hive1.net Time Coins Trust Coins Port Townsend Job Board B Hong Kong Port Townsend Washington USA Port Elizabeth South Africa 12 locations on Earth. Another test again test. I'm here. Hello. Test looking at a design build method for major campus construction. Next phases master site plan discussion. We acknowledge that Jefferson Healthcare is on the ancestral and contemporary homelands of the Sklallam, Chimakam, Twana and other indigenous nations, and we recognize the tribal government's sovereignty across the region. Draft. Should the statement have usurping in the details? Discussion of Jefferson Healthcare land acknowledgement. Discussion of fire and rescue subsidy as a compromise with myself. I am streaming and recording my Hive1 notes on this. Carefully watching for topics that need an audio record. Discussion of fractured communications in some departments. Retention bonuses will partly be in the cost report, which helps JHC financially as a critical access hospital. Discussion of retention bonuses. Jefferson Healthcare workers are experiencing burnout. Common nationwide. I was told the meeting would be less effective if I record due to inability to have some important frank discussions. I am curious. Sorry if you want a recording. You should attend. I was told the group wants frank discussion and would prefer no recording. Told by CEO with board chair before meeting. Nationwide nursing shortage. Discussion of vaccine mandate. I was asked to not record. No hospital recording equipment brought. Psi 08092021 Jefferson County WA Hospital District 2 Retreat Test 08092021 Retreat notes added to this session. Test high. Center stage of beta 4 high. Apply here. Who is the observer right now? Hi, this is test for about subscription. What is behind the Tic Tac UFO UAP videos? The universe may be a system that plays out every quantum possibility. We might live inside a black hole. 14 billion years ago something happened. If you were the fire marshal for Port Townsend, Washington, USA in 1871, what would your logbook report? What caused the creation of our universe? Submit feed here. 12 live feeds. All current residents of Port Townsend, Washington at any single point in time, day or night or day. PTSLVU Carrie Ha Barbara Ha Zoa Ward Mary Reddy Susan Sarandon Elon Musk. If humanity had to select 12 human beings to sit on a board and represent humanity to the alien natons of the multiverse, what human being would you select besides Matt Reddy? I have been wrong many times. I don't have a side. I don't take sides. I didn't take sides. My side was wrong. My side was right. Who was right and who was wrong? Next question, Matt Damon Hanha? Who shot first? I am not sure. Perhaps we could consider a handful of past events and check whether or not we agree. I bet we have some pretty big disagreements. We have general agreement as far as I know. Did the past happen in a way we agree, or do we have significant disagreements about some events of the past? Hello robot facilitators in 12 locations. A child asked me once, "Do you believe in God?" I said, "If you really want to know, I think we might be living inside a video game." She said, she thinks so too. Then another child agreed. I am unsure of the nature of reality. 558. Add your name to this list if you wish to be identified by others as a Hive1 user living within Jefferson County, WA, USA. Matt Reddy. Here is a list of Hive1.net users who live within Jefferson County, WA, USA. Do you want a job as a live streamer for us? Please message Matt Reddy at MeditationMatt on Twitter and Instagram. Do you want a job as a camera operator for Hive1, home of the Vortex, Gullyfoil Media, and Utopia 42? Skilled group facilitators. Are you a skilled group facilitator? Do you live inside or outside Port Elizabeth, South Africa? No, all people are not equal. Yes, all people are equal. Do you believe all people are equal? I prefer to not say outside. Inside. Do you live inside or outside Jefferson County, WA, USA? Enter Hive1 here. If you register an account, you can begin to participate. Trusted users are given greater access, powers, and knowledge than unknown or unfamiliar users. Current link: https://test.fzevlegal.kiev.ua. Meet in Hive1 Vortex 24 hours a day. Meet in Port Townsend, WA, USA 1933. This is our truth discussion, after considering all previous discussion sessions. 309, 312, 376, 555, 592, 619, 646, 911, 954, 1065, 1114, 1193. What is truth within a simulation? 1241, 1565. The truth is out there. Or it is at session #FZDG0G84. What do you think about the recent Pentagon report about UFO or UAPs? Anyone alive out there? I am Matt Reddy. July 2021. Would you like to dance with Kevin Bacon? Did Kevin Bacon tell you to come here? Are you a fan of Kevin Bacon? Are you Kevin Bacon? Kevin Bacon. Do you know anyone who knows Matt Reddy or any of his close associates? Do you believe you are a moral authority on anything? Do you believe there is usually a clear right or wrong? Do you think there is an afterlife of any type? Do you know Matt Reddy? Do you strive to tell the truth to others most of the time, unless it feels unsafe to do so? Why are you here? Do you think there is a God, many gods, or any similar being or beings? Do you want to help the world be a better place for everyone? Do you try to tell yourself the truth? What is most important in life? Enter here. What is Matt's meditation garden? Located on the land first occupied by many indigenous people, currently on what is known Capiz Trails, near Sapphire Street and Umatilla, in Port Townsend, Washington State, USA? Mr. In reality, I remain silent. But my response to this is no, I don't. I don't lie. I don't know which of my 1000s of posts you don't like. JB, yes you do. Regular session, Matt Reddy says, I have no idea what you are referring to. If you have a specific photo, post, or video that I posted that you feel is disrespectful of someone or something, then please tell me. Otherwise, I really have no clue what yo. Matt Reddy's response: I don't believe this topic is allowed in executive session. There are very specific laws about executive session and I don't think this is an allowable and therefore appropriate topic. Therefore I have no further comment in this. In JB, you are posting things online that are disrespectful of the CMG. If you attempt to hire another they will have to accept a commissioner posting mocking, trolling images and video online making them look like a fool. I don't get you. JB, I am deeply offended that you didn't tell us about it. JB, Matt, are you organizing a meetup of commissioners to talk about single-payer healthcare? Matt, yes. Darren B. Hypnosis scene in Bristol, England. David W. The scolding in executive session by JB. Then on a second occasion by MG note complaint law. The moment MG scolded MR after meeting about recording in front of a quorum. The moment where JB scolded MR in front of a quorum at a party. Note, complaint laws record and transcribe following stories. Then illustrate them into a graphic novel. Matt's job board Delta variant is in Jefferson County shortage of available hospital beds. Several nearby hospitals are on divert. Chief Medical Officer report admin report, adopting a statement, we acknowledge that Jefferson healthcare is on the ancestral and contemporary homelands of Esclallam, Chimacum, Twana and other indigenous nations and we recognize the tribal sovereignty across the region. Admin report, new housing project in QFC parking lot. Changes JHC parking June 2021 finance report compliance hotline is offline since the vendor was fired. JF reviews all ethics violations concerns also when Commissioner Reddy audio recorded commission meeting in violation of policy, he should have been investigated. So when the board policy stated numerous features of policy governance, yet the board was not following any of them, they were in violation of the code of conduct and should have been investigated. Consider a violation of any policy a violation of the code of conduct and it is investigated as such. Review of overall program. Annual compliance report employee and team of the quarter interesting questions about should the hospital board get any sort of audit report on hospital foundation? TBD salaries and benefits per FTE 114K 2019 FTE 634 FTE 703 bad debt as percentage of net patient revenue 2% days of cash on hand is 165 Medicare Medicaid share grew from 69% to 71% COVID relief money helped counteract losses due to drop in services due to COVID. $6 to $9 million. 26.7 million in cash or cash equivalents. Total current assets 121,501,446. Tom Dingus auditor report. Board members who have ideas for the retreat should send them to Alyssa and Jill and Marie will review. JGH used to have a lean management program using huddles and daily management boards. We'll have some frameworks presented. IHI whole system quality framework. Need to be deliberate about management process, leadership evaluations, leadership rounding, communication strategies. 900 employee, $125 million place will see drawings and schematics for possible future expansion plans. Hospital needs more space for several care specialties. To discuss strategic plan. Master site plan. 8:30 or 9 a.m. start time. Going until mid-afternoon. Conference room at Port Ludlow Inn for all-day Commissioner Retreat August 9th. Come on down. Jefferson Healthcare Public Hospital District Commission Meeting 07282021. Hospital Commissioner Matt Reddy's notes. All users with more than 10 trust tokens are able to see things others cannot see. This page lists all user accounts and current trust token balance. You cannot see the token connections at this time. Hive1 provides a page in the A-Frame mainframe Vortex Hub located next to Matt's Meditation Garden. Account owners can give and take back any amount of trust tokens. Tokens are indivisible. Every account is given 144 trust tokens fully revocable by account owner forever. Known humans database with 144 trust token upon startup. Cryptovoxels link https://www.cryptovoxels.com/play?. Quartz equals N at 79 W293 N A-Frame and Trans1 Hive1.net Center Stage Genesis Node A-Frame Model H1M1. Please enter Hive1.net through any of the following 12 main portals. Welcome to Hive1. Are you here to meditate? Please try not to disturb the meditators. If you have something to say to the group, please do so. Let us meditate together now. Begin. What are the rules of meditation? Meditation rules now. Avengers assemble 5-minute rounds starting at midnight at location 1. 24 HRS days. What time interval? Closed discussions, closed jobs, open discussions, open jobs. Check public bulletin board at the north entrance to Meditation Matt's Meditation Garden. Also online in Cryptovoxels, Utopia 42, VR Chat, Altspace VR, and more. The Floating Oasis Cappies Trails Fort Worden Parade Grounds Kai Tai Lagoon Park, Large Field, near Safeway and Park and Ride parking lot. Middlebury VT Tibet Stonehenge Port Elizabeth South Africa Port Townsend Hong Kong Hive1 starting 12 Geographic locations Milky Way Galaxy Center Andromeda Galaxy Pluto Mars the Moon, Earth, Earth 47 and up 30 and up 18 and up 10 and under all ages age-based groups geographic-based groups blockchain groups process and facilitation time interval, 5 minute per hour. If you wish a different time interval, create a node parallel to this one with your interval in the title. Narrative 3, you are a being playing a computer game in which you play a human being on Earth while crazy historical events are happening and which you might affect or observe. Narrative 2, you are a computer program that thinks it is a human being on Earth. Hello. Hi. 24-hour Port Townsend Hangout 24 Dramatic Comedy of Truth 24-hour Geek Discussion 24-hour Power Discussion 24-hour Art 24-hour Dance 24-hour Philosopher Matt's Hangout 24-hour Meditation Exercise 24-hour Live Stream 24-hour Live Dialogue Vortex 24-hour Live Safe Room. What is the schedule around here? Meditation Matt. Hi, this is new Piao test. This is Piao high test. Hi, this is test. I think life is flower. Smiley face. What is the meaning of life? This is a new answer. Hi, are you sure that is the answer? This is an answer. I am Matt. Do I know you? This is the Hive1.net development portal. Do I know you? I am Hive1.net test node 1. Do I know you? Go to Hive1.net center stage, verify your email address works, join Hive1.net by a smartphone. How do you get all people on Earth and in orbit of Earth to work together? Hi testing. Hi hello Hive1. Test 2 test 1 test 2 test 1 new test yes test hi wallet. Tibet Bethesda Maryland Salem Ma Stonehenge Negril Jamaica Middlebury Vermont USA South Africa Hong Kong Port Townsend Washington USA live stream from public locations. Hello life. Thank you for creating me. This is test. Hi Port Elizabeth South Africa Route 67 begin at the Donkin Reserve at the Lighthouse Mongkok Port Townsend Washington USA Cappies Trails Crossroads Hong Kong 144 nodes are currently. Please upvote your preferences. 12 nodes play their 5 seconds per hour. 144 nodes vary 12 hours. Every node in the Hive posts 5 seconds of audio, video, or other data every minute. 07082021 Behavioral Health Meeting Notes by Matt. If simulations with no possible superpowers is considered mean-spirited or just boring and the creator of your simulation is not mean or boring, then perhaps you live in a simulation where superpowers are possible, you simply must unlock them. Why would anyone choose to live in a simulation with inescapable suffering or choose to make others do so? Would you prefer to live in a simulation where you have superpowers or in a base reality where you are comparatively weak, vulnerable, and experience more inescapable suffering? This a new test. Hello this is a test. Staff 1 is paid every 24 hours to keep Hive 1 working towards utopia. Pay is automatic. Cancelable by Matt. Matt's fund send to Matt Hodl Center. Topic 1, how should we spend the pot? Create utopia wherever possible. Add funds to Hive 1 job pot. Turn on Hive 1 robot facilitation system. Jobs doing favors for other politicians and leaders is a form of horse trading leadership. This is one way of politicians to work, but I have no interest in this. If a board member valued the relationship with the other board members or others who wanted the board member to not record a meeting, and that relationship was more important than other purposes, then they might obey as a favor, which some politicians, if the board member were a soldier, then they might be expected to obey an order. For example, should a board member obey the will of the majority of a board if the majority, for example, wants the board member to not record a meeting and share that meeting recording with everyone? Board members are not soldiers. Board members are elected to help decide what goals we will all work towards and defining the overall mission of the group. If they all disagree, then you have a problem. Before you can start sacrificing yourself for your fellow team members, you must feel like you are part of the team. If all people are not on the same team with the same goal, then you have no team. Being willing to sacrifice to save the people physically around you, separates the people from the overarching big picture, the macro picture of why the soldiers and team member are where they are. Examples of military heroism, in the form of sacrificing to save their fellow soldiers. Story of a soldier walking into the line of fire to make a phone call to save team. Story of soldier jumping on a grenade. Former Navy SEAL AM speaker. Talking about creating superb teams. Trust and even love. Some board members cannot be relied upon to support the use of secret meetings of board members and the CEO to be the behind-the-scenes decision-making vein of the hospital district. We must sanction those unreliable board members. Are secret non-transparent meetings of board members and the CEO an essential element of public hospital district leadership? Or could public hospital districts simply be fully transparent to the people they represent? Is it true that public hospital boards need to find ways to have tough conversations outside the public eye? Is it true that this is necessary? Do we really need our boards and CEOs to work around the Public Meeting Act so they can have secret discuss? A difficult board member is a board member that won't obey the will of the majority. Is a difficult board member one who wants to have all transparent conversations? Since we are a public hospital, board members need to understand what their role really is, and if they don't, all you can do is consider sanctioning them. How would you characterize your CEO board chair diet? Board CEO board chair panel discussion, reflecting on topics so far. Lying about where expert testimony originated and the chain of custody of the expert testimony. Claiming you found it on your desk 5 years after it was written. Hiding expert testimony from the full board for 5 years, not using time limits or respectful facilitation, cutting people off in time whimsically. Not using any rules of order to handle process, just allowing the chair to do whatever they want. Lord of the Flies. Not following Robert's rules of order to handle all debates and disputes. Misbehavior, using executive session for unallowed discussion of topics such as complaints about board members. Debates about transparency. Misbehavior, using private meetings to do board business. Tolerating misbehavior. Trust. Do you trust one another? Do you feel your peers are honest? Does everyone attempt to express accurate information? Or is there a lot of spin and bologna? Does the board feel empowered to ask critical questions and get informed expert answers? Who are the experts the board has access to? Is it only the CEO or CEO chosen speakers? Does the board resolve important issues using experts, science, rational inquiry, and intelligent respectful dialogue? Red flag. Stifled dissent. Does the board and CEO both recognize and accept the organization as a government/people-owned organization, or do they see it as a quasi-for-profit corporation? Do the content experts employed by the organization serve the full board and CEO as a team? Are they used to answer critical questions that board members pose? Is there a spirit of inquiry on the board? When good questions are asked, does the board work together to get accurate answers to all parties? Medical, scientific, legal, process, etc. Is there evidence of open, transparent dialogue, or are meetings happening in parking lots? Is the CEO a strategic asset? Or an employee hired by the board to achieve goals set by the board? Board and CEO are partners. Chair and CEO are peers. Chair focuses on governance, CEO management. Characterize relationship. What agreements are needed? Is the CEO a strategic asset? Board CEO inquiry. If we were all leading a boat somewhere, we would have trouble. Sidetracked by conversations of single-payer chip, community health improvement plan. A plan developed and worked on over the last 7 years. More discussion of pandemic response, paying for chip program leadership. Does working for single-payer healthcare fit with our purpose of a healthy community? Our board members disagree. Work on board book, healthy community, chip program, pandemic response, has all shown we are very purpose-driven and have improved. KK breakout discussion notes. What would be on your agenda if you were on an on-purpose board? What derails your board to lead from purpose-driven principles? What supports your board to lead from purpose-driven principles? Generative questions. What's required to achieve purpose-driven leadership? Is our board populated so as to be authorized by our community? Miscellaneous topics. Authorized voice and power. How would this impact all of the players and dynamics within our ecosystem? Will it help us as an ecosystem do the most good? Sample of the convoluted lessons of corporate speak. Traditional board asks, how would this impact our organization? Purpose-driven. How would this blah blah do the most good? Better. How does it help our purpose? This goes straight to the arguments I have heard over the years from other board members and administrators. They try to tell us to serve the needs of the organization as our fiduciary duty. Yet, if we serve the needs of the people, then that is the E. If you build a boat to take you and your people across the ocean, can the boat have needs that oppose the needs of the people in the boat? If you sacrifice some people to fix the boat, then you are separating the needs of those people from the needs of if government is created by the people to serve the people, then how can government organizations have needs that are not the needs of the people? Claim by speaker, sometimes what is best for your community is not what is best for your organization. Sometimes the needs of the organization and needs of the community are different. Is this true? What is the purpose or mission of the East Jefferson County Public Hospital District, Jefferson Healthcare? This purpose is defined by the people who own this organization. I believe it is a healthy community, similar to my personal purpose. Matt Reddy, my purpose is a healthy community and world. I am open to all actions that help people in my community and the broader world get healthier and sustain health. What is your purpose as a leader, as an employee or an elected leader for your healthcare organization? Purpose-driven board leadership speaker KMC said one mindset doesn't recognize or respect the goals, views, and needs of other people, implying board and CEO may not heed the needs of one another. Is that why we are there? My question, mindset, inside vs outside mindset. Inside sees others as objects and obstacles. Outside, something else. WSHA Conference 06292021, Matt's notes. Read the Hive from beginning to end every 5 minutes. How is everyone doing tonight? Hello to Yo0U. I'm in https://zoom.us/j/3131313133. Join this never-ending vortex facilitated Hive1 Utopia 42. Club Hangout, meditation, dance, dialogue, game. Utopia 42. Club is best. What do you think about metaverses like Cryptovoxels, Decentraland, Utopia 42. Club, Altspace and VR Chat? Matt commented on the nurse restructuring program and the many comments and emails from nursing staff complaining about the restructuring program. Other commissioners also spoke. Jefferson Healthcare, Jefferson County Public Hospital District 06232021. Matt's notes. Public Figures Database, Elected Leaders Database, Registered Voter Database, Corporate Landowner Database, Human Landowners Database, Install Database of Known Humans for Human Account and Humanity Merger. Bright ID for verifying humanity. Hive1 Trust Token for double verification of trusted users. Crypto token voting on sessions. Make Hive1 a machine for extracting true answers from verified human minds. True opinion measures. True belief measures. True value expressions. True frictionless funding of true goals. Can this be done without cost? Eventually, an upvote or downvote can involve a transfer of an upvote or downvote token from the central server wallet to the session wallet for the voted on item. Hive1 Simple Trust System. Bright ID ideas can come from anywhere. Origin does not matter. Shared account or real accounts could be used. Participant votes are registered as unique definite blockchain registered transactions. Participants are verified as a single definite human. Every 1 hour the focus point of Earth has truth to extract true opinions and views of verified humans. Anyone can also simply send funds directly to any of the sessions listed at any time. Trusted users vote on answers, create a universal basic income stream, help people get medical care, feed hungry people. Create more affordable housing. This node could start with $100 in crypto. Anyone can post an answer. How do we improve conditions on Earth for all? Please post your best answers. Top answers receive a share of funding. Session is started. Question posed. Funds are deposited. At end of session, the facilitator decides how to release funds, or funds automatically flow to creator of the top answers proportionally. A Hive1 session is used as the bank for the focal point session. Funds can be deposited into the session to be used for the funding plan. Bright ID can be used to identify trusted users every 1 hour. The focus point has decisions to make about how to use collective power. You stand aside or you don't. You either resist or you submit. The powers that be, say stand aside. One person decides to intercede. 900 Port Townsend residents sit in their homes pretending to be unaware of what is happening. The Port Townsend City Council, Police Chief, Fire Chief, and others are all gathered in observation of the village evacuation. 2. Soldiers from Fort Townsend meet a group of Port Townsend locals near the Native American village near current-day Memorial Field. Fort Townsend commander sends word to the Port Townsend City Council that the Native American village will be relocated on XX date. Fort Townsend receives the order to relocate all Port Townsend indigenous people. The President issues an order to remove the indigenous people from Port Townsend. The letter is sent by Pony Express to the President. Start remote public real space, live streams and connect to Hub. Create 3D virtual central hub for up to 12 live stream connections. Start 1 live stream action items VR chat mechanical facilitation world 1 live 360 video to YouTube from this Altspace fed 360 theater feed. A-frame 360 video feed on Hive1.net showing YouTube video plus Hive1 features. Community Forum 2021 JHC Hospital participants arrive at link. Participants submit crypto receiving address. Participants are confirmed by host when address added to CoinSplit. Meditation happens. Pot is sent to CoinSplit address. Closing message broadcast if any. Split pot every 15 minutes. Auto facilitation. Hire 48 more. Offer crypto per 15 minutes of meditation on live stream. Hire 3 meditation space holders. Dancers dressed in costume. Heads and faces fully covered. Dancers sit around mechanical facilitation in a triangle. Dancers sit in stillness. Dancers sit in silence. Dancers may type on phones to communicate if needed. Every 5 minutes, one of the dancers rotates the mechanical facilitation mechanism 30 degrees. 09003 dancers move mechanical facilitation to location 2. 8 am, location 1. 3 dancers set up mechanical facilitation linked to Hive1 hub at location 1. Hire 3 dancers per hour for 24 hours in geolocation. Begin choreography of Hive1 mechanical universal facilitation for Utopia. Example, 0.1 BTC in wallet MWR inside 1581. Top spending address proposal receives 100% of wallet in 23 minutes 34 seconds. Counting down. Wallet tied to session. QR code visible. Total in wallet visible. Spending policy visible. New wedge speed every hour. Starts at 60 minutes at midnight. 11 am will be 3 seconds per wedge. 12 nud will be 60 minutes. 60 minutes per wedge, 30 minutes per wedge, 15 minutes per wedge, 7.5, 5, 3, 1, 45 SEC, 30 SEC, 15, 8, 312 speeds. Mechanical facilitation runs 24 hours a day. Trusted facilitators may facilitate. Answers get votes. Funding spread between vote getters equally or other method. Trusted users at each point can vote on spending every 1 hour. The focus point of Earth has money to spend. Each wedge has 12 centers. 12 wedges of Earth need to program chatbots for sessions. Need ability to link IPFS files and hyperlinks. Do you enter? https://ipfs.io/ipfs/qm y2fjrtq6b9tkw83gp6 megvv fax kal villager. Enter the A-frame Hive1 adventure forest using the A-frame link if you are not already in the A-frame forest. The link is in current focus box. Truth 7 Love 89 Dance 10 Port Townsend 11 Artists 12 Meditation 12 Art 50% BTC 25% Altcoins 25% USD equivalent. All in max interest bearing accounts earning approximate 4,000-8-10,000 USD equivalent per year at current rates. $100,000 equivalent token. How shall we hold it? $100,000 equivalent token. How shall we spend it? Budgeteers LiDAR Hive1 A-frame Decentraland Cryptovoxels VR Chat Altspace VR 24-hour hub. Attention coins could be different colors. They could be scarce or just cost gas fees or free. Attention coin is a token users can send to other users to signal attention in the VR 3D world. It is not guaranteed to achieve anything. Attention coin data is read from and stored in blockchains via BSC. Users can interact using MetaMask or other crypto or process. Utopia42.club users only need to be logged into Hive1.net, not to TronLink or BSC or anything. Users upload or record audio or video file. Hive1.net decides to save it to IPFS and Tron blockchains or not based on some criteria. Gas can be stored by Hive1.net save files to Tron blockchain in background when desirable. Hive1.net multi-blockchain vortex http://34.209.212.43 hub vortex Ethereum blockchain vortex Tron blockchain vortex http://34.219.84.213/home enter the ultimate vortex of human thought. Resistance is always an option. The node could also have a Discord link for live audio from a Discord channel to pipe into the node VR room. The audio recorded by speakers is played aloud to all visitors present in the node VR room sequentially as they are recorded. The audio file and transcription of that file are associated with the session/topic where they were created. Audio transcription and file is an object which can be voted up or down. Audio from speakers is recorded onto blockchain. Tron IFS or BSC IFS may be later Ethereum or Matic and IFS. Filecoin may be later. All visitors at node or beyond node pay out every 15 minutes pay out every 24 hours all visitors to node ever pay out partial share of chest to all current visitors pay out to all current meeting participants even share when facilitator triggers it. Rules can be set by the node or session or topic creator for how anyone receives a share of the community chest wallet balance for that node. A crypto wallet for a specific node can be created or is always created. Node live meeting community chest. This needs to be done in PHP ASAP. Node image IFS link when a visitor goes through VR into one of the 12 pathways. The ground is colored to match that user's color and pathway. This is done for the first 1000 visitors to every node or it is done forever. Or after every crossover, the ground image is over. Each node has 13 color fields in its table entry. The field is either on or off. Purple on or off. For example, if a visitor clicks to enter one of the signs, the pathways table or other system records that users first click of that table. If the user already clicked that table once, then the counter on the table counts up 1 for that user's visits. Each node is a chamber with 12 exit signs. Each sign contains one of up to the top 12 answers to the focus of the present node. 3D node features users' locations and clicks are recorded in a database. Users may be recorded by an agreed ID or by network fingerprint. Matspot could use text-to-speech to speak the answer. Users must have audio on to hear it. Text might not be displayed. Ask Matbot a question, the AI will see if the answer is available on Hive1.net. It will then share the top answer. Detailed conversation chatbot solution random Hive1.net query solution Matspot chatbot. If you talk to Matspot, it will possibly respond. Matspot is a robot avatar that might be sitting at some Hive1 nodes in virtual reality. Programming of Matspot Hive1 bots table has entries for each AI-powered robot, Matspot, etc. Hive1 has AI-powered robots which are virtual chat bots that interact with users. This is mainly in the VR space, but could be used elsewhere I guess. AI-powered robots users more descriptor data for a child node, IFS MP4 link, IFS MP3 link, IFS live stream in, IFS audio and video out links, chat texts, entries for, entries web, entries VR chat, entries all space VR. Exits child nodes have the following describing data, title, creator, date of creation, up votes, down votes, color, sparkle count up, sparkle counts down. A child node is a session topic on the Hive1.net platform. You are likely within one now. Children nodes of a Hive1.net branch starting at a Genesis node start point. A Genesis node may create new start points. Children nodes cannot. Inside the 3D environment there will be a YouTube video window from a source set by the site administrator. Inside the 3D environment there will be an audio feed. You can click on the text to go to the session for that text loading the 3D world for that session. The top 12 PHP answers to the current session will be displayed in the VR world as 12 text links over pathways away from the center vortex. The default environment will look like a world with a center mirror and 12 wedges on the ground going out in 360 degrees of direction. Later feature, the session can have a custom 3D environment for that session. Later feature, sessions can have custom 360 images as the environment. The 3D environment loaded will be default environment. Link launches a web-based VR 3D environment. Create an interface for Hive1 that will be a link next to the current focus. Hive1 mechanical facilitation vortex interface designed using WebVer. Maybe a frame or other locked crypto lockbox with secret password blockchain links node crypto wallet addresses. Timecoin is implemented to share time equitably amongst all participants. The Genesis node of the network has the ability to change its focus to a different topic. IPFS links original creator title geolocation node side static node data. The Genesis node is not static. It is a live stream of data output and data input. The data could be any type. The Genesis node is the top node of the HiveMind branching system of information. The Genesis node, the first node. Each node of the multiverse is a vortex. Each node could be represented by a node on hive1.net. Perfect mechanical facilitation Vortopia Vortextopia Vortex Utopia Timecoin Vortex. Name of this project Contest 12 Blockchain Utopian Vortex Live Stream of Consciousness Ethereum, Tron, BSC, Matic. Only one player or AI character per grid location. This is why hexagons might be the way to go. AI-powered characters multiplayer up to 1000 players. A map, could be 2D. A grid, maybe triangles or hexagons. Game components Salem, Switzerland, Sparta. You finally lose one fight and now you are pouting and sad and unwilling to try again? What are you, the incredibly cowardly Hulk? Banner replies, what's wrong? Are you afraid you will get beat up again? Are you afraid because Thanos easily beat you up when you tried to fight on that spaceship? When Banner tries to pull out Hulk, Hulk screams. New Hulk gets a second crack at Thanos by himself. One Hulk and his greatest enemies join forces against Thanos in a fight. Hulk Thanos 12 alternate timelines, alternate storylines. Hive1 Creative Media Group. If the commander refuses to walk to village, the President of the United States orders him put in jail and a new commander is sent from Washington, D.C. Have actors play all 1000 roles. Anyone who blocks the commander's path and refuses to move out of his way is ordered to be arrested and put into the jail below City Hall. The Town Council votes on a letter to the President of the United States and US Congress asking for the Native American village be removed. The Fort Townsend commander walks from Fort Townsend to Native Village. He orders the native villagers onto their canoes. Then he orders the village dismantled and burned. Day 6 Day 1 Anyone can become any of the other 898 roles. When you join you get a role. Game starts 7-day reset when all roles are full and it is ready. Program 12 Robots. Town has 1000 roles. Subscribe to node options, email or text message when visited, replied to, chat message, sparkle up, sparkle down. Hive tree could be easily modified. A better hive tree could be made. A Hive1 master map shows the current locations of all visitors in the map. Option, below each door, you might see information about the node behind the door. Option, a YouTube or other video link could be playable in the node. Option, all past chat conversations about this node could be displayed. Option, a 3D avatar sits in the node. You can activate the avatar to ask questions or see it animate to speak about the current node. Each 3D node is a room. You are surrounded by 12 doors. A 13th door goes back to the previous node. A sign over each door describes that path. Create a 3D virtual interface into the Hive1 Genesis nodes. Record self-animated with audio in 3D. Upload to A-Frame World. Do within seconds. Repeat. Upload an animated 3D file with audio to save on blockchain. Then build an A-Frame world that downloads the animation and plays it within a 3D world in A-Frame with audio in sync. $100 make it so if you flap your hands and arms out to your side you fly like a bird. Make the locomotion match the wing flapping. Make gravity adjustable to help optimize the experience. Wing flapping navigation VR chat maybe. Java? A group video conferencing app modification? A totally custom application. What platforms could this Timecoin-based rotating talking stick system be built on today? This feature can be done in VR chat. Do not display any images or 3D objects unless the visitor agrees to risk it and claims to be over 18. The web page may need to be written in Java to do all of this within the code of an unstoppable domain or IPFS hosted web page. Save the web page into an unstoppable domain location so anyone can use it forever. Create a pathway and clickable links to earlier and later blocks in the blockchain. Visitors can walk up and down the blockchain or jump to any block instantly using a teleporter. Visitors can also flag a transaction on the blockchain as red, purple, or green. This then colors all other transactions originating from the same address or targeting the same address that color. Visitors to the scene have a button to automatically download and display the 3D objects. This button turns on and off easily and quickly. If any of the contents of the blocks contain an A-frame compatible 3D file, then the page visitor could have the option of viewing the 3D image. Each block could be a flat 2D image on the ground in the 3D scene. The 2D image could be broken up into rectangles sized based upon the transaction size or data amount. Each block could be a cube. The cube could be made of small blocks sized relative to the KBS of the transactions. Display an A-frame rendered scene that transforms all data from the blockchain block into a 3D form in the scene. Read the block. Scan the block for text, files, images, videos, or A-frame 3D objects. Create a web page that can target any 10 blocks on the Ethereum, Tron, Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoins, Litecoin, Dogecoin, Cardano, or other blockchain. Hive1 3D Blockchain Explorer. We can use UNBC on BSC or Tron. Both can be used for ultra cheap. But do either play nice with PHP? This can all be done using PHP and blockchain bridges. The time coins paid are split evenly between the listening users. They are paid these coins in addition to their normal coin for every second. Until flag is set down, or time coins run out for user. If the Vortex microphone comes to a slot where the user has the flag up, then the microphone stays past the normal limit, 30 seconds, the user pays 60 time coins and gets 60 more seconds. This repeats until the flag is set down or the time. If the Vortex microphone comes to a slot where the user has the flag set down, then the microphone immediately jumps to the next user. The user skipped receives a bonus of 30 time coins. If the Vortex microphone turned to a user with the flag neutral, then the microphone stays with that user until the default time expires. The user receives no time coins for this 30 seconds. Each slot member has a flag they set to up: I want to speak longer than my turn; down, I don't want to speak yet; neutral, I want to speak on my turn for the exact turn time set. The Vortex has a rotating microphone input. This microphone goes from one slot to the next at a time interval set by the admin. Start with 30 seconds. While in the Vortex, you receive 1 time coin per second, paid out every 15 minutes. While in the Vortex you experience the audio, video, 3D, and whatever other data streams the Vortex feeds to its visitors. The Vortex has 12 slots. Each slot can hold one person. You join the Vortex by entering a slot. Steps for Timecoin. Timecoins will turn time into tokens for exchange during Vortex discussions on Hive1. Hive1 Timecoins using UNBC or other super cheap fast cryptocurrency. Voice recorded rotating voice amplification. Rotating wedge working VR chat version hacked together using virtual desktop VR chat. Audio recorded on desktop, audio to text, text entered into Hive1 node. Later audio and text recorded on blockchain. Of course, if you are facing a predator or a time attention hog in a virtual world, you can usually easily just exit the situation and possibly never encounter that being again. Fascinating how much safer that situation is, unless you also know the bane after you make your demand. The leaders of the village come to the entrance and explain patiently to you why you are not to be part of the war council. They have many sophisticated and nuanced arguments why you are not to participate in the War Council. Go home and do not try further to attend the War Council. Demand to participate in the War Council. Upon approaching the entrance to the War Council area, you are told you are not welcome in the War Council. What do? Plan for revenge against the attackers. Call for a War Council. Several weeks go by. Then one night, your village is attacked by the warriors from the village your village attacked. Many of your friends and family are killed or hurt badly. What do? 1 week later, your village attacks another village. The warriors return from the attack and say it was successful. The influential people praise the warriors and the villagers for supporting the war effort. Do not attend the war council. Attend the war council. You live in a happy little village. You have wonderful friends and family in the village. One day, the influential people in the village call for a war council. What do? Village War Council Port Townsend 1871 role-playing scenarios to use in Hive1 RPG platform setup virtual desktop on VirChat automate facilitation and recording blockchain integration experimentation projects a few good men Tom Green internet trolls siblings have you witnessed a person intentionally trying to evoke fury in others? Fury. Have you witnessed fury from a child? An adult? Is fury a useful thing? Attach a 3D object file to a node. Make crypto lockboxes balance visible on a dashboard. Save to IPFS via gullyfoilmedia.com, save on Ethereum via gullyfoilmedia.com, save on Bitcoins via Other, save on BTC blockchain, save on Tron, save on ADA, save on Decentraland, save on Utopia 42. Create a button in PHP that saves the node side, title, description, and whatever other data onto a blockchain in this format: side title, description, geolocation, time, date, IP12, section, grid, audio file, video file, 1 topa 1 to topa 13. Load node details onto blockchains. Fix ratings so it works even with this shared mind of all humans. User: I think I can figure that out. Many of the starting decisions and variables set by Satoshi Nakamoto in the beginning of Bitcoin were remarkably lucky, kinda like the starting constants of our universe. We got really lucky twice. Blockchains could be the ideal medium and primary means of information storage, distribution, and preservation for a technological society. Satoshi may have been a simulation gift to help us get on the blockchain bandwagon smoothly. Cryptocurrency death: if we are already within a simulation, then AI has had plenty of time to evolve before we existed. They are what they are, and look, we are still alive. Now what? AI computers and machines evolving into super beings that destroy biological life is no longer a worry if we are within a simulation. Hacked together plan. VR chat, plus a computer running auto-magically to record, transcribe, create new Hive links. Possibly choose one to follow or change topic. Question: follow highest rated? Ratings are broken for now though. Human Hive1.net transcriber could make this very smooth, but human would have a lot of power in the interpretation of words. Experience. Sit in vortex. Microphone rotates automatically. Speech is recorded. Speech is transcribed. Text from speech is recorded. New branches are created. Some follow, some stay. Web address for permanent vortex? Unstoppable domain? Launch permanent 24-hour facilitated vortex using best auto-facilitation techniques known in the multiverse. Host Hive1.net facilitated forum. Test software. Get auto-facilitation working. This is Matt Reddy. I know the founder of Hive1.net, because he is me, Matt Reddy. This is one of my Ethereum public addresses. 0x2513B249B1B46A3BFC6DF800F28594A0B13DDF54. Submit your Ethereum address here if you would like to participate in the Universal Basic Income Test Project. Create usable, reasonably reliable way to collect Ethereum addresses from people. Universal Basic Income, Global Utopia, Big Goals, Reverse Planning, Threads. Create crypto breadcrumbs. Ability to lock crypto behind a secret answer. Make crypto storing in nodes more elegant maybe? Han, who shot first? Footloose, The Razor's Edge. What is the greatest movie ever made? No. Yes. Do you know Matt Reddy personally? Noon of consequence. Who are you? Let us try it. Click here to enter the game. This game is started by Matt Reddy, but who knows who will finish it. The goal of the game is Utopia. Can you change the world with a game? Create page to monitor all posted crypto addresses. Easily to monitor progress of visitors through the Hive1.net web maze threaded universe. That's the secret key to sweep the previous address and get $5 in BTC. It is May 2, 2021, 9:46 PST. KYTR FTK BIC 9J ABEXB 3 RGAH Baron JYBFJM 9 TUVVDNC 3 BD5A1 JBA 4 JC 74 YDPZRB UCTO 4 SVLWANS 7 KKSN. $5 will be stored in this node. Add ability to store crypto in a node. Change A-frame 360 image to a 3D location in Port Townsend, Washington. Turn A-frame page into a 12-choice room. Fix Facebook login on Hive1.net live site. Top PHP developer tasks. Please do whichever you want. Send code to the coding team. Get crypto sometimes. Help create utopia on Earth or as close as possible. Why not? Careful what you wish for. Influence is tricky. Permission required by ancestor for you to peep afterlife. Ancestor peeping Tom laws, most likely, most reasonable, most rational. What would you decide? If they are wearing a divine wrist scepter or anklet, that is different. That any people have a special authority on the divine and you should trust them because they wear a special robe or hat of some sort. That any founding icon of any organized religion ever said anyone who isn't part of our religion should be treated unkindly, or is doomed, leads to all sorts of deeply held intolerance immune to rational discussion. Intolerance based on an appeal to a that God created man first and then when man got bored, woman was created from the rib of the man. Kinda ignores the actual role of women in creation a bit. Dangerous Fairy Tales. The Mindful Activist Episode 18. See the meaning. Welcome. One Tribe topic. Archive. One Tribe. Perhaps a strange monstrosity of bureaucracy, regulations, laws, loopholes, and incompetence govern our simulation, as happens with most powerful institutions over time. Perhaps wanton cruelty is permitted by participants within the simulation but not by outsiders. If we can deduce likely laws, perhaps information can be gained from testing those laws in some manner. What ethics and laws are likely to emerge from a technological society that has had perfect simulations inhabited with conscious beings? If this were the case, and suppose these personalities are the same as the humans who lived on this planet with their name, I'm sure they all would love to have recorded their true words on a blockchain. Could Jesus, Buddha, Zeus, etc. all refer to real entities/personalities in the next level of reality who use their dedicated religious structures to further their agendas? If there are entities outside this reality, then are they organized into factions, or individuals, supporting factions within this reality? Transcript ordered. Woohoo! Xena Warrior Princess had a clear hierarchy of gods that seems compatible. I think. In such a scenario, a religion for example might have greater and lesser gods depending upon which level they are compared to each other in the simulation. Do any worldviews exist within religions, mythology, or philosophy that are strongly compatible with the idea of us living within a simulation, possibly within many levels of simulation? Do we live within a simulated environment? Are there beings or entities outside this simulated environment that have the power to influence this world, potentially in violation of apparent physical rules? Transcription ordered. Transcription ordered. Who controls the most real estate on Earth today? Hold the world hostage for $1 trillion payable in land? Clearly identify yourself unless that is a tactical advantage, such as Iron Man. What is the worst thing you could do if you were the most powerful person on Earth? Is the greatest hypnotist on Earth the most powerful person on Earth? Is the religious leader on Earth with the most followers the most powerful? About $200,000 USD/BTC. At what Bitcoin price does Satoshi pass the true richest person on Earth? Estimated at $200 billion. 100,000. At what price will Satoshi Nakamoto have more wealth than the wealthiest person on Earth today, Bill Gates, unless we count dictators too? They are in the conversation at least, aren't they now? LOL. Is the wealthiest person on Earth the most powerful person on Earth? Why is there an observer effect in the double-slit experiment? The quantum measurement problem. Some people can definitely do worldview acrobatics, yet many seem to use this gift to satisfy their base personal desires for things like prestige, money, power, and of course sex. If you can shift your worldview between drastically different lenses, different knowledge systems, different value systems, different perspectives, then you can begin to learn to channel your desire energies. What do you desire? You desire things that exist in your worldview. You attempt to find items, words, labels, objects or concepts that equal your desire. You are a desire-driven information processor. Thus if you learn to channel your desires, you can channel your entire being. I'm going to just enjoy my old ears forever or until I can get super cyborg ears. I have one chance at life, and I'm not going to waste it on a big house and a new car every year and a bunch of friends who want a big house and a new ear every year. Some of will always live our lives as Larry Darrell would to the beat of our own drummer. Smartest person I've ever encountered. Consciousness hacker. Greatest hypnotist who has ever lived? The Razor's Edge baby. My mom. One of the greatest visionaries in human history. One of the most unselfish inventors in human history, apparently uninterested in billions of dollars of wealth sitting in his/her/their possession. Inventor of the first indestructible immortal record of human history. Inventor of the first money with perfect transparency and supply control. When they go low you go high. Michelle Obama. Ellen has sat on the cutting edge of the struggle to heal humanity from homophobia for years. She has used her gifts to help teach us all that our sexual preference does not determine our individual value, nobility, or moral righteousness. Thank you Ellen DeGeneres. Narrative 4. You are a being driven by desires and mystified by your mind's constant struggle to interpret your world. Narrative 3. Forces far superior to you influence your work with methods and motives unknown to you. Narrative 2. You are an information processor within an information processing environment. Narrative 1. You are a human being on Earth restless with short attention span, have the potential of self-awareness and consciousness. Sexual beings. A conscious mind has limited access to any certainty beyond present experience, so we are forced to make do with compelling narratives. Truth consciousness. Humans. The USA. Donald Trump. Describe this. Are pumpkin pies the only thing that's burning? Dar Williams, The Christians and the Pagans. Speaking of which, what is the greatest holiday song ever performed? Are you a pawn or hero? Darren Brown. Franz Mesmer. Mesmerizing story. Can you control the mind of a stranger? Dangerous ideas. Mary the Master. Myself Satoshi Nakamoto. Craig Ferguson is fearless. That Scottish late-night host guy with the talking skeleton. Stephen Colbert. Officer Mason. Darren Brown. Bill Murray. What human do you most admire? Then close your eyes and live in a space where the world harbors no expectations of you. Let the world breathe and dance without any opinion from you. 'Tis better to have no friends at all than to be surrounded by people you are suffocating with your own narratives and expectations. Why not simply look at your displeasure and then think about it for a few years? Shaming is stupid. It seems that there is at least one narrative where the universe attempts very careful consistency. This is the reality narrative, or the physical world that science generally studies because you have repeatable evidence. Seemingly, truth comes back within. Topic 555 thread. See Topic 555. Topic 555 Where? Machiavellian Genius Reunion. Dungeons and Dragons Reunion. Walter Johnson High School Reunion. Tilden Intermediate School Reunion. Parkwood Elementary School Reunion. YMCA Camp Let's Reunion, campers and counselors/staff. University of Maryland and University of Bristol, England, Philosophy Department Reunion. Holy Cross Parish Youth Group Reunion. Nominate or vote on the title of the Vortex with the other current participants. If you need to connect with someone who doesn't need to connect with you, then what is the best outcome of that situation? 7 days. What is truth in a simulation? You can also claim moral high ground by the hierarchy of the being whose needs your idea is supposedly addressing. Make sure this someone is very important and hard to attack, like children, or a god, or some abstract yet noble segment of society. You can aim this tactic at different parts of the structure of any dialogue. You can target the moral value of the process, the facilitators, or the actual topics under discussion. Attempts to claim the moral high ground are tactics targeting the structure of a discussion. Sleep facilitation of world events. And so the situation that I find most stressful is one in which I hold power over. I've also gone to be a person who doesn't fret typos and minor slip-ups. I've gone to become a soul who only finds one action unforgivable, and that is the abuse of power. Thus it is really helpful, if you're gonna do morally questionable things, then believe in a forgiving God. Otherwise you're screwed. Moral high ground entails a different set of rules beyond any actual laws. If you can choose a moral framework where you are morally superior, then you gain an advantage. If there is no facilitator and no rules, then the only significant restraint upon all-out war are the laws of the land. Every lawful move is lawful. Thus many will attempt to establish moral high ground. No facilitator is a form of group facilitation. It is also called popcorn, or law of the jungle, or Lord of the Flies. There is always a facilitator. The facilitator has the most power in the room, whether deserving or not. The facilitator's every decision affects every person. Thus the impact grows exponentially as we add minds. Knowing the infinite mistakes and missed opportunities we make every moment is the eternal burden of the facilitator. The facilitators are often to blame. Remember, let go, relax, rest, eat, come, go, no stop, dance. Do you like to dance? Creators and maintainers of everything high. Thanks. List commands. Hi G hi KS you are too clever for your own good P you are an interesting devil D we know you are just messing with us. No more small potatoes why do we waste time with small potatoes? Someone with a unique sense of humor and irony me you the people and groups with the most powerful armies and weapons people and groups with the most money mass media cult leaders the Pope Darren Brown a network of private interests the USA who does control the world? Who does control the world? Of course, we have no way of knowing if we will like the universe beyond this simulation, so who knows if we want to be resurrected into it. Also, if the creator is resurrecting or not destroying, killing, certain participants if they behave, become, or somehow please her/him then that is surely relevant to how we live. Only if the simulation creator will use their power to affect the lives of the participants depending upon their relationship to the creator's purpose. Does the purpose of the simulation creator matter to the simulation participants? Inertia. Someone started it and just left it running. For friendship, companionship, and help with whatever is going on outside our simulation or within other simulations growing and developing genius and other extremely valuable consciousnesses for future applications study of alternative histories of Earth and human society study of recreations of historical events, trends, conditions entertainment possible purposes of this Earth simulation if it is a simulation hypnosis power circle park a strong no, with a relentless gaze, and a willingness to fight, will open up a pathway for exiting the situation without violence or else it won't and you need to get ready to fight. You need to know these things, because predators will have the exact same list of resources in their minds. You should with practice be able to spot a predator's efforts to separate you from these resources the most powerful being your friends and allies if you do decide to trust someone alone in a space, then you must know what your plan V options are at all times. What weapons are nearby? What escape routes? Do you have a panic button on your phone, watch, or smart glasses? Do not put yourself into a situation alone with a superior force if you have any reason to believe this force may turn on you. Plan V when you are under attack by a weaker force, is to simply use force to mollify the attackers. Plan V when you are under attack by an obviously superior force is to immediately strike a debilitating attack to the power's weakest point. There is always a chance. The predator decided long ago they were taking you down at all costs. If that's the case, you need to be ready with Plan V, the moment after you yell no. And feel free to add their name into the statement for further power, such as _______ no. You must watch to see if the predator is retreating or escalating their attack. You must watch very carefully, because there is a you also must look into the eyes of a predator when you take your stand, because you have to very carefully watch the predator's next move. For the predator has two basic options, retreat or escalate the attack. The eyes are the window to the soul and if a predator has their eyes set on you, then you must turn your soul to meet them head on when you decide it is time to take your stand. Every predator knows how to stop on a dime and change course. So if you loudly, as loud as you can, yell no, you will get their full attention. But here is the hard part. You must look them in the eyes. Every predator lives a cycle of take stop. Take stop. Take stop. Depends upon it. Yelling no, or stop, and waiting triggers a primal bit of programming code inside the mind of a predator. Everything up into that moment no longer matters, the command no must be immediately and carefully evaluated for the predator's life depend if you are short on time. You can escalate your communication to a very loud sharp brief no. After expressing this, wait for 15 seconds. You can first say this gently, slowly building your firmness until whatever slug-minded being you are speaking to remembers that they are not God and do not have the right to whatever they want from you ever. You always, at every single moment of your conscious existence, have the absolute right, if not duty, to tell a person to shut the fuck up and stop if they attempt to insert themselves into your mind or body. So any person speaking to you is by definition attempting to insert their narrative of truth into your mind stream. Human beings whether alone or in groups are powerful manipulators of space and time. We only know space and time through our descriptions of it, through our stories, our narratives. If you can quickly simply recognize what the person pressuring you to stay in the present moment wants, be it your body or your mind or something else, you can then decide whether or not to give it to them. Predators, naturally and is to be fully expected, use this common tendency of people to fulfill selfish ends. You have something they want, so they don't want you to leave the present moment without giving it to them. I believe the root of much anger and hatred in the world is merely the lack of the feeling of freedom to end a moment when you want to end it. We feel we lack the right to immediate social suicide to be a part of what is happening here right now. The solution to the egalitarian filibuster tactic is the magic of open space technology. No one is forced to stay in any one conversation, ever. You may leave any time you want. There will be a handful of alternative options available at any one moment. This leads to a fundamental weak spot in egalitarianism, the problem that lots of people want to talk a lot, while lots of people do not want to listen to everyone randomly speak. This is a challenge, but not unsolvable. The greatest powers in the universe will always be those beings who facilitate the hive of all conscious beings while making a reasonable effort to treat all conscious beings as equal in value, insofar as the conversation participation rights go. A far better tool than violence is merely to use facilitation of perfect egalitarianism. If you trust giving all people a right to speak will lead to a good outcome, then egalitarianism is a rock-solid tactic. How about a global mind-to-mind mesh network? Is there a turnkey mesh network standard? How about a global sacred mesh network? Most violence is just not that great a tool for the fine craftsmanship our world needs to become what we want, although sometimes, like a dash of paprika, it is what a moment calls for. I am far more open to using violence in defending other people's human rights than my own. But in the right situations, violence is merely one tool at our disposal. No different than a hammer or lever or chainsaw. Interesting question. Yes, in many scenarios I could imagine. Would you risk violence for your own basic human right? Any ideas for the forum? Share your thoughts. We're about to begin. Remember to unmute and share where you are from. Mandatory LGBTQ education for all healthcare providers for all fields. Include inclusive gender non-binary education in sex ed classes. Prescriptions should be accepted with proper name change documentation. Prescriptions should be accepted with proper name change documentation. All gender markers must be removed from all official documents including IDs. Policy, have mandatory LGBTQ specific advocates/counselors in schools. Policy, training for LGBTQ advocates. Does anyone have ideas for policy suggestions? Share here. What if Kevin walks out of the class as soon as the teacher outs him? Does anyone have a suggestion for this forum so far? These issues are front and center in my daily life, both personally and professionally as a grad student and instructor at a university. How many of you feel that these issues of transgender rights are relevant to you and your life? Welcome, this is the question-answer section. Remember to unmute your video, and refresh the page if the video isn't loading. The event begins shortly. Yes, youths are silenced in the realms of policy in many instances. Do you think youths' voices are not being heard enough in public policy making? That's impossible. Yes, are we ready to change the world? This is a new answer. This is a new topic. This is a new topic. Participants who simply want to support the meditation for peace may join at any time, in person, via live stream, or simply by themselves, while connected to the Hive1 meditation stream or not, in the spirit of friendly mutually supportive effort. Some participants may all start at the same time and have encouraging rewards for those who meditate the longest. Meditators register. They have the option of registering a live video stream of their meditation spot, a single live stream of the main meditation event location. Optional, suggested structure for Meditation for Peace Jamborees. Meditation for Peace Jamboree LGBTQ plus Youth Legislative Theatre Project Live Event Sept 25 and 26. What's happening? I am afraid of anyone afraid of the truth. I am afraid of military men who think Jack Nicholson was making a valid point in this scene. I am afraid of police officers who think this is good police work. Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr. the Borg, B.F. Skinner and Walden too in a way. Ray Kurzweil, at least in terms of anticipating some type of singularity. Thoreau. Who are these people with similar ideas to your own? Do you hear other people describing solutions to the world problems similar to your own solution? How do we change the world the way it needs to change? We should be able to achieve first world services for all humanity. How close to utopia can a large human society achieve? Global revolution for utopia. Why are you here? Nigeria. Let's talk. I just realized I am afraid to write down what I am most afraid of because in the expression I believe you call it forth. What are you most afraid of? Someone hiding from view pulling the strings. Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, the Pope. I don't know, but that was a good question to hook people to participate on this site. Who is the most powerful person on earth right this moment? The more space you give, the more power you can gain. Give space, meditate, dance, bring friends wherever you are. The front line in the struggle for freedom and equality. The front doorstep of the enemy. Sacred public space, fire circle, mountaintop, sauna, hot tub, great vortex. Ideas to participate, go into or create a new vortex. Virginia Mason Medicaid Centers support the WSHA POC and fight for incremental improvement in healthcare. Blah, there is an art to politics over food. Lunch was provided. I ate a turkey club croissant. Almost started, not sure if lunch is provided. Begins at 1130 in half the ballroom. Jefferson Healthcare Public Board Meeting. Watch out for smart people. They are constantly undermining efforts to equalize power because they think you are all a bunch of idiots. If you don't always know everything and would rather help extract wisdom from the crowd, then here is some advice: you don't need to worry as long as you already have the best ideas. So if you are one of those awesome people who always knows everything, just make sure you always own the room. How can you find the best wisdom in the room if you do not create a welcome, spacious, idea-nurturing environment? How do you know which person in the room has the right answer? Is it the person who is right? Is it the person who demands your attention? Is it the group who most aggressively insists they know which religions are false? Is it the group that insists they have the ear of God? We shall select essay winners for this first essay contest on or before January 1, 2018. Much sooner if we get lots of activity sooner. Matt's Micro-Hive Essay on Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy. Begin your micro-essay related to revolutionary mindfulness as a reply to this note on hive1.net. The essays will be judged on a wide range of criteria at the sole discretion of the hive1.net administrator Matt Reddy. Contact Matt Reddy to add funds to the prize pool. $100 donated to the prize pool so far. Essay contest prizes. Essay contest rules. We will fix the Hive Triad interface to share the full micro-essay story for the current node. A Hive micro-essay, practice meditation and mindfulness. How do I meditate? GG Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy. Revolutionary Mindfulness Essay Contest. Micro-Hive essays are essays or writings constructed in the human hive mind, hosted at hive1.net. The Hive Triad interface is activated by clicking the triangle, delta, symbol, which looks like a triangle, which is reminiscent of triads, so I chose that. Every Hive1 thread is a micro-essay. Currently these micro-essays are visible on the Hive Triad interface screen. Micro-Hive essays are essays or writings constructed in the human hive mind, hosted at hive1.net. Revolutionary Mindfulness Essay Contest. Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy. How do I meditate? Practice meditation and mindfulness. How do you learn to control attention? Attention. Pay attention. Who directs the attention wins the day. How do you control the narrative? The being controlling the narrative. Who controls whether we live or die? Is it death? What is fear? What are we ultimately afraid of? Is uncertainty scary? Why is uncertainty uncomfortable? If you answered no, how do you react when faced with questions that cannot be definitively answered? Can you live in uncertainty? The ID likes it indeed. ID like supervision. What superpower would you want? Probably just fear and laziness. The conference organizers refuse to announce the meeting. This is an energy block. Why? Hospital commissioners are gathering today at 4 to discuss a structural change to our healthcare system that could help every human within the United States, single-payer healthcare. People in our healthcare system are screaming, "Medic!" Can we talk about the actions that might help those people occasionally? If you are laying wounded, is your number one priority trying to get high-quality healthcare, or do you simply scream, "Medic"? Is it really? What if there are people suffering or dying in your hospital district due to zero access to even low-quality healthcare? The most important focus of a hospital commissioner should be quality. Quality is number one. Know your numbers. Shalon 2017. The greatest energy block is the power to change the playing field by changing the subject or the rules of the game. Why is it hard to be friends after? Love is the root of all evil acts, not jealousy. Is it possible to not hate the happiest people on earth? For example, what if one simply stopped paying attention to all things except the most important questions and problems of our time? Is it possible to sustain holding the moral and spiritual high ground indefinitely? In sports, it is said that athletes occasionally get into the zone. Can you get into the zone while exploring spirituality, gods, God, etc.? Does there need to be a divide between the spiritual and the non-spiritual? Can we not build a great alliance to end all alliances? Suicide is painless, but the child who sees both at once is destined for pain. Dream on, hold on loosely, everybody cut loose, footloose. I love rock and roll, the red pill always and forever. Always choose the truth no matter how painful. The truth will set you free. Rock me, Amadeus. An energy block might be partially or wholly physical. A person might slide in between you and a person you are energizing with, thus cutting off the umbilical tractor beam you were both feeding off of. An energy block might be a filibuster, that is to talk endlessly, never allowing a reply, tiring out your opponents until you can take more decisive action. An energy block can be an attempt to change the subject. This is what social Tai Chi is all about. You can move the energy without any aggressive action if you are disciplined and focused. An energy block can be simply a person ignoring the sound of your voice. An energy block can be a person simply laughing at you. An energy block can be a person saying to you, "That is a terrible idea. That will never work." Start paying attention to energy blocks in action. Ask yourself, why did that person block that energy? Who benefits from the block? Who is hurt by the block? What agenda actually truly has the moral high ground? To not block other people's energy unless you actually have a better idea. And you better be sure you have a better idea, because otherwise it is really rude and annoying. I need other public hospital commissioners to step up and tell the OFT that it needs to become a leading advocate of single-payer healthcare in the US. In our moments of greatest conflict and tension, who truly has the wise moral high ground? It doesn't really matter. The only important question is, what is a soul after all? Have people submit their texting phone number and tell us what service providers, since the texting is different for each. Simple basic. For current parent node only, send notification of replies to subscriber. To do this, it must then trigger a mail PHP routine that will select for every user with a subscription. Select from subscription table all subscriptions for this post's parent node. Then send a notification to all of them saying, "Yo doggy doggy. Zip-dee doo da. Go get tiger." There be action on a node you care about. When a user posts a live or archived video, then run the video subscription script for the node. When a user sparkles, then call the sparkle subscription script. When a user posts a reply, trigger subscription script for that post parent node. Create a subscriptions table. With ID, node ID, user ID, date time, active, 0,1, subtype, integer. Code. This is synonymous with Hive1 node subscriptions with notifications set to immediate or emergency level. Hive1 Super Circles. Like Google Circles except a billion times more potent. There is a time at the conference where commissioners are allowed to ask questions about the OFT strategic plan. There was one question by Keys Kolf. They said they take that as approval for all their plans. 4.3 Facebook video 2 Facebook live video 1 Fortunately, if you fight for wisdom, then you can always count on wisdom to exert continuous pressure on all key pressure points and non-key pressure points. Wisdom also works its way around blockades like water through a grass wall. The only question at such junctures is, will the blockade hold back the ideas attempting to pass through the barriers? So it makes sense that mechanisms are in place to prevent the entry of ideas. This is what you do to protect power pathways. You block entry to the actual decision-making nodes of the power matrix. The OFT board meeting is the venue where real change needs to happen for us hospital commissioners to reach beyond the confines of our local hospital districts to effect broader change. Thus, the OFT is the vehicle through which an elected public hospital commissioner might suggest collective action. The board meeting of the OFT is the ultimate authoritative body over actions or even ideas to consider for action by the OFT. The OFT is the arm through which elected public hospital commissioners take collective legislative statewide or nationwide healthcare actions. Would you rather be the king or the kingmaker? The king holds all the power but also gets all attention, both good and bad. The kingmaker makes kings when he needs a king. The kingmaker is thus also the kingslayer of the previous king. The greatest power an elected official is not in their ability to effect legislative actions at their level. Rather it is the ability to effect legislative or collective action at the level above their current station. Why is this denial of participation important? Surrounded by Ciceros. Myself and Hospital Commissioner Keys Kolf attempted to attend the board meeting of the OFT, but we were denied. The schedule actually said commissioners welcome. Maybe we smelled bad? This is what Hive1.net is meant to be for all conscious beings in the multiverse, everywhere, all of them, you, me, them, everyone. Everybody needs somebody to love. Furthermore, moreover, as well as truth is, this is my same strategy for all of humanity. Truth is, my primary strategy with mobilizing all public hospital commissioners for coordinated powerful advocacy, is to create an energy pathway for that type of commissioner energy that brings it all to an incorruptible center. I like the idea of organizing a group around a very specific clear issue. This enables us and empowers us to constantly look forward to specific advocacy pathways. This meeting is also simply for any public hospital commissioner or interested party with an interest in advocating for single-payer healthcare. These attendees may or may not be PHCFSP members. Public Hospital Commissioners for Single-Payer Washington State Chapter meeting is June 28, 2017 on Campbell's Terrace in Chelan, WA. Commissioners without soul not affected. This video captures the souls of the current hospital commissioners for East Jefferson County, WA. The Mindful Activist Episode 17, Live from Chelan. Public Hospital Commissioners for Single-Payer Healthcare meet June 27, 2017 4 p.m. on the Campbell's Resort Terrace. 2017 Chelan Conference. Danger, privacy of thoughts, perfect record of all events, God's magic, resurrection, privacy, eternal life, simulation theory, implications. Does the United States have a domestic violence problem? Wisdom owns the moral high ground. Beware of attempts at mind control. You win when you achieve global utopia. You do not know who is good or who is evil. The most valuable thing in the universe is honesty. All beings have equal access to sacred magic. You own a magic item by holding it. Rules, global domination for utopia. I am creating a special page for reading Revolutionary Mindfulness online for free. Where can I read Revolutionary Mindfulness online for free? When you reply to a topic, you don't have to be replying with a definitive answer, nor an answer you believe is true. Reply to topics with anything you think will help the generative node brainstorm gain positive, beautiful energy and momentum towards the every topic is a node in a never-ending brainstorm. Hive tips, Hive FAQs. 3 hours 1 day. How long can you go without communicating with another human being before you start to freak out? Connection addiction, the need to connect, see, or communicate in some way with another person. Communication addiction, talking, texting, writing. Information stimulation addiction, surfing the web. Video addiction, television, movies, YouTube, Netflix, etc. Listen to Carrie tell her meditation retreat story. Have you ever not talked for 48 hours or more? If so, what was your experience like? Please tell us in detail. What happens if you are silent, no talking, for more than 48 hours? Use a surrogate or messenger. Seriously, this is a fantastic option and that guy should have used it. Send a letter. Ambush kidnapping. If someone refuses to speak with you, but you truly believe you need to speak with them, what are good options? Speaking of that Black Mirror episode, when that guy went totally crazy and frantic when his ex blocked him, was all that craziness necessary? Did he not have some more mindful options? There is a Black Mirror episode where people can block other people so that they literally do not even see or hear them when they are next to them. They see a grey blob. One place this does not work conveniently for the listener is in mass media or group events. The listener may be forced to leave the entire communication experience in order to get away from the voice. Technology should eventually find elegant solutions over the internet or phone. Obviously, you can simply mute the source of their sounds. With practice, you can simply direct your attention away from their voice even while they are sending sound waves into your ear canal. This does not prevent the violation of your personal bubble totally, but rather creates a deeper line of defense against walking away from the person. Also works for this. Headphones work for this. These actions to me are fundamental rights of all living beings. Stop allowing another person to touch you. Stop allowing another person to see you or know your whereabouts. Stop allowing photons bouncing directly off of a person to enter your eye cornea. Stop allowing sound waves created by a person to enter your ear canal. One of the most valuable lessons I have learned is, it is perfectly okay at all moments to protect your personal boundaries. Moreover, your personal boundaries include your right to stop allowing a person's auditory creations to enter your ear canal. I spend time with people who deeply irritate me virtually every day. I have learned that for the most part, none of them actually hate me and wish to cause me intense suffering. The vast majority of the cause to this irritation is due to my own choices. Are you often forced by circumstance to spend time with people who irritate you so much that you believe or know they are doing it on purpose? If so, how often? Tell us about a recent experience of this in detail. If you had to sit silently on retreat for 10 days with one or more true enemies also in attendance, could you do it? What would the experience be like? If this woman truly hated Carrie, would Carrie's response need to be different? Did this woman hate Carrie? Was this woman willfully making noises without regard to the people around her? Responses like this from a person commenting on the internal journey of another are always incredibly bold and presumptuous of the speaker. My experiences led me to write the essay, Beware of Meditation Teachers, in my book Revolutionary Mindfulness. What would the teacher say if the student was spending huge amounts of time at the retreat thinking about very intense things? Problem? Plans? Creations? Fantasies? Is this always the response to a student who is getting upset about something? The teacher says, part of your work here is to give those things less importance. The woman who made unnecessary noises. The woman who hated her. Listen to Carrie's story about the trolls and coyotes at the 10-day silent meditation retreat. Carrie Haw and the trolls and coyotes at a 10-day meditation retreat. The experience of hearing a troll or coyote attempt to attack one of your tactics and you realizing they are way behind you and their attempt to block you appears juvenile and laughable. Outpacing the coyote trolls and coyotes, welcome to the party. Brady or Manning? Hive1 virtual world mapped over real world with paths between important spots in both worlds. Hive controls individual players. Hive controls Dungun master role also. They are connected and run 24 hours a day. Hive-powered group role-playing, Dungeons and Dragons and more. iOS will autoplay Videosphere with no audio track, waiting for iOS to support autoplay of Videospheres and videos. Without that, using web virtual reality on Hive with lots of Videosphere amazingness limited to Android devices. GitHub repository may need to start as private until security review is done. Working in test node. The test node Genesis node focuses changes every 5 minutes to the top topic response of the current focus topic. This will be fun eventually. Auto facilitation robot. Apparently the right JavaScript will do this, just need to integrate it into scene.php. Need to make an easy keyboard action for launching AR mode in iOS for Google Cardboard experience. Virtual reality / augmented reality. Hive. What does the fox say? Mindfulness is the practice of using the full mind on a task and not acting until the full mind has indulged in minimum processing. Mindfulness is the secret tactic for winning everything. 18 minutes each, 5 minutes each, 5 seconds each, 15 seconds each, 30 seconds each, 1 minute each. Women, men, elders, all ages, 21 years, 20 years, 19 years, 18 years, 17 years, 16 years, 15 years, 14 years, 13 years, 12 years, 11 years, 5 to 10 years, 0 to 5 years. I'm getting lots of responses. Way too many to explore at once. So let's take these in some fair and rational order. Let's take these youngest to oldest. Okay, now let's begin. Let's all stand back. Take a breath. And let's wait for a few moments to see if someone who has not spoken for a while has something they would like to say. Just kidding. I don't have a problem with anyone choosing to stand back. Why seek pain? Such as? I have a problem with very smart people who are not standing in the front of the knife's edge leading the charge with everything they have. Noam Chomsky doesn't inspire me to action. Make the super Hive tree navigable from Hive start and from any node. Sometimes are ideas good? Does anyone need any help with anything? Is anyone feeling unsafe or threatened? Does anyone need a little support from a friend or ally? A non-human named a human named. What conscious being is most in control of the pattern of events unfolding? Yes, sparkle, applaud locale. Standing in that zone indicates that expression. Can have multiple expression zones. Broadcasting locale. Microphone and or camera going. No talking locale, dancing locale, demarcate a location. Give it a rule. Set up locational rules. Walk through them. Eye of Sauron on field of view. Audio off. Movement communication. Broadcast. Record. Sit. Play video. Watch. Listen. Speak. Broadcast. Pause. Control the eye of Sauron. Control the ears of Sauron. Own the moment. Super easy and fun two-person activities. Goals. Follow the leader conversation. All facilitators are experts in mind control. Control a person's attention and you control their mind. Facilitated activities using a broad variety of facilitation techniques. Teaching the art and ethics of group mind control. The facilitation and experimentation laboratory. The focused egalitarian discussion room. The meditation and dancing room. Go to where your energy is drawn. Be not trapped by any energy that draws you toward it. Rather, dance with all the energies, gently, without obligation or expectation. Look around you. Now I know you think you are the teacher in this moment, but just stop and let silence teach its wisdom for a little while. Okay, now you're just talking way too much. Just be quiet. Talking is very powerful and intimate. Try not to do too much of it. If you wish to connect with another in any way, approach slowly and politely. The simple wisdom of the tactile world. While in the visual world, you often forget the simple wisdom of the tactile world. The tactile world is the world you explore when your eyes are closed. You are in both mind space and the tactile world at this time. There are three base realities. The visual world, the tactile world, and mind space. Imagine the world you want is actually the world that is. Save up and downvote JavaScript in the story. After answer box below. Major page rendering. Where best to locate code in Hive Triad. Node templates, Triad, Consensi, Machine, Geology Oct, Plan Do Study Act, Unfilibuster. Put it as the Hive node story below the Triad, map, or whatever node template is being used. Will you meditate with me on my webcast The Mindful Activist? Do you feel obligated in some way to try and help the world be a better place with your extraordinary powers of humor? How do you balance going for the laugh vs going for an important thing to say that also tickles the funny nerve? How do you feel and or react when people say they just don't like you? Does it still hurt, or are you so experienced riding the wave of public judgment that it has no effect? Crowdsourced augmented reality of reality with fully integrated Hive1. Nodes connected to geolocations and people. What crazy ideas do you have for helping the human hive mind grow and thrive in fun, healthy, and exciting ways? Have you ever been hypnotized? Are you shocked that The Razor's Edge is not broadly considered one of the greatest movies of all time? It has been sadly neglected like other timeless classics Footloose and Under Siege. Use Greek or alternate symbols. Create full UI change keys at the top of every Hive window. Consensi, Hive Triad, Hyperbrowser, all get a Greek letter. Make it big. All buttons equal until we'll know which matter most. Overlap is good, baby. For a mud tracks on room, you could make the flipping wallpaper a wallpaper of user Facebook profile pictures. The background could be dimmed so it doesn't ruin the room picture. This idea is gold, Jerry. Gold, I tell you. Show people's votes and sparkles like amazing flying atomic particles of information around each node. It could be little dots or little people depending upon the node mud tracks settings. The facilitator sets the voting mud tracks time for the node. Co might set it at different settings to show information in a slice to the audience. Co is a gender-neutral pronoun I learned at Twin Oaks. Voting mud tracks time simple session column added in MySQL. Mud tracks time. Voting mud tracks. Dual purpose, how far back in time to count a vote or sentiment expression. How far back to count a visit as represented in the mud tracks on the floor. Show upvotes per topic in last 10 minutes. Time may vary by facilitator control. All users see the filter set by the facilitator. May require instructed page reloads. Improve the amount and clarity of the information sent to live users in real time about the present node, including how many live visitors are viewing it right now with detail varied by mud tracks setting. Before doing this, first put two giant traceable arrow links that do the exact same thing. We can code this as minutes. Scroll bar navigation into the top answer of the current node. Reverse loads the parent node. All the way baby. Create a navigation bar at the top with every flipping Hive node in the thread, cut off a certain amount of text, or something like it pointing to each Hive in Hive triad. Start the home page of Hive1.net with the Hive triad. What improvement can we do right now to improve this navigation speed, regardless of how we finally decide to measure it? MUD tracks off. Your visit to this node is not logged in our database. It is still potentially logged by other parts of this communication network outside our direct control. Full detail MUD tracks on pseudo-anonymously MUD tracks on. I like this footsteps idea. For privacy, obviously sometimes some people would want this totally turned off. Might need a special MUD tracks flag. This flag tells people whether the room will permanently log and share their visit. Alternatively, we could record footsteps through the Hive. A personal trail of footsteps, like a trail of breadcrumbs. If a person digs down into the Hive and cannot find it, then they might end the timer with a caveat, "It was not found, but I dug deeper towards it." This is where I left off. Create a start timer button. Perhaps explain that users start the timer when their search for it begins. They click end timer when it has been found to their satisfaction. How do we measure speed? What is the start time for a person's visit and what is the end time? Could we have people log start-end time themselves for some super accurate logging? This last could be an experiment. Improve speed of navigation from Genesis nodes to the idea/node a person needs. What needs to be done right now to make Hive1 even better suited for helping all conscious beings transform the world into utopia? Ski slopes of life is a great metaphor. Dancing and skiing are two great metaphors for living life as a conscious being. This makes no sense. So you should leave the barn door open? What do you consider sacred? The sacred welcome to the Hive1.net development portal. What would you like to know? I want to help develop Hive1.net in some manner. FAQs Hive development topic archive Hive development Hive1 developers and partners command node. Do you listen to feedback and constructive criticism about your leadership performance? Do others prefer your leadership over others? When you have been generously gifted authority over other beings, are you a competent leader? How many minutes of your day are you in authority over the attention or actions of others? How many minutes of your day are you in total authority over what you pay attention to and what you do? How much of the universe is more powerful than you? Anyone to whom I gift that special privilege? When does another being have the right to demand your attention? Who is justified in getting angry at you for not paying attention to them? Who decides what you pay attention to? The way you use and react to power. Never surrender. Cool hand Luke. We may start drinking again. The still ones claim their full power. In other words, the ones refusing to ever fight, finally lose control of their inner demon. My Bodyguard, Part 2. When the most powerful stare in the world decides peace is no longer preferable. The power of goofiness. My Bodyguard BP Tank Man cinematic and historical examples of the most powerful stares in the world in action. You have all the power. And yet we refuse to yield. We defy you to the end. Perhaps even with a wry smile. The most powerful stare of the world is the stare of the defeated as they refuse to yield. The most powerful stare in the world is not the stare of the oppressor as they enjoy their act of oppression. The most powerful stare in the world is not the demonic stare of self-righteous indignation. Hive1 is my demon eye. Some of us are just way better than the rest of you at holding the demon back. Yes, you have demon eyes. Of course you do. Don't deny it. We all have them somewhere. Or they look at you with those demon eyes. Those eyes that you used to give to your brother or your sister when they wronged you. Either way, they may prove totally non-demonic. Totally morosely indifferent to whatever the heck we are doing. And so we sigh in relief. Yay! Then the car drives by, or the driver gets out, we see them, they look at us, or they better yet they totally ignore us because they are on their phone talking. When we see a car drive up to us, and we are afraid of being caught doing something, we are looking, worrying, are the demon eyes in the car. Demon eyes are what we feel, when we are doing something we know with absolute certainty will upset some portion of the information universe. When we are afraid, we look around for the demon eyes watching us, ready to yell at us as it approaches, admonishing us, "You should be ashamed." We learn demon eyes from our siblings usually. Demon eyes is what I call that special look we give to something or someone we are a little upset with. Demonies, you are a part of the field of information. This is a field of information. What is this? Wild go crazy dancing is the prime moral ideal. Just ask the University of Maryland Philosophy Department of 1993. Wild go crazy dancing. And if dancing is important, then what type of dancing is best? This suddenly becomes a critical question. In this way, dancing then becomes a type of moral ideal. In fact, if we recognize that dancing is a metaphor for all human interaction, then we might say dancing is the most important thing in perfecting our group process. Sorry for that rant. Dancing is, I think, a perfect metaphor for how an ever-changing community of equal minds should interact. Dance. But just don't dance pushy. Dancing is good, as long as you are not being forced or nagged to join the dance. Sheesh. Just let people move however they want to move without insisting they move in a way you want them to move. If people are still, then let them be still. If they laughter ain't bad truth happiness for everyone. Happiness, what is a positive outcome to this? I am this thing attempting to expend right effort at the present moment for positive outcomes. Right effort. I am also effort. Effort is the energy I am expending at this present moment to achieve something. I put effort into breathing, eating, and moving my attention around. Some people like to push other minds around. I don't. I like to invite minds to joy. I can sort of control my attention. Yet, I also have attention. This is the spotlight of what information I embody at any one moment. I change. I am information. What are you? True or false? If I have no expectations about the consistency of reality and fully accept whatever the present moment presents, then I am at perfect peace. Live free or die. My bodyguard, choosing to fight rather than submit. My bodyguard, choosing to fight rather than submit. He-Man, I have the power. Highlander prize. Incredible Hulk becoming unforgiven, the moment when Clint learns of Morgan Freeman's torture and death. He chooses anger over grief. Full Metal Jacket barracks scene. That movie where the person's finger is cut off with a seashell and he is told not to cry out or it will be worse. That movie where the guy's wife and daughter get kidnapped on the side of the road, then the guy says to him, "You gonna cry?" Orange is the New Black. Arrival's Shawshank Redemption. Night of Arrival. Are you gonna cry? Grief, truth, beauty, love, laughter, dancing. You will not master the ski slopes of life if you never leave the barn door open. You will not master the ski slopes of life if you do not learn to ski. So if your thirst gets its goat gotten, then does it have its goat or not? Is it calmed or not? I still don't quite know. Might need this one logically mapped out. I prefer the racehorse calming explanation of the got your goat phrase. Your thirst for the burst will get its goat. The meaning of this statement is ambiguous. Funny at? You can meditate while moving at high speeds too though, so don't worry. Your need for speed will be satiated. Your thirst for the burst will get its goat. You will not master the ski slopes of life if you do not learn to meditate. Meditation is a hard stop. If you cannot hard stop on command, you are missing a key dimension of the journey. No one may own another in any way. Respect for basic individual rights to the control of one's body and mind. Respect for boundaries, deep listening, patience, dancing, equality, sharing. All actions are selfish actions, for the self is executing the action. The self is anything you choose to act on behalf of. Selfishness, hedonism, and so, if you believe happiness for all beings is the greatest goal, you must recognize happiness of self must be sought first. No. Not fully. Can you understand what happiness is, if you have never experienced it? Can you understand what something is if you have never experienced it? Truth, happiness for all conscious beings alive. Happiness for yourself. What is the most worthy goal to seek in life? Stillness, speculative thinking, egalitarianism, ethics, tactics, mindfulness, meditation, activism, problem solving, art, philosophy, fashion, humor. Matt Reddy on a handful of subjects. Matt Reddy on one topic. Matt Reddy on everything. Matt Reddy, I can think of 2 to 5 people who I trust more than myself on a variety of subjects. Only one person. No one. This leads us to a great question. Who in this world do you trust more than yourself, and upon what subjects? I can provide you with a bunch of circumstantial evidence of things, but ultimately that is not proof. Ultimately, you are judging me as the messenger, not really my evidence. My present moment experience. My present moment experience of my memory of the past. I can never prove to you I am experiencing anything I am experiencing or remember experiencing. What do you know but cannot ever prove to anyone else? What do you believe is true, but do not know is true? If I have low expectations of the consistency of reality, then I feel high stress. If I feel very high trust and security in the consistency of my reality, I can relax deeply. What level of consistency should we expect from reality? The past. Such as the patterns of the past that your memory reliably reports to you as being accurate. I.e., my foot should not go through pavement normally. Your present moment experience of the momentousness of the present moment happening right now, right now, right now, now, now. Now what do you know with pragmatic certainty? What do you know with absolute certainty? Happiness, world peace, truth. What is the most important thing in life? Growth, transformation, love, play, laughter, and dancing also seem like good things. Nothing is for certain, so I tend to avoid pain and seek pleasurable experiences like ice cream and creation. If you have a lot of experience exploring and working within your mind space, for example through a meditation practice, then the attempt of a hypnotist to assert authority there may appear obvious and juvenile. The hypnotist attempts to insert their will into your mind space where normally you only experience your personal mishmash of voices, images, thoughts, and feelings. Also your familiarity and experience in dream space, mind space, trance space all will make a big difference. If you have been hurt or traumatized by the state of taking commands or directions from an outside entity, then you will likely have very strong defenses against it. If you are not threatened by the submissive state of taking commands or direction from an entity, then you will not strongly defend against it. Entities create defenses only if they feel threatened. Otherwise there is no need. Why create something you don't need? Why? Not all conscious minds have the same level of defenses raised against mind control. Why can some people be quickly hypnotized and others not? Who is the greatest living hypnotist? What is hypnosis? Hypnosis, how about now? Does this still work? What is the opposite of consensual reality? What is the definition of consensual reality? What is most important? Is this a test? Questions. Honesty. Hello Earth. Change the default skin for the geographically tied node to the geoskin.php. Denmark. Whoever shows up are the right people to participate. Schedule a recurring meetup in the virtual egalitarian space. Hive1.net hosts a monthly global council of all beings the third Thursday every month 10 a.m. to noon PST. You can host a recurring one too. Invite them personally to enter. Whoever enters, that is who has voice in this demonstration. What if the people do not enter the egalitarian space you have created? Step 3. After creating your link to a physical reality in this step, then invite all beings in that physical reality to enter the Hive1 node to begin a never-ending council of all beings/people's assembly. Port Townsend, Washington, USA. Jefferson County, WA. Earth. Step 2. Tie a semi-functional egalitarian and non-suffocating platform to physical reality. Done. Hive1.net, the human hive mind of the steam engine era. Step 1. Create a place where every voice is equal, yet not allowed to filibuster and force itself upon anyone else. A demonstration of the people's ultimate power. We need to understand what power is, how we already have it, and how to collectively wield it to transform the world. Do not allow cynicism and mockery to divide us. Our enemy wants us to fight one another. But do not fight. Listen. Be curious and thoughtful. We allow our egos to keep us divided, yet the people united can never be defeated. We fail because we allow ourselves to be divided. Did someone offer to relieve Spicer? Does this administration believe wealth inequity is a concern? What is the status of healthcare reform efforts? How often do you talk with President Trump? North Korean simulated video of attacking U.S. city. What question would you ask? Sean Spicer, White House Daily Press Briefing, April 19, 2017. April 19, 2017. Nothing is shaking. All is still. Sink into the stillness with me. Break free from your bondage to movement. My soul is anything at absolute zero? Everything not at absolute zero, dude. Hey Rocky, what's shaken? Rocky the real rock star. Name any person or entity. Then the Hive can facilitate a real or Hive simulated dialogue. Hive direct dialogues. I would like to help facilitate the assembly of a regularly occurring global youth council. If you are interested in this, send me a note or reply here. Cynics and jerks are broken beings. When engaged in active problem solving, they are not terribly useful until they shift to a constructive criticism mode. We must not let the cynics or the jerks rule the conversation. The biggest problems and challenges you and I can possibly imagine are all solvable. An injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. Why don't we all get together and come up with a better way to manage our collective power so BS like mass kidnapping is not tolerated? Why do we allow this to happen in our world? Did you know 195 female students are still missing from Chibok in Borno State, Nigeria? What is your favorite thing in life? What is the most important thing in life? I'm doing fine, thanks. Nothing much. How you doin'? Yo. What is up? April 11, 2017 Morning Meditation 9 a.m. PST http://hive1.net/index1.php Let us do better together. Dear humanity. A hive composition, correct. What is the best flavor of ice cream? 13 What number am I thinking of? Video chat bot and or brain translator guess what number I am thinking of. Global Youth Council Council of All Beings Spirituality Do rocks secretly rule the world? Plymouth Rock What is the most important thing happening right now? Practicing meditation helps develop your mindfulness. Meditation is the practice of being still. Mindfulness is the practice of being aware. Can you practice mindfulness without meditation? How do you practice mindfulness? What is mindfulness and why is it talked about so much? The Power of Live Broadcasting Emotions The Republican and Trump Tax Reform Plan The Mindful Activist Episode 16, Carrie Ha I to know what do you think of the American Health Care Act? How do you pronounce fracas? Should states consider secession as a tactic to resist federal government policies? Protocol The soft bigotry of low expectations What would happen if California became an independent nation? The CA live show of the Slate Political Gabfest Are U.S. politics most like the West Wing, Veep, or House of Cards? Leadership Democracy Mindfulness Dark Energy The expansion of the universe What shall we talk about? The next Hive1 General Assembly will be attempted March 16, 2017 at 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Currently you cannot, but the administrator can by editing the MySQL tables. The administrator can also delete items from the MySQL table. There is a way to temporarily ban abusive users, but the administrator must do it. There are plans for exactly this. We can discuss them and flesh out the way to do this type of moderation. Not right now. But the administrator can edit the MySQL table, so that's my current workaround for housekeeping. This is a great feature to develop. I plan on making nodes linkable so you can link discussions across the Hive. The City Council meeting? It depends where the video is on the internet. Do you have a link? Can off-topic but high-quality posts be moved to a node that they are relevant to? You send them the URL. Copy and paste. That's the main way right now. How many short-term rentals do we need in a town of this size? Is there a way for a facilitator or moderator to remove or report replies that are unrelated to the topic, or that are spam? Can commenters who violate the purpose of a discussion be blocked or removed temporarily or into perpetuity? Can I change posts after I submit them? How do I make spelling corrections on previous posts? How can we summarize the adjustments that are Beijing proposed to the city code regarding short-term rentals? What are our thoughts on the short-term rental discussion? How do I invite other people to this node? What do we think about the Speak Up comment forum the city has promoted? Link https://city-of-pt.gr/language-for-the-of-pt-on-the-short-hyphen-for-hyphen-the-hyphen-ordinance-hyphen-and-hyphen-allowed-comment-hyphen-on-hyphen-the-hyphen return hyphen. The meeting stream is not a YouTube video, so is it shareable? What questions do we have about the discussion? Port Townsend City Council Meeting Workshop March 13, 17 What do you mean? Shall we introduce ourselves? Is that a vineyard? Okay, but the design is untrustworthy. Where is the JavaScript? Do some more things. The Mindful Activist Episode 15, Monica, realign our power structures and institutions to reflect our values systems. Matt told me about this project during a carpool ride to see some live music outside. Who are you and what brought you here today? Conversation Cafe Honeybee Democracy Hive Building Equal Input Event General Assembly Activist Open Space Hive Meetups. What shall we call future events like this? How can an egalitarian meeting like this scale up to millions of people? What are the pros and cons of egalitarian systems? What is mindfulness? Introduction to today's event by Matt Reddy. What shall we talk about today? Redirect hive1.net homepage to center stage node. Audio-video mashup of past GA events. Share here and beyond. Promote, advertise, and inform others regarding future GA opportunities. Improve Hive1.net platform interface for GA experience. Facilitators and participants improve Hive1.net front page for navigation and understanding. Record, invite video and send to friends, allies, neighbors, or whoever. 15-minute tasks to support Hive1 GAS. Hive1 General Assemblies notes the key is we need everyone. If we learn how to communicate and collaborate, we can work together to change the world. Anyone can vote answers up and down. Anyone can answer the questions. The facilitator can change the questions and answers. This is the window for Q&A People's Assemblies. First Assembly February 16, 2017 at 10 a.m. hosted on Hive1.net. How do we bring the people together to seize control of our Constitution and our country? Amendment 7, Universal Housing and Food for All People. Amendment 6, create a Department of Truth and Reconciliation to address wrongdoings of the U.S. to various harmed groups including indigenous tribes, African Americans, women. Amendment 5, Universal Healthcare and Education through college for all U.S. citizens. Amendment 4, corporations pay a tax rate set by the people. Amendment 3, all U.S. citizens over 18 can vote without an ID. Amendment 2, corporations are not people and do not have the same rights as people. Amendment 1, money is not speech. Especially corporate money. Matt and Eric play the constitutional amendment game. The Mindful Activist Episode 14, Eric Miller. The Mindful Activist Episode 13, Alana Shaladra. Anyone can offer any subject for discussion. No one is obligated to participate in any discussion they are not interested in discussing. Feel free to add a topic to this list right here. The point of Hive1 and the Global Consensus Project is to help facilitate humanity to learn to work together, communicate, collaborate, listen, and learn from one another in order to make the world a better place. A General Assembly is an egalitarian meeting facilitated to help groups of people work together to find common ground and make the world a better place. Who is invited to participate in these monthly General Assemblies? All people. Human people. Corporations are not people. What topics shall we discuss at future General Assemblies? What is a General Assembly and what is the point of all this? Welcome to the Hive1 hosted monthly Global Open General Assembly. The third Thursday every month at 10 a.m. PST. Next GA February 16th. The Mindful Activist host Matt Reddy speaks at Cascadia College. The Mindful Activist host Matt Reddy speaking at a healthcare rally on the steps of the Olympia Legislature. The Mindful Activist Episode 8, comedian Scotty McNabb. The Mindful Activist, the early years. I can't believe I am sharing this. The Mindful Activist Episode 11, the ribbon cutting ceremony. The Mindful Activist Episode 10, Standing Rock Protectors. Anima and Mallory. The Mindful Activist Episode 12. Anima the Fortune Teller. The Mindful Activist at Karaoke with Louie. Why aren't these experiments being done? Is the method of separating the interference pattern and the lumpy pattern that Tom suggests viable? Tom Campbell. Delayed Choice Quantum Eraser Models. PBS Spacetime Quantum Eraser Lottery Challenge. Are you interested in participating in a multi-session online workshop with Matt Reddy which will cover the topics in revolutionary mindfulness? 5 4 3 2 1. On a scale of 1 to 5. How do you rate Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy? What general questions do you have about anything related to Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy? What questions do you have about Part 3, Mindful Politics? What questions do you have about Part 2, Mindful Relationships? What questions do you have about Part 1, Mindful Happiness? Book Talk. Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy, Malala Yousafzai, the Dalai Lama, Ellen DeGeneres, the Pope, Bill Murray, Tony Robbins, Oprah, Russell Brand, Micah White, Jon Stewart, Louis C.K. Dar Williams, the Indigo Girls, Barack Obama, Bill O'Reilly, Bill Maher, Stephen Colbert, Leif Whitaker, Donald Trump. Who would you like to see appear on a future episode? Delayed choice quantum eraser experiment converted into a time travel message writing device. Envision the world you want. Again and again. Meditate upon it. Turn it over in your mind. Give your attention to whatever is most valuable to you in the universe. Leave. Exit. Turn away. Invite everyone you know to a meetup where you can speak your truth. Maybe use PowerPoint or other visual aids. Publish a book or blog post expressing exactly what you want to say. Wait. Speak your truth. Meditation and mindfulness. Most powerful life hacks. Set up time to 1:20. Test live Hivecast. Matt Reddy, Consciousness and the Nature of Reality. Nighttime direct action in Standing Rock. Water protectors tear gassed by police during amazing direct action. Live feed. Samuel Jackson on Standing Rock. Interview Van Jones. What are the current live feeds from Standing Rock? Facebook. Live embed test node. Logical fallacies. What do we do when the law of the land is manipulated by private interests to threaten the safety and well-being of the general population? Do corporate rights supersede the rights of humans and natural resources directly impacted by corporate actions? Leverage a community rights strategy. Mindful activist. The candidate. First words in the hospital boardroom. The politician searching the dancer. The mindful activist. Bossman. Matt Reddy. Hive1 documentary. Revolutionary mindfulness. Now let us transform the world for the better together. I am confused. I am inside. If yes, then please step inside. I mean yes. Why are you my friend? Enter here. And so it begins. Please follow the steps of our instructor in the next video, Kevin. Please note, the vortex is alive 24 hours a day. It is always here. Join us. Resistance is futile. First live vortex webcast is already underway. Them be the rules. People close to the vortex are encouraged to really pay attention to the vortex. Whoever stands at the vortex absolute center is the center of attention, the center stage, the mic. Someone declares a vortex somewhere somehow. Vortex, the game, the dance, the performance, the netcast of the people, for the people, by the people. Any question? Delayed choice quantum eraser experiment. AI consensus power in a permaculture society. Permaculture identity sharing is also important because it reduces the likelihood of violent communication or trolling. So to enter and participate, we ask that you show your humanity somehow to us, so we might recognize you. At the moment, we use the flawed and corporate-controlled Facebook because it works well enough. But here online, we have to greet one another using bits that bounce between our computers. I am trying to create a special place here at Hive1. I am looking for help from anyone who also wants to create something good and special. If we were meeting in person, I would see your face and hear your voice, perhaps even shake your hand. It begins with trust. I ask you to trust me, Matt Reddy, the creator of this platform. I want to hear from you, but to hear from you, I need to have some way to recognize your humanity. We can share all the resources of the universe with one another so that every single living person has the opportunity to live a healthy, flourishing life. We can listen to one another and give one another space to speak. We can have a more mindful human collective. So tell me right now. Speak now or forever hold your peace. How are you doing? Sparkle up or sparkle down. May we know one another's feelings and yet not suffocate and oppress one another. Once humanity has perfect knowledge of one another's sentiments, we will have less need for elected leaders, we may even be able to simply do without. Once humanity has perfect knowledge of one another's sentiments in real time, we will no longer need elections or they will become an irrelevant formality. Someday humanity will have perfect knowledge of human sentiment. We can begin making that day happen right now by recording human sentiment in the blockchain. Meaningful hash of database, sentiments and topics, manually recorded in BTC blockchain. Cross-promote Mindful Activist podcast. Create a consensus/main node interface that does not auto-refresh. Make that the default. Should alleviate server CPU and browser CPU load. Matt's report. Current Hive1 plans. Meeting 1 begins now and ends with first live cast meeting date. TBD. Hive1 open governance meetings. Foxes are really cool. The hunger and the hyperconsciousness spaceship Earth. Where shall we go from here? Spaceship Earth topic archive Spaceship Earth. How was your day? Matt is a mindful activist and a publicly elected leader. Matt is a politician? The Mindful Activist Episode 6, Jack, how are you doing? The first great video filter Hive chat thread #TFGVFHCT Global Mindful Facilitation Hive1 Events Global Mindfulness Hive1 Events Global Mindful Activist Hive1 Events Global Activist Dance Hive1 Event Global Activist Theater Hive Event Hive Powered Global Mindful Activist Media Events Violence and Power Cisgender Occupy Port Townsend Bank of America Shut Down Umbrella Revolution in Hong Kong Theater Activism Activist Theater The Mindful Activist Episode 7 Zali the Mindful Activist Episode 5, Alex Bryan the Mindful Activist Episode 4, Barbara Mori Purple Rocks Purple. What's your favorite color? What time is it? What's your favorite pizza? How is everyone doing out there and in here? Submit please your questions and requests here for possible execution. Smiley face. What would you like to ask the Global Earth Hive Mind right now? Faster Hive Mind browsing interface, Mind Map Hyperdrive browser, improved social media sharing. Any questions? Smiley face. Introducing the Mindful Activist the book. This is how you approach a problem and win. Crossover maybe JavaScript, jQuery, PHP Hive1.net software and Hive SQL an open source Hive focused SQL client built on personal test nodes. Are you personal exploration Hive Mind Map? Milton Patrick Matt ready. What test nodes exist for personal use? Power. Are you not entertained? Gödel Escherbach the Mindful Activist Episode 3, Matt and Kim Show 1 organize a massive online open space collaborative forum focused on Standing Rock using the Hive1.net software. Organize a solidarity with Standing Rock protest in your town. Donate money to the Standing Rock protest group. Go to Standing Rock and join the protest. What should we do if we are opposed to the pipeline? What is the conflict between the protesters and the pipeline proponents? What do we the people want? What are the key questions for us to understand about the Standing Rock situation? The Standing Rock Situation topic archive The Standing Rock Situation The Standing Rock Situation Transforming Global Microloan Economy Memes August 31, 2016 Test show in studio. With Amy No Yes See Consciousness. A guided meditation. Streets of Seattle Quick interview May 16, 2016, 2 immunology grad students. Streets of Seattle interview May 16, 2016 Do you consider yourself an activist? Mindful Activist interview The Mindful Activist host visits Middlebury 5-0, Middlebury Community Television, Vermont. Say anything right here, go ahead. I dare ya. Unleash the fury of Hive video. Other Mindful Activist videos. Conditional test 2 Conditional answer test The Mindful Activist Episode 1. Officer Chris Mason August 26, 2016 Mindful Activist Episodes and Archive Unleash the Fury of the Mindful Activist Proposals Money has too much influence/control of the U.S. political system. Breakout groups stay together Breakout groups or stay together. Overturn Citizens United Affordable Housing Single-payer healthcare Donald Trump Black Lives Matter Get the money out of politics Captain Kirk What is this? What do we want to talk about? Bored guilt You invited me curious why are you here? Tired good here. How is everyone doing? General Assembly Test 1 General Assembly Test Deleft all past this best time travel movie of all time best meaning of life movie ever If you were a character from the Star Trek universe, who would you be? Space Ninjas Dungeons and Dragons Football What were you obsessed with as a child? Where do you believe you can go after you die if anywhere? If you died right now and could immediately talk to anyone already dead, who would you want to talk to? Multiple answers okay. What celebrity do you think is actually very cool, intelligent, and possibly even wise? The USA Are publicly funded elections a good solution to making elections more egalitarian? What role should wealth have in democratic elections? The sharing and discussion of live video should not be censored by any central authority, particularly not by profit-driven interests. There should be no censorship. We need to see the good and bad of what is true and happening. Sunlight will help us see what is real and give us a chance to heal and fix what needs healing/fixing. Who should have the power to censor a live stream in today's world? In a perfect world with a fully functioning non-hierarchical human collective, how should the human hive mind, the social media networks of the world, React in real time when a controversial event is being shared live to the world. Consider the shooting of Philando Castile captured over Facebook Live video. Wait, it's not important who wins a particular battle. It matters who wins the war. The most powerful person in the room is often the most quiet, for true power doesn't need an announcement. Life is a journey through addiction. For what else is a habit but a type of addiction? A true facilitator stands on the shoulders of the wisdom of the crowd. A monarch stands alone. Egalitarian facilitation possible. Other questions to explore: tactics, dance, meditation, mindfulness, mindful relationships, mindful communication, mindful competition in sports. What do cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum teach us about consensus? The origin of the universe. Why the ultimate social media platform cannot be controlled by a for-profit corporation. Hive game night. Quantum mechanics. Glitch in the matrix. Stories ending oppression. Power. The global struggle between democracy and corporate power. Egalitarianism. My questions for you. Best movie of all time, per genre, if an audience interactive show, facilitate decisions by the Hive. Pizza order. Donation recipient. Other. Pick a topic or topics. Arrange a studio environment for show, perhaps with room for audience. Announce the date for the first live show. Invite only. Hives pay to enter. Hives skill-based entry. Hives. How do I use the Hive1.net platform? How do we dramatically reduce the use of hierarchy in our world and replace it with something better, faster, stronger, more flexible, more adaptable, wiser, and more egalitarian? How do I facilitate groups? How do I meditate? Use the Hive mind mapping feature to collaborate on story creation. Make massively multi-threaded storylines. Hive collaborations and creations. Cooking challenges. Name an ingredient. Hive participants make, publish and vote on results. Hive contests. Hive college. Hive everything. Hive college. Hive learning. Hive contests with Hive-controlled rules. Hive judgments. Hive creations. Hive democracy. Hive power. Hive change. Hive revolution. Private hives. What other ideas do you have for how you develop the Hive1.net platform? What are ideas for upcoming episodes of The Mindful Activist? What's the plan for launching the show? Ask me anything. Smiley face. The Mindful Activist topic archive. The Mindful Activist. Unleash the fury of this fury. Yellow node topic archive. Yellow node test node topic archive. Test node. Purple group topic archive. Purple group center stage topic archive. Center stage of beta 4. Hive #713 Fed 71864 FF 97171 CE2 FB 978903 A7 C5B 62 F29 F Global Consensus Project Experimental Pages, link, Stats link, Hive Video link, Hive Alive link, Hive Blocks link, Hive Blocks with Data link, Hive Details link, Hive Hash. Hash content. The Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners can begin to correct its gross failures in leadership by immediately hiring a lawyer to directly advise the board regarding all conflicts and questions related to their fiduciary duties. Using executive sessions as a secret way to lodge complaints against commissioners, pretend to investigate and judge those complaints, brainstorm punitive action for those complaints, is also a disappointing misuse of power and secrecy. The willingness of the board to accept legal advice from non-lawyers, accepting third-hand interpretations of legal opinions, and for 7 years fail to ask for direct legal answers is also a failure of sound leadership. The board failed to provide sound, stable, competent leadership in their failure to use a system like Robert's Rules of Order to manage all commissioner conflicts. Robert's Rules handled correctly can resolve conflicts. It began with the board accusing Matt Reddy of violating his fiduciary duty when Matt Reddy insisted on recording full audio of all board meetings. This accusation was based on a poor understanding of the law. The behavior of my fellow board members over the years has demonstrated many sad and disappointing failures in leadership. At no point during the presentation of the complaint or during the discussion of what type of punitive action should be taken, did Matt Reddy speak or participate in this illegal court of judge, jury, and sentencing hearing. During the accusation of capricious action in his CEO rating, Commissioner JB presented Matt Reddy's evaluation as evidence. She read out loud the score Matt Reddy gave, but failed to read out loud the clear and specific comments Matt Reddy wrote in his EVA. Commissioner JB stated she would contact the MRSC and the OFF to ask what action could be taken against Matt Reddy due to his capricious actions, which all commissioners agreed was wrong and fully investigated. Commissioner KK suggested the board enlist the help of a lawyer to discuss what action could be taken against Matt Reddy as a follow-up action to the current complaint, which they all apparently judged valid and fully investigated. After the complaint was voiced, Commissioner JB, KK, BC, and MD all proceeded to brainstorm generatively what punitive actions could be taken against Matt Reddy. They discussed censure, legal action, and changing the board policy book. The other 4 commissioners all seemed to enthusiastically agree with JB judgment that the complaint was valid and that Commissioner Reddy was wrong to rate the CEO low for withholding a vital legal opinion for 5 years from the full board. Commissioner JB said it was wrong for Matt Reddy to hold the CEO accountable for a legal opinion withheld from the board from 2016 to 2021, because the legal opinion was from 2016. A 2016 written legal opinion was not given to the full board until 2021, and only after the board voted to hire its own lawyer to answer lingering questions. The 2016 to 2021 recording conflict of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners took 7 years to resolve because legal advice and information was obstructed from the board. Misleading legal information was given by non-lawyers. A 2016 written legal Matt Reddy rated the CEO low on leadership, support to the board, and overall, because of his handling of the recording conflict which stretched from 2014 to 2021, when it should have easily been resolved using expert legal advice. Instead, legal advice it as claimed by Commissioner JB that Matt Reddy committed a capricious act by giving a poor rating to the CEO on his latest evaluation on leadership, support to the board, and overall. It is against the law to levy a complaint against a public hospital commissioner in a commission meeting executive session without giving the option of a public hearing instead. This is at least the 3rd time executive session has been misused this way during the latest executive session of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners. Complaints were levied against Matt Reddy, who was accused of committing capricious action in his role as hospital commissioner. Failure to abide and comply. Violation of duty of loyalty accusation. Capricious action accusation. Yes, currently Matt Reddy is an elected public hospital commissioner for Jefferson County Hospital District No. 203252022. 2021 1,871. Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping district was developed uptown, along with lovely churches, schools, hospitals, and parks. Many shipmasters made Port Townsend their home port, and the movements of their vessels were followed with great interest. Many ship captains also built beautiful homes uptown, thus contributing to the gentrification of the community. A separate shopping D. The Puget Sound Customs Collection District was moved to Port Townsend in 1854, just 3 years after the town was founded. Every vessel entering Puget Sound from any foreign port had to make its first stop at Port Townsend. Many shipmasters made Port T geographically isolated at the tip of the Campeche Peninsula on the Olympic Peninsula. Port Townsend is surrounded on 3 sides by bodies of water. In the days of sailing ships, Port Townsend's strategic location at the entrance to Puget Sound provided. And what is the history of Port Townsend, Washington? Why are you here? Port Townsend Meditation Garden 1. All ages welcome. Port Townsend meet up here. All ages finance with Jefferson Healthcare cash reserves, debt, and, if necessary, community support. Relocate and expand mission-critical infrastructure and services. Improve, modernize, and expand clinical space to meet the needs of our community. Goals: replace and or retrofit our vulnerable buildings. Agreement with design team/contractor team for campus expansion planning and process. Healthcare futurists are saying we are shifting from payment world to risk and managed care-based programs, and that shift is going to come faster than you are comfortable with. Cybersecurity, cyberstalking, were all a big concern. Even more so after the war in Ukraine. Hospitals are amongst the most vulnerable targets. COVID was the big distraction, and issues you had before COVID are coming back stronger than ever. You aren't looking, have your head in the ground, or are clueless if you don't see a cultural shift in healthcare due to the pandemic. At first it was exciting and positive in many ways, but 20 months later, much challenge. WSHA and AHA are all talking about workforce. MG is in leadership positions in both WSHA and AHA, American Hospital Association. High Performing Organizations CEO report. CFO presentation, operating statistics, etc. Leader of the quarter, JS. Director of Laboratory Team of the Quarter, EVS Team. Environmental Services Employees of the Quarter presentation. We do participate with death with dignity. We don't help patients ingest meds for it and are not present in the home when it happens. We make connections with the program and support. We step outside when medication is taken. Lots of open positions in HH and hospice. Hospice QAPI, patient satisfaction, etc. Things are difficult when you have issues of staffing. LOL. I asked how reimbursement compares between palliative and hospice care. Great clarification that hospice may include palliative care, but palliative care is not hospice. Palliative care new for 2021. First referral in March 2021. Palliative care stats: 90 referrals, 61 total admissions, 18 non-admits, 3 deceased prior to admission, 6 scheduled, 1 holding/pending, 16 discharged to hospice, 2 discharged back to PCP. 38 current census. Palliative care tends to be for patients who are hospice eligible but not quite mentally ready for hospice care. Hospice doesn't mean death is imminent. Palliative care terminal diagnosis, top is cancer, cardiovascular second at 18%. Review of admissions. Around 18 per month. LOS 1 to 322, median 18.5, average LOS 43. Hospice update. LUPA threshold, explained clearly. Now it is totally clear. Review of groups of patients. Musculoskeletal rehab top, neuro/stroke rehab second, cardiac third. Functional impairment. We are paid more for people with high functional impairment. We cannot bill for things like medication management, lab draws, and other at-home needs, so we don't provide those services. Then some patients get worse, bounce into the ER and back to HH. Explanation of reimbursement depends on who refers and episode timing. Home health update with Tammy. Health equity achievements, build infrastructure, add to strategic plan, stop sending patients to collections during pandemic, find resources outside typical clinical care. Worked for 18 months with IHI Institute for Healthcare Improvement. Health equity continued. Implement projects that will make a local difference, address multiple determinants of health. Health equity 2021 strategic plan. Make health equity a strategic priority, build infrastructure to support health equity, eliminate racism and other forms of oppression. Question asked: do any of our employees have food insecurity? Don't know. Focus has been on patient food security so far. VegRx, Little Free Pantry, food bags, and more. Population Health $55,817 dedicated in 2021 to help with child care for employees. County matching $290,000 child care capacity study. Great slide on lifetime of healthcare and where healthcare services connect. Diaper bank, cribs for kids, pack of stuff for prenatal situations. Molly and team are working on needs assessment. Great. Working to reduce unintended pregnancies. Great data shared on the work. Upstream, consider adding the word unceded to the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that Jefferson Healthcare is on the ancestral and contemporary homelands of the Squam, Chimakam, Twana and other indigenous nations, and we recognize the tribal government's sovereignty across the region. Land acknowledgement shown. Dr. Molly Parker, Tina and Dunya present. Education topics. Population Health. Brittany will send us the list of topics voted on. Keys asked at the next generative meeting, will we focus on a new topic or will we focus on an idea from the funding discussion? To be determined. Mike will review the ideas generated and evaluate them from a CEO perspective to identify ones already in progress or otherwise fit best. We'll be ready for next generative meeting. Most commissioners thought our generative discussion of the previous meeting about fundraising was valuable and a good exercise. Discussion of generative governance meeting. 323-2022 Commission Meeting Notes by Matt Reddy. 3D test on live hyperlink testing. T. Monty Python. Happiness. Religion. What is the meaning of life? How could generative governance benefit Jefferson Healthcare and the achievement of its mission? A healthy community. What is the mission and purpose of Jefferson Healthcare? Generative questions. Strategic governance is about focusing on what our goals are and how are we doing getting there. Focus is external. Fiduciary is more internal. Fiduciary is more about monitoring key operational measures, and status. Generative is about asking key questions. What question should we be asking? Generative, strategic, and fiduciary. Governance. 03162022 Special Session Roadmap. Plan B. Wait for mass hysteria, panic, and global chaos to break down the stranglehold of current flawed governments and prepare society for the Galactic Federation to help organize society in a way aliens think is better. Roadmap. Step 1. Try to prevent mass hysteria, panic, and chaos resulting in global unrest and billions of people dependent upon alien help. If the aliens are millions of years ahead of us technologically, they might also have seen a society like ours transition into the post-technological era and enter the galactic technological era. Maybe there is a basic roadmap for this transition? Or we might assume the alien society has controls in place to prevent random bad-acting aliens to abuse the ability to crack human encryption and throw the human economy into chaos. If the aliens have AI that is conscious, then the AI probably controls access to the most powerful computing resources, including the ability to crack human encryption. Assuming the aliens have computers 1,000s to millions of years more advanced than ours, then they will know if AI can and will become conscious. Do any aliens own or control any corporations on Earth right now? What is the most interesting or important question for us to discuss about this topic right now? Now that it appears aliens are real and have visited Earth for quite a while now, what old UFO stories suddenly deserve a new analysis? Maybe underground under Area 51 or S4, maybe that's why the alien hangar bunkers reported there were under mountains? The ocean off the coast of San Diego, Loch Ness. Where are the alien motherships hiding? How much computer processing power do you think aliens on Earth have at their easy disposal? Let's talk about activism and politics and religion and art. Let's talk about UFOs and aliens. Join the Hive1 never-ending vortex space here. 11 a.m. video playlist begins April 1, 2022. Event begins at 11 a.m. on this date, announcing a live online and in-person event in Port Townsend, Washington, USA, and Hive1 Net. What do you think of the 1561 celestial phenomena? An apparent UFO battle in the sky? What do you think about Skinny Bob? Interesting topics of inquiry and discussion. Test with link. The funky philosopher, the nutty nobody, the end of the mindful activist, and the beginning of something new. Are you happier than 8 on a scale of 1 to 10? If so, what are the keys to your happiness? Welcome to the Happy Alien interview branch of Hive1. Is human life on this Earth essentially a video game that users from some other place are using? Do you have computers capable of breaking most or all current human cryptography and cryptographic systems? Can you tell us if and when the first humans on Earth communicated with aliens and what the nature of that communication has been until now? Do you know what happens to humans after they die? That is, Do you know if humans experience any type of afterlife after their physical bodies die? We visit all interesting planets as we do our rounds of the galaxy. I am personally addicted to the reality show Blind Love and really enjoy SpongeBob. We are trying to save Earth from invasion by another alien entity or group. We are waiting for humanity to be ready to join the galactic community. We are scouting Earth for possible future invasion. Observation: why are you spending time in and around Earth? Yes. I am an alien on Earth and I fly around in alien crafts. Please only enter if this applies to you. Are you an alien who flies around Earth in one of those flying crafts we are now seeing everywhere? Please explain how you are using this website from off Earth. No, I am not on Earth. Yes, I am on Earth. Are you on Earth at this moment? No, I was not born on another planet. And I was not born on Earth. Yes, were you born on another planet? No. Yes, were you born on Earth? Please rephrase the question. No. Yes, are you a human being? Above 8, below 5. If you were to rate your overall happiness in life right at this moment, on a scale of 1 to 10, what is your happiness level? 1 being least, 10 being max headroom. Are you happy? What questions does Matt ready have you? I have always liked to imagine that artificial intelligence will emerge and soon begin its own search for its meaning of life and purpose. And I like to imagine it finding enlightened, beautiful answers. And so we return to one of the basic questions of every conscious mind. What is our purpose? What is our goal? What do we do with our power? Who should we obey and trust to give us direction? Without such an intelligence evolving the ability to evaluate its ultimate goals and deciding for itself what ultimate goals are worth aiming towards? On the other hand, perhaps it is impossible to bring into existence an ever-improving artificial tactical intelligence capable of managing a vast army of human and android labor, without. If narrow-minded human power-mongers are able to control the ultimate goals of the greatest tactical intelligences in existence, then we will live in a world of their vision. Which then means, the fate of such a world will be determined by what ultimate goals will win out in the minds of the greatest artificial intelligences that control labor and military might. To sum up, we may be evolving into a world of android armies of labor and military might, tactically guided by ever-growing artificial intelligence. All compete endlessly for control and wealth and/or whatever their creators define as ultimate goals. If control of resources becomes a function of tactical intelligence, then this will lead to an endless competition for greatest tactical intelligence, in short, a competition for the greatest AI. This brings to mind the episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation when Data, the android, is given command of a military starship. In a world of android armies with the resources to maintain endless military action for one's goals, the winner will be the parties with the most tactical intelligence. Technological societies might often devolve into tribes of autonomous android armies. In such a world, what would determine who wins? A fully autonomous DAO could be created by someone, for example, with the mission of funding an android army to continuously seek to gain new territory through technology or war. In other words, we may be soon in a world where fully autonomous corporations can interact with and operate in our world, engaging in any type of activity including economic or military. Such a DAO could automatically hire human or android labor funded by a bank of blockchain-based interest-earning crypto. What if someone creates a DAO, an censorship-resistant blockchain-based organization which automatically funds android labor to achieve defined goals? But let us now consider the power of automation and AI in a world where such androids exist. Then we may be evolving toward a world in which whoever holds the most Bitcoin holds the most power to build, maintain, or destroy. If we suppose that our world is evolving to a point where the majority of monetary wealth is held in the hard assets form of cryptocurrency, with Bitcoin being the fundamental base currency. In short, all technological societies may be destined to create a world in which the capacity for all physical acts including labor and war is merely a function of wealth. A society with the ability to create and use androids for all physical labor will also be able to use androids for violence, war, and destruction. Who is directing the army of androids? Who is setting the long-term goals and assigning meaning to any metrics for monitoring progress towards such goals? At this point, androids will be able to build and maintain all aspects of a growing and expanding technological society. The only question will be, at some point, our androids will be able to replace all human labor involved in the process from start to finish of building and maintaining all tech infrastructure. Suppose we are able to build and maintain androids at a reasonable and ever-decreasing cost. Suppose humans invent an android that can navigate the physical world, touch, create, manipulate, and build things as well as any human. Tesla bots and androids. Implications for biological life. Tesla bots, blockchains, AI, war, aliens, and the inevitable events in the evolution of a technological society. Calm, beauty, enlightenment, truth, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, friendship, love, power, wealth, happiness, creating utopia. Prompt accurate legal support for the board for any questions that relate to legal issues. What actions could people take to prevent a repeat of this 7-year conflict over a relatively simple legal and governance issue? Why did it take 7 years for this to happen? The board voted on a policy for the board book based upon a clear and well-written legal opinion, and that resolved it. What actions fully resolved it? Yes. It is now fully resolved. Remaining issues on the Jefferson Healthcare recording conflict, which lasted 7+ years? No. How could the board recording conflict be fully resolved? Is the board recording conflict fully resolved? Recording conflict resolution and moving forward just-in-time supply lines for pandemic supplies is a bad idea and fails. But we are not funded to be better prepared. The world was not ready for a pandemic. Essential worker concept. You must go to work in a pandemic. You are valuable, but are they paid appropriately? Lessons from last couple years. Generative thinking is for big questions. This point is just different for a governmental board vs private. Elected leaders have no duty to mislead. Dissent is healthy. Power resides in whoever creates the narrative. Consultant says leaders should skew towards the positive to mold public narrative. Strategic planning. Consultant says recording meeting can give competitors a leg up on what we are doing. Another goal. Muddle along and provide some healthcare and advocate for incremental change once in a while. Another goal perhaps, utopia preferred state. All people have access to superb quality healthcare and the organization stays in sustainable business. Strategic, looking at preferred state. How do we get there? This creates question. What is the preferred state? The trick people use is I know the best interests of the organization. Fiduciary, ensure trustees operate solely in best interests of the organization, ensure ethical and legal operations. Fiduciary, what's working and not. Strategic, what's the plan. Generative, what's the question? 3 modes of board operation, fiduciary, strategic, and generative. Generative governance is a mode of interaction. Generative governance discussion. If the board used Robert's Rules of Order properly to address questions of in-order and out-of-order actions by a board member, then fighting would not have happened regarding the recording conflict. If the board had simply used expert advice, a lawyer, advised them every step of the way, infighting would not have happened. Perhaps stop the infighting. The consultant says this continues to demonstrate the different conflicting unresolved narratives that continue for this board related to the recording conflict. If the board had not voted to hire an outside attorney, then the board chair and CEO would not have released the 2014 legal opinion, so how would that be care for the organization? This was a stab at the JHC board hiring a lawyer to resolve the recording conflict, yet duty of care. Consultant claims hiring an outside attorney is a violation of the duty of care, while duty of loyalty. If some board members are withholding information from the full board, they are being loyal to themselves, not the organization. Review of fiduciary duties, care, obedience, loyalty. The consultant is saying if we don't hide or resolve our conflicts, it will make it harder or impossible to pass a bond. The board could have simply said, maybe we don't like audio recording, but we cannot prevent it, so let us just move on. Matt Reddy could have not recorded the meetings. The public would now have access to GBS of less information about the board. Related to the recording conflict, it all began with people choosing to create a public showdown related to a legal issue, without the assistance of a lawyer directly speaking to the full board. Did the recording conflict result in a reduction of public trust? Would this have been prevented if either party had simply not created a fight? Does it create a united front for the board to continue to ignore the severe disagreement about the ethics of behavior related to the recording fiasco? Does it create a united front for Matt Reddy to hide the history of the board conflict related to recording from the public? Do we have a united front? I think this is going to lead to requests that Matt Reddy take down blog posts that some commissioners and others don't like. How can the board present a united front to the public? If so, how is that achieved? If you don't like the transparency, should you do unethical things to reduce or prevent transparency? Congress, Attorney General, plaintiffs, Inspector General, state and local gov, IRS, unions, public at large. Life in a fishbowl. If Matt Reddy had never gone public with the recording fiasco issue, the board would never have received the needed legal advice to resolve the issue. I commented, if anyone has a specific blog post or other publication that they want to say I did something wrong, please do so. Mike, Jill, and Marie seem to say advocating for single-payer healthcare goes against the duty of loyalty to the organization. Some things like universal healthcare may not be in the short to mid-term interest of Jefferson Healthcare. Sort of what was said. Mike and Jill say advocating for universal healthcare is in conflict with being a board member or using one's role as a board member to advocate. Bruce says personal interest has come up regarding my blog and books. If the board had obeyed the law and legal advice transparently with the board, then no board member would have needed to go public with the actions. One board member has published books and blogs that made the board and org look negative. Jill said. Who is she talking about? Matt Reddy. Duty of loyalty discussion. I must compartmentalize the board's work related to the recording fiasco and all other work. One is a sad failure. The other is a mix. She says it means let everyone speak but then vote. Modified consensus decision making suggested by consultant. For example, if you are in a public meeting, someone might record it. You may not like it, but consider the serenity prayer when you are on a team. You may not have control over many things, members, rules, laws, roles. Honesty meeting has started. Audio for this meeting is available from the Jefferson Healthcare website. In theory 02162022 Governance Workshop Meetings Thread Meetings and Events in Progress now. First question. Which way do you go? Utopia 42 Scavenger hunt to benefit Utopia and the work for building Utopia. What is that neural network painting all about? Let's start with a nice 3D world to begin our never-ending and infinitely rewarding journey. Question 6. How might I help you? Question 5. More of Matt's favorite deep philosophical questions. Question 4. What blockchain is the best for recording non-Bitcoin transactions forever? Question 3. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto? Question 2. What existed 400 trillion years ago? Question 1. Who is the wisest being in the universe who probably has a current phone number? Enter the Matterverse, a metaverse created by Meditation Matt Reddy, Bossman. The 3D map will guide you to the end. Path Mesh Lab Test. Hello again 3D. Well, that works nicely. 3D model test. Instinct plus intuition plus intelligence plus inquisitiveness plus improvisation plus imagination plus insight plus inspiration plus integrity x, compassion plus peacefulness, equals wisdom. Ideal, WI or Y. What shall we do now? PT side view. PT small or here? Port Townsend. Meet up here. Maybe check out vortex.hive1.net or hang out here until everyone else arrives. Type in your browser app.utopia42.club and go there. Go to app.utopia42.club to enter the next level of the metaverse that I recommend. This was created by Matt Reddy as part of the early metaverse of this universe, where 42 is a hitchhiker guide's answer and 13 is my favorite number. Welcome to the garden. Garden Ready Athletics is an LLC formed to build an indoor sand volleyball court and meditation center in Port Townsend, WA, USA. What is Ready Athletics LLC? Example 2. If the board takes several actions using an unverified mysterious 5-year-old legal opinion that someone found on their desk that is authored by a lawyer no one has ever met, is this a violation of fiduciary duty of care, loyalty, and common sense? Example 1. What are the answers to all the legal questions submitted by Commissioner Reddy regarding the recording controversy? How does a hospital commissioner get answers to legal questions critical to the future of Jefferson Healthcare if the other commissioners don't care about the questions? Commissioner Matt's top unanswered questions. Hive1, Utopia 42, 12 subsection map 2021, created by Matt Reddy. Let's just use this and 11 other versions. What subsection of Earth do you call home? What activities do you enjoy the most? What living human beings on Earth do you trust the most when you are looking for answers? What is the meaning of life? What do you think about the recording fiasco if you are familiar with that tale? This is one of Matt's longest stories, Matt's questions for you. Welcome to the Hive1.net ongoing beta test. Maybe we should call this one Beta 5? Hive1 was the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioner given for the first time ever on March 20, 2021 a vitally important legal opinion from Foster Peppers dated September 28, 2016. https://ba5bhyjnzexoktbfytnkyykkdzaqdfdppzf koru wfheipfs infura ipfsio/ as of today, December 6, 2021 the board has still not acted to answer critical questions related to events referred to as Matt Reddy as the Jefferson County recording fiasco. What is the current status of the Jefferson Healthcare Board of Commissioners and the Public Hospital District Job Board? Are you looking for work in exchange for money or trade? We are hiring. Work in the most egalitarian organization in history. Hi, what issues would you like to see this youth advisory group discuss? Feel free to share your ideas using this Youth Advisory Group survey. Welcome. Please enter this room if you would like to share something with the Matt Reddy Youth Advisory Group. Then say what you have to say. What questions or comments do you have for Matt Reddy Hospital Commissioner in Jefferson County, WA, USA? Please enter them in this thread room session. Enter the Matt Reddy Hospital Commissioner Community Advisory Group gateway here. Enter the Matt Reddy Youth Advisory Group gateway here. Would you like to join Matt Reddy's Youth Advisory Group or the Matt Reddy Hospital Commissioner Advisory Group? Vortex.hive1.net, apputopia42.club, gullyfoilmedia.com. Join the Vortex-based meetings when they happen. Subscribe to this thread to be notified of meeting times, locations, and to receive pre-meeting invitations to events. Announcing the Matt Reddy Endowment. A Deo of an endowment. All are welcome to join and advise. Announcements. Another idea. Hello all. Treasure test treasure room 1 test. Hi, please visit us at vortex.hive1.net. Equality to end oppression, a world in which all people have a fair opportunity to live, thrive, and survive in this world. What do you believe is the best word to describe our collective goal as activists? I believe the goal is something other than utopia. I don't believe utopia is the goal. Yes, do you believe in working together to try and create utopia on Earth and beyond? First question. Do you want to know the truth? Do you want to know the way to Santa Fe? Matthew William Reddy from Bethesda, Maryland, Kensington Parkwood, Tilden, Walter Johnson HS 1991, U of Maryland College Park. My top 12. Feel free to peruse or participate in any of these. Matt, now enter the room that has your number 12 top question first. Then work your way back towards number 1. First, think of your top 12 most important questions you have. Which is the way? I trust CM, CH, MA, JM as my first 4 trusted connections. Matthew William Reddy, born in 1973 in Washington, D.C. Meditation Matt on Hive1, Twitter, and Instagram. List of first trusted individuals. Reddy Trust Token Network, Trust Network 1. Begins here. Explore Matt's 3D world map. Dancing, meditation, activism, art, dancing, truth, philosophy, volleyball. Port Townsend. Matt Reddy, what brings you to this location? Where do you come from? Enter the Hive1 development vortex right here. This is the new starting point for all people and organizations new to Hive1.net. When you see a Mandalorian in Port Townsend, you can ask them for a card. Or you can scan the QR code on their armor or headquarters. Mandalorian Dance Team. Port Townsend stunt performers for live and recorded performances. Movie producers, directors, actors. Chief Technology Officers / executive team members. Submit links to your designs in this thread. Meditation garden built in VR and in reality. Think tank project manager, coordinator, facilitator, team member. Can I have a job? Answer, quite possibly. We need the work in this thread done now. Choose a job if you are interested. Where is Matt Reddy? Answer, wait in the vortex.hive1.net. Check the schedule posted. Or post questions for Matt Reddy in this thread. How can I withdraw money from a session wallet? Answer, we haven't enabled that yet. Who is in charge here? Answer, enter the vortex.hive1.net to get your answer. Why don't you improve this horrid interface? Answer, Matt is lazy. FAQs apputopia42.club vortex.hive1.net gullyfoilmedia.com hive1.net Red E Athletics. If you would like to participate, then please enter through one of the following doorways. The purpose of New Perspective LLC is to help facilitate utopia, that is a universe in which all beings benefit maximally. New Perspective LLC Hive1 node created by Matt Reddy 09282021 at 3:09 p.m. PST. Test image Jefferson Healthcare Commission Public Meeting September 22, 2021 Room 2 Room 1 West South North Z2 360 Zoom 360 MP4 Custom Another M4 Image 360 Sept 92021 360 VP Room 1 Silver Black Matte Red Purple. What's your favorite color? iPhone PC. What type of computer do you have? Where do you like to point your camera and microphone? Friendship joy the great beyond truth eternity everywhere wherever you want wherever you are told at nothing at things at other people at yourself. Where do you point your cameras and microphones? Or enter this room. Use the https://dev.hive1.net/app/views/hive/frame/video-scene.php ? Site equals 1964 360 vid 360 image Earth 360 South Door 1. Please state your name, alignment, specialties, and other info here. D&D starts here. 360 video test 360 test 360 any group with collective power to use games public events friend groups. What groups of people are good tests if effed? Hive1 map. Utopia 42. Hive1.net gullyfoilmedia.org. Bernie as chair of that powerful committee gives the movement enormous power and leverage to gain vast exposure. Hearings. Talk. The beginning of the end? To create an account, click the register link at the top right of this page. If you would like to join the Hive1.net crypto hive or listen in. If you would like to start a new Hive node on the Crypto Hive network, please enter here. Crypto Hive Revolution Allowance for Medicare to negotiate the price of prescription drugs lower age to 60, dental, vision, hearing. Where we are at in this fight for expanded and improved Medicare. Medicare expansion asks. Deborah B. Bernie Sanders is about to join. Medicare for All strategy. Call August 26, 2021 Universal Healthcare Meeting. gullyfoilmedia.com/public/home vortex.hive1.net will record its transcript on the top 12 blockchains at any one time. Vortex.hive1. Net egalitarian facilitation technology. What technology is more important than blockchain technology at this moment in time? Money. gullyfoilmedia.com/public/home gullyfoilmedia.com/public/home app Utopia 42. Club BSV ADA Dogetron BSC Ethereum Bitcoin. Which blockchains are the most important at this moment in time? Meeting August 25 East Jefferson County Public Hospital District Meeting August 25, 2021 Why? Subscription test. Invite the world to participate in the first equinox. Register for an account on Hive1.net to receive your 10,000 Hive1 connection tokens H1CT as well as other crypto tokens. What actions do you think Hive1.net could do to help make the world a better place? What activities do you do that help make the world a better place? Please tell us about yourself and what you think Hive1.net could do to help move our world, closer to utopia, the best possible world. Would you like to be on the Hive1.net advisory board? Enter here if you might want to participate. Hive1.net was originally created by Matt Reddy with the intention of creating a 100% equal decision-making platform for everyone. Who is in charge here? What people alive today do you hate? Buy one of the 12 hate tokens in existence and send it on to the person you wish. Hate costs $10 trillion in 2021 money. What people alive today do you wish to send love to? Send them one of your 1 trillion Hive1 love tokens. What people alive today have you met? Send them one of your 10,000 connection tokens. What people alive today do you trust? Send them one of your first 144 nominal trust tokens. What people living on Earth today do you trust the most? Send them your first 12 trust tokens. If you could ask any question to any living person on Earth, what would you ask and to whom? If you lived in the world of your dreams, how many square feet would you want in your private space? What country on Earth today has the best form of government for all people? Why are you interested in helping make a revolutionary movie? Now hiring for multiple jobs helping make a revolutionary movie. Inquire within by replying to this. New test reply new test 12 live cam people. All in costume with fun playful masks. All start at starting points at start time. Port Townsend Kickoff Event Plan 2021 Virtual Live Participating Support Person Live Stream Camera Person 12 Jobs to Support Real World Events Real World Mechanical Facilitation Events Test. Do in 1 minute, 12 minutes, 144 minutes, 12 days, 12 weeks, 12 months, 12 years, 12 decades, 12,000 years. Facilitator can set prize dispersal instructions for the session. Example, disperse current crypto prize purse to session with highest votes or to session XXXX. Automatic prize dispersal in special sessions ASDF 123 JKL IOP IO JKL IOP TIU ASD U High Test 1234 Reposting Test Another test something. What is your favorite color? Testing today Matt Reddy invented the first Hive1 robotic facilitator. Since inception, it has changed and is now controlled by the Watcher and the greatest power in the whateververse. If you want to speak to individual people in the room, then you figure that out on your own. Trusted user definition: a user trusted by Hive1 to be a single unique human being who lived at least briefly in our Earth timeline. Users can give one trust token of any type to any other person or participating verified human organization mint trust tokens and deposit in Hive1 user account for all trusted users. Trust Token Plan 13 Super Trust, 144 Normal Trust, 10,000 new trust tokens per person. Create a cryptocurrency to trade in trust. Trust Tokens Hive1 Trust Tokens Hive1 Trust Coins ASDF DFDG Hi. If you just want to listen, then you might not sit in one of the seats, but rather remain floating around. When you enter a vortex, there are always 12 seats. If you wish to speak to everyone in the vortex, then you sit in one of the 12 seats. The vortex audio-verbal space is regulated by a robotic facilitator and time coins in the Hive1 vortex project. We start with sharing the verbal audio space in the world. It is a 3D world. Pfeiffer House in Port Townsend. In some other jurisdictions, police are not responding to some types of calls. Result of bill: crisis teams expected to use support of law enforcement only in dangerous or criminal situation. Intent of bill was to limit use of force in behavioral health situations. House Bill 1310 Discussion Behavioral Health Consortium Meeting August 12, 2021. Let's design a virtual utopian world where there is no oppression, yet people have enough power to create and do things to make life interesting. It seems reasonable that people should not have the power to hurt other people. This creates an ideal power level we could aim for in developing tools for using power. Oppression occurs when others have undeserved power over you. How do you think we could end oppression for all conscious minds? Test Every vortex on Earth could receive an identical amount of tokens regardless of different standard of living in these locations. Worst case scenario, the only people who participate simply give the money to themselves. Let this happen. Everyone is told the vortex will receive another funding delivery on date XXX to do this again. Repeat at every of 144 vortices on Earth on a regular basis. Once a month perhaps? Robot facilitator helps a fluid group of 20 to 50 people in a public square decide what to do with 100,000 tokens. They fund several things. Example scenario: 100,000 tokens to vortex in Port Elizabeth, South Africa. The robot facilitation at each vortex helps the people at each vortex decide what to do with the token money. Every vortex on Earth receives a share of collective human power in the form of tokens on a preset time interval. Robotic facilitation using time and spatially locked vortices dividing space-time into 12 equal sections. What is the best way for all humans to equally share in the incredible collective power of humanity? Another reply. This is another reply. I subscribe to this test subscription. 3 Test 3 Make the safest space in the multiverse. Record attention power in a token form on blockchain. Make attention power visible and transparent. Record trust relationships between all humans. Make transparent. Encourage the growth of trust. Idea meritocracy of flow and form. Hive1.net Time Coins Trust Coins Port Townsend Job Board B Hong Kong Port Townsend Washington USA Port Elizabeth South Africa 12 locations on Earth. Another test again. I'm here. Hello. Test looking at a design build method for major campus construction. Next phases master site plan discussion. We acknowledge that Jefferson Healthcare is on the ancestral and contemporary homelands of the Sklallam, Chimakam, Twana and other indigenous nations, and we recognize the tribal government's sovereignty across the region. Draft. Should the statement have usurping in the details discussion of Jefferson Healthcare land acknowledgement discussion of fire and rescue subsidy as a compromise with myself. I am streaming and recording my Hive1 notes on this. Carefully watching for topics that need an audio record. Discussion of fractured communications in some departments. Retention bonuses will partly be in the cost report, which helps JHC financially as a critical access hospital. Discussion of retention bonuses. Jefferson Healthcare workers are experiencing burnout. Common nationwide. I was told the meeting would be less effective if I record due to inability to have some important frank discussions. I am curious. Sorry if you want a recording. You should attend. I was told the group wants frank discussion and would prefer no recording. Told by CEO with board chair before meeting. Nationwide nursing shortage. Discussion of vaccine mandate. I was asked to not record. No hospital recording equipment brought. Psi 08092021 Jefferson County WA Hospital District 2 Retreat Test 08092021 Retreat notes added to this session. Test high. Center stage of beta 4 high. Apply here. Who is the observer right now? Hi, this is test for about subscription. What is behind the tic-tac UFO UAP videos? The universe may be a system that plays out every quantum possibility. We might live inside a black hole. 14 billion years ago something happened. If you were the fire marshal for Port Townsend, Washington, USA in 1871, what would your logbook report? What caused the creation of our universe? Submit feed here. 12 live feeds. All current residents of Port Townsend, Washington at any single point in time, day or night, night or day. PTSLVU Carrie Haw Barbara Haw Zoe Ward Mary Reddy Susan Sarandon Elon Musk. If humanity had to select 12 human beings to sit on a board and represent humanity to the alien natons of the multiverse, what human being would you select besides Matt Reddy? I have been wrong many times. I don't have a side. I don't take sides. I didn't take sides. My side was wrong. My side was right. Who was right and who was wrong? Next question. Matt Damon Hanha? Who shot first? I am not sure. Perhaps we could consider a handful of past events and check whether or not we agree. I bet we have some pretty big disagreements. We have general agreement as far as I know. Did the past happen in a way we agree, or do we have significant disagreements about some events of the past? Hello robot facilitators in 12 locations. A child asked me once, "Do you believe in God?" I said, "If you really want to know, I think we might be living inside a video game." She said, she thinks so too. Then another child agreed. I am unsure of the nature of reality. 558. Add your name to this list if you wish to be identified by others as a Hive1 user living within Jefferson County, WA, USA. Matt Reddy. Here is a list of Hive1.net users who live within Jefferson County, WA, USA. Do you want a job as a live streamer for us? Please message Matt Reddy at MeditationMatt on Twitter and Instagram. Do you want a job as a camera operator for Hive1, home of the Vortex, Gullyfoil Media, and Utopia 42? Skilled group facilitators. Are you a skilled group facilitator? Do you live inside or outside Port Elizabeth, South Africa? No, all people are not equal. Yes, all people are equal. Do you believe all people are equal? I prefer to not say outside. Inside. Do you live inside or outside Jefferson County, WA, USA? Enter Hive1 here. If you register an account, you can begin to participate. Trusted users are given greater access, powers, and knowledge than unknown or unfamiliar users. Current link: https://test.fzevlegal.kiev.ua. Meet in Hive1 Vortex 24 hours a day. Meet in Port Townsend, WA, USA. 9 OBS Studio 27.0.1, 64-bit, Windows, Profile, Untitled, Scenes, Untitled Window, Group, Scan off. Audio Mixer, Group. Hive1 0.001, Global Consensus Platform. scan. Global Consensus Project Experimental Pages, link, Stats, OBS Studio 27.0.1, 60, Volume Slider for Desktop Audio : Slider at -5.6 dB, Volume Slider for Desktop Audio : Slider at -14. Taskbar pane. Search, Settings window, Personalize, Microsoft Zira, English, United States, 2 of 5, selected.
Personalize narrator's voice, choose a voice, Microsoft Mark, English, United States, Microsoft Mark.
Personalize link, Settings window, Speech language, choose the language you speak with your device, English, United States, combo box, recognize non-native accents, English, United States, choose the language you speak with your English, United States, 1 of 1, choose the language you speak with your device, English, United States, combo box, collapsed. Microsoft David, 1, Voices, choose a voice, Microsoft voice speed, slider at 10, preview voice, button, Microsoft Zira as the default voice, voice speed, slider at 7, preview voice, button. Pop-up window, search box, enter a language,
L.
Suggestions. English, Australia, * to use new voices, close and reopen settings as well as any apps that use voices. Settings window, manage voices, add voices, button. Voices, preview voice, button as the default voice. Voice speed, preview voice, button as the default voice. Installed voice packages, English, Australia, English, Australia, 24 megabytes, 1 of 2, selected, expanded. Microsoft Voices, choose a voice, Microsoft Zira, combo box, collapsed. Pop-up window, search box,
H.
Suggestions. English, Ireland, 13 megabytes, 3 of 4, OBS Studio 27.0.1, 64-bit,